Good afternoon. Before we get started, would you please turn off your cell phones or use the etiquette feature? Welcome to the Committee of Adjustments hearing for September the 26th, 2018. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustments for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustments considers applications for minor variances for the provisions of the zoning bylaw, permission to extend or alter legal non-conforming uses, and consent to create new lots. To ensure a fair and timely hearing, I will vet the agenda at the outset to determine which applications can be dealt with immediately and which applications require a more in-depth review. I will call each item in the list in the order listed on the agenda and ask if anyone other than the agent or the applicant is present and interested and wishes to address the committee. If there are people who wish to address the committee, the matter will be held until all non-contested applications have been cleared from the agenda. If your item is held, we strongly advise you to meet with the interested parties outside the hearing room in an effort to resolve concerns or issues. If no person is present in interest, the applicant or agent will proceed with their presentation if we require a presentation. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for discussion. Each speaker will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. When addressing the committee, please come forward, hand in your decision request card to the committee staff seated on my right, then go to the podium, clearly state your name and address. If you have a written submission that you read from, please hand it to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer when you are done. The applicant will have 5 minutes. The individuals either in support or opposed will be allowed to express their views. If there are several speakers sharing the same view, please select a spokesperson to present your opinion. We want to hear your views. However, covering the same points will not advance your cause. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker at the end of their submission. When all speakers have finished, the applicant will be given an opportunity to rebut only the related issues that were raised. The matter will then be taken into committee for decision. This will mark the end of all discussion. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Once a decision is rendered and you don't agree with it, you may file an appeal. The appeal will go to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or TLAB. For more information about TLAB, please visit the TLAB or Committee of Adjustments websites. Appeal instructions will be included at the bottom of every decision. In order to receive a copy of our decision and to be informed of the appeal proceedings, you must fill out the decision request card. Please include your email address, as TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. Please make sure you hand in your completed form to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer or her staff before leaving today. Decisions will be mailed within 3 business days. We have a motion to confirm last meeting's minutes.
So moved.
Seconded. All in favor? Minutes approved. Any declarations of interest on the 130 list?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have interest in number 496 Lankin. I own property close by.
Mr. Nipfeld is recused from number 4. Are there any applications who wish a deferral or wish to withdraw their application? Okay. Yes, sir. You come forward to the podium, please. What number are you?
Alex Burrows, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And I'd like to defer item number 5. He's not with me.
634 Gladstone Ave?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anybody else here on 634 Gladstone Avenue? Number 5 on the list.
Yes.
Yes, come forward, sir. Just sit there. No. Mr. Boros, could you tell us why you want a deferral? Sir, you could sit over in this row here.
Mr. Chair, upon seeing the letters of objections, I would like to consult with the neighbors next door. So it's basically to consult with the adjacent neighbors.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, would you come forward? Do you have any objection to the deferral?
I'm here for prepare everything I want to go ready to have. Sir? Your name and address? My name is Sept Chaudhry. I'm the father-in-law Naveed Akhtar,
Okay,
636 Gladstone Avenue.
we have the letter.
Okay. So, and you, are you in favor of the deferral, or are you opposed to a deferral?
Opposed. Opposed
to the deferral? Yeah. Perhaps you could go outside, Mr. Boros, and talk to this gentleman. Is it this gentleman you want to consult with? Well, it's actually yeah, but that house, you want to consult, yeah. All right. Please go outside and, yeah, we're going to hold this. All right, anybody else who's asking for a withdrawal or deferral, would you come forward, please? No, I'm referring to the young lady at the back there.
This is with respect to item 17 on the agenda,
All
85
right,
Bedford.
what's your name?
My name is Michelle Charco,
What's your
M-I-C-H.
address?
It's for 85 Bedford. I'm here on behalf of the owners. I'm a land use planner with Goldberg Group.
Okay, all right, so you're the applicant?
I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Is there anybody else here on number 1785 Bedford Road? Okay.
Could just make a point also, planning appears to be also asking for a deferral of this application. I don't know if the parties
That's
are
correct.
aware.
All right, so, and why do you want a deferral?
We want to defer because we just had a meeting yesterday with planning staff, and they have made some recommendations to the proposal. It's a complicated site. It's a key lot that's very deep and has multiple neighbors, and there's also heritage preservation on the site. So we have planning staff comments. We're now going to go back, redo our plans to address those comments. Once we've resubmitted and we have planning staff their sign of approval, then we're going to go and meet with the neighbors. There's approximately 14 adjoining lots here.
Okay, so would you sit down, please? And is there anybody here concerning this
Yes.
matter who is opposed to the deferral?
Or just to speak to the matter of the deferral. Yeah,
No, we
just
don't
to know that they're here and.
My name's David Green. I'm a neighbor of 85 Bedford, and I support the deferral.
Okay, thank you, sir.
46 Lowther.
So I take it that there's no one opposing the deferral. All right, can we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move a deferral. It seems that discussion on this application may be beneficial in resolving difficulties, and I therefore move for a deferral.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor? Thank you. You have your deferral. Is there anyone else looking for, to withdraw their application or for a deferral? All right, I'm going to vet the list now. Yes, Mr. Boros? Could you come forward to the podium so we can hear you?
So, Mr. Chair, I think we agreed on, or my neighbor has agreed on a deferral, so I could talk to his son-in-law, who I did draw.
Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, so do we have a motion? Number 5.
I'll move that item number 5, 634 Gladstone be deferred for consultation with the neighbors.
Second the motion.
All in favor? You have your deferral. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Relation fee and everything. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to vet the list now. Number 1, 1036 Queen Street West, the applicant here. Yes, any opposition or anybody else here on that application? We'll proceed with that. Number 2, 52 Boswell Avenue, applicant here. All right, any opposition to this matter?
Yes.
All right, we're going to hold this. Perhaps you could go outside and discuss the matter. Number 3, 758 Crawford Street, applicant. Yes, anybody else here on Crawford Street? Yes, all right. Perhaps you could go outside and discuss the matter. We'll hold it. Number 4, 96 Lankin Blvd, applicant. Anybody else here on Lankin Blvd? All right, we'll proceed with that.
Yes.
Number,
Yes, no,
oh,
There's opposition.
Oh.
A bunch of people there.
okay.
Mr. Rubinoff, you see maybe you want to go have a discussion.
Perhaps you could go outside and discuss the matter. We're going to hold it. Number 6, 1929 Dundas Street East, applicant here. Yes, anybody else here on Dundas? Where?
Over here.
Yes? Oh, okay, could you go outside and discuss the matter? We're going to hold this down.
Well, assume they're opposed.
Don't seem to be together.
Sir, are you opposed to the application? You have concerns, or are you with the applicant?
No, I have concerns.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Number 7, 55 Farnham Avenue, applicant. Anybody else concerned about this matter? Okay, perhaps you could go outside and discuss this matter. We'll hold it down. I'm not going to have any to proceed with.
Wants to say something.
Pardon?
They don't want to go outside and talk.
Well, that's up to you, whether you want to talk or you don't want to talk. Things get resolved when you talk. Okay. Number 8, 255 Christie Street. Applicant, anybody else here on 255 Christie? All right, we'll proceed. Number 9, 83 Pears Avenue. Applicant, yes. Anybody else here on that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go outside? I mean, you can go outside. We're going to hold it down. Number 10, 379 Cleveland Street, applicant. Yes, anybody else here on Cleveland Street?
Yes.
Yes, okay. You can go outside if you like. We'll hold it down. Number 11, 247 Chisolm Avenue. Yeah, applicant. Anybody else here on Chisolm Avenue? Yes, someone else? We're going to hold that one down. You can go out and discuss the matter. Number 12, 19 Claude Avenue. Anyone else here on Claude Avenue? No. Number 13, 62 Metcalfe Street. Applicant, anybody else here on Metcalfe Street? Okay, number 14, Massey Hall, 15 Shooter Street and 178 Victoria Street. Anybody, is the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone else here on Massey Hall? All right, thank you. Number 1585 Hanna Avenue. Yes, anybody else here on Hanna Avenue? Okay. Number 1661 Hanna Avenue. Okay. Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay, that's the list. 17 is deferred. Okay, so we're dealing with number 1, 1036 Queen Street West. Purpose of this application is to reduce the required parking for the existing restaurant from 2 to 1 parking space by converting 1 parking space into storage. We have before us material submitted by the applicant and correspondence from Heritage Preservation. Yes, your name, sir.
My name is Wayne Barrett from Barrett Architect. I'm the agent representing the client at 1036, 1038.
Yes. I believe you have a question, Mr.
There's no justification for the application. Why is the application here? Why are you reducing the parking?
It's a very good question. I actually have with me 5 letters of support from the the West Queen West Business Improvement Area, as well as neighbors to the immediately adjoining the property. The purpose of this application is that when we renovated the restaurant, is it
Yes,
possible to
could
show you?
bring those up, and we'll just read the addresses into the record.
Okay, would you like me to come up?
Yes, please. No, those are just,
So what we have at the,
just a minute. Oh,
I
no.
thought he was bringing up the
I thought you were
support
bringing
letters.
the support letters up.
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted the.
We want that on the overhead, so.
Let me bring up copies of the support letters. Those read into the committee, or
No, just,
there's 4 copies each.
okay. Support letters from 1048 Queen Street West. 8 Brookfield Street. 1052 Queen Street West. Is there another one? 8 Brookfield Street. Oh, I think we read that
You know,
already.
I think you got all 4 of these. We each
Yeah.
have 4 of
We
each,
got
so.
So you said there was one from the ratepayers?
The Business Improvement Agency is there?
I'm sorry, I thought you gave us 4 packages.
So did I.
There's just one, yeah, there's 4 copies of each.
Yeah, so I handed the
Yeah.
other one.
We thought it was a set.
It's easy to confuse us this early in the morning. And we have a letter of support from the West Queen West Business Improvement Area.
So they seem to
All right.
be indicating that there's benefit to closing this off because there's all kinds of nefarious activity going on, which will eliminate.
That's correct. Would you like me to explain?
Yes.
Sure.
Good. Okay, so at the rear of the property, subject property here, there's 2 existing parking spaces, one that's existing and one that we're proposing to close. In the application is that the one parking spot, that I'm pointing to is the one that's in question to be closed. The reason why we can't conform to an existing conforming parking space, because if you see that the hatched area in that drawing is a required means of egress from the rear of the restaurant. As such is that if we enclose the back of the garage, then we don't meet the requirements for the parking structure. So when we did this restaurant, we originally kept it open to comply, but because it's completely enclosed on 3 sides as well as the top, it's basically only open on the end. And as such is that they're having a lot of extraneous activities in there which are detrimental to the neighborhood as well as detrimental to the operation of the restaurant. So if we close it, we can't conform to the parking space. So our proposal is to remove the parking space and just simply use it so we can put a proper door on it, and we can put a proper exit facility onto the rear of the restaurant. That's the reason.
That's my question.
Thank you. Do we
Mr.
have
Chair,
any
if,
further
I have
questions?
No further questions. With that explanation, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the application. There are no conditions.
I would second the motion.
All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
And now we go to number 8, 255 Christie Street, 83 Pears Avenue. Okay.
Pears Ave. No, this is number 8, not number 9.
Oh, 255 Christie Street. They were together. All right, the purpose of this application is to alter the redevelopment scheme approved under site-specific bylaw 1027-2012 by reducing number of resident parking spaces. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from Traffic Planning, Transportation Services, a letter from Councillor Cressy, support from 42C Yarmouth Road, and correspondence in opposition from 17 Yarmouth, 243 Christie, 40 Yarmouth, 163 Cambridge. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, committee. My name is David Riley. I am agent here on behalf of the applicant with SGL Planning.
Mr. Riley, I have one question. Can you
Yes.
tell me where the 5th parking space is? Have you got a,
Yep, I can pull that up for you.
if I understood correctly, you have initially 8 spaces and they were stacked. And you're going to remove the stackers, which leaves you 4. I just can't
So,
figure where the 5th.
yes, so the site-specific zoning bylaw requires, why don't I put up the site plans first so you could see the extra parking space? So right here is the visitor space.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Have you seen
Mr. Cressy's letter, and it was just sort of
Yes.
recent.
Yes, it came yesterday.
So we cannot impose the orders to comply. It's beyond our jurisdiction. He's proposing in condition 1A, a payment in cash in lieu. Are you?
We are okay with that condition, and I was going to say the same thing. It would be a bit of a catch-22 if you were able to, because the order to comply actually requires a variance or this matter to be addressed. So I was going to suggest that B, C, and D. D is with respect to a letter of credit related to the site plan. There currently is a $32,000 letter of credit with the city right now, and the applicant is working towards resolving those issues, many of which have already been there. But there is the concurrent court case that is happening right now with respect to the order to comply. So that's why we're here addressing the variance. And sorry, to answer the question earlier, the parking stackers, so it's 4 spaces on the ground, and the bylaw requires the additional 4 spaces above. Those were never installed, hence the order to comply. And so the proposal is to maintain the existing situation, and hoping that you've had a chance to review my cover letter and the existing tenants. But we are okay with Councillor Cressy's 1A as well as 2.
Yeah.
Related to the street parking permits.
We also
for
have a
tenants.
letter from the neighbor at 42C saying that they're very aware and there doesn't seem to be a...
Correct, and that's the immediately abutting neighbor.
Okay. If there's no more further questions, I'm prepared to make a motion approving the application and subject to the condition contained in paragraph 1A of Councillor Cressy's letter.
You said number 2 as well. Number 2, you're okay with number 2?
We're okay with number 2 as well, in Mr. Councillor Cressy's letter, should the committee see that
That's
as,
the one that says the variance shall not come into effect until the time the city council has removed the building at 255 from the local permit parking zone 5A. So that means that people in that building cannot apply for a street parking.
that is we would be okay without that condition, but I realize that that's a condition that would satisfy some of the concerns raised. So my clients and the applicants are okay with that condition, should the committee choose to put that forward.
Do we have the authority for that condition? It's awkward.
You, Mr. Chair, you're granting a decision that has a 20-day appeal period, and then there's a hold on being able to do anything about that. And I don't know that,
Well,
I
why
don't
don't
know
we,
that
instead
council
of wording it
can-
as a condition, why don't we just, that it doesn't come into effect until it's removed from the local permit parking zone 5A, to say, make it as a true condition and just say that the property shall be removed from the,
No.
yeah, I guess so. So you,
What's the downside of not including the condition? You mentioned that the condition will address
So
concerns you've had expressed.
currently, as it stands, there's enough parking on the property to accommodate the tenants here. The concern is on a go-forward basis, some of the neighbors raised that there might be a concern for them applying for street parking if the parking spaces were filled. And so that was the concern raised by residents. With that said, it is only 4 additional vehicles beyond the 4 spots that are there. That is the minimum required parking that we're seeking.
If somebody applies from 255, they're not going to get a permit anyhow, presumably.
If there's available parking at 255, I don't imagine that they would.
And there is available parking.
There is. 2 spots are being used currently.
I'm not sure we have authority to deal with that. I think we shouldn't deal with it.
yeah, I So your client has agreed that they will agree to that, but the issue
That's
is
correct.
having it, with an
Yeah.
appeal period, having it pending that is a difficult
Yeah.
process.
The client's preference is that not be a condition, but is willing to do that in order to move forward.
Do we have a motion?
Perhaps we could just read it into the, rather than making it conditional upon that happening first and having the variance not coming into effect, to maybe put in just wording that that you've advised the committee that you will be applying to have that property removed as requested by the councillor. So it's not a true condition, but at least it's in the record. Okay? Okay, so if there's no further questions, that would be my motion. To approve the application, I already mentioned that, subject to condition 1A in Councillor Cressy's letter, and just the wording in the decision that the applicant has stated that? You're shaking your head no. We can't do that either. Okay, so I'll revise just condition 1A.
Second the motion?
All in favor? Have your approval.
Thank you very much.
Now we go to number 12. Number 12 is 19 Claude Avenue. Purpose of this application is to convert the basement of the two-story semi-detached dwelling into a residential unit and to construct a front basement walkout, a one-story front addition, a two-story rear addition with a second-story balcony, and to reconstruct a rear yard ancillary building, that is a workshop. And before us, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from planning and right-of-way management, 10 form letters in support. Your name, sir?
My name's Ron Isaac.
Yes.
Sir, have you seen the letter from Community Planning recommending conditions of approval?
I have, yes.
And you're okay with those conditions?
Yep.
Thank you.
And have you seen the report from right-of-way management as well? Then there's a condition there about restoring the parking space to soft landscaping. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that.
Can I show it to you?
So restore the curb cut and take out the obsolete driveway.
Put in soft landscape.
Yeah.
At your client's expense.
Okay, I had not seen that.
Do you have any objection to that? The usual condition, it's not.
So my only objection, well, my only question regarding that item would be, it would eliminate the possibility of having off-street parking in the future to apply for a license for off-street parking.
For a front parking pad?
Correct, yes.
Correct.
So I would like
You
to
don't
have,
want that.
I would like to have that option available. Would it be permitted at any time in the future?
Through.
And change the bylaw.
No.
Can't predict.
It's under the municipal code that front yard parking is prohibited in some wards, and it's not likely that that's going to be overturned.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the application. I think it meets the four tests, and my motion is conditional upon the 3 planning conditions and the 1 condition from right-of-way management.
We have a second?
I'll second that motion.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Thank you.
Number 13, 62 Metcalfe Street.
Yeah, we gave those two.
I did those, yeah. It's conditional on that.
Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition over the existing first story. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, staff report from tree protection, urban forestry, and 9 form letters in support. Your name, sir?
My name is Jonathan Hatch. I'm the agent for the owners at 62 Metcalfe. The application before you is to add a second-story addition on the existing footprint. You'll see from the photo up on the screen that opening on the left-hand side is what this application is all about. It's about enclosing that little section of second floor. The application has 2 variances under the new and 3 under the old bylaw. You can see the roof line creates water issues and the stucco integrity has fallen apart. This application would rejuvenate the rear of the house and rejuvenate the property. Since the application is at the rear, I would say it has minimal impact to the streetscape. In our research, we found applications on Metcalfe between 1.58 in terms of SI to 1.23. You can see we fall in between that. The canopy, again, is over top of that existing door that you see there where most of the water damage is. So variances 2 and 2 under the old bylaw are in relation to the rear yard setback for that. And as well as there's a final bylaw for the same setback of the second floor level, but rebuilt. And it all has to do with the limited rear yard setback in this lot's case.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this to be a reasonable application, and I note that there is support as well from the 2 adjacent owners at number 58 and number 66. Unless my colleagues think otherwise, I would like to move approval of the application.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Urban forestry number 1.
Oh, pardon me, with conditional upon urban forestry number 1. My apologies, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 14, 15 Shooter and 178 Victoria Street. The purpose of this application is to alter the historic Massey Hall concert venue by constructing an 8-story rear addition with passerelles along the east and west elevations of the building. Before us, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from engineering and heritage.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Your name, please?
Cynthia McDougall. I'm here on behalf of
Right.
Massey Hall, and I'm just going to approach you with a rendering that so you can see the passerelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We all now know what a passerelle is, by the way.
Well, I have to say, I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm very proud to be acting for Massey Hall, and I was very much involved in the approvals for the heritage restoration. So, and the fabulous architects are also represented here, KPMB, and the fine work of Marianne McKenna. So what you can see is a glass passerelle that will provide for movement around the hall, and there's actually a small addition. But this is a perfect example of when you're actually in the trenches drafting bylaws, how you wish the city staff would be a little more flexible. So I'm here for a tiny, tiny minor variance to allow for the passerelle to be a little higher. And the reason is that if you look at how it actually meets the roof line, it'll actually provide for a better structural relationship because we're not affecting the inside heritage of Massey Hall. And if you've been in there, there's chicken wire and plaster falling down. As a side note, totally unrelated, all those wonderful, beautiful windows which are covered if you're in the hall were actually going to be exposed. So my submissions are we meet the 4 tests. I can give you more detail. And the only thing I can also say is the condition that's there. We don't oppose the condition, but as a lawyer, I would say to you, in fact, it's unnecessary because, of course, you have to get a heritage permit. We have a heritage easement agreement. Right. And, but there seems to be a desire by various folks to always put conditions forward on a variety of applications that are before you, I've noted today. So with those submissions, I would appreciate if you would support the application. And
Are these passerelles for people to come out onto them?
they are to allow for passage from the front to the back because for circulation space. Because if you've been to Massey, there are very few washrooms and they tend to be down in the basement and the hallways gets clogged. So there's going to be new facilities to the rear, because one of the things that happened in terms of this approval process, the Section 37 benefit for Maud, which is the development on Yonge Street, actually provided for a conveyance of a rear portion of that property to Massey Hall, and you can see that tower addition to the rear. And so there's going to be new space for circulation, for washrooms, for meeting, for venue space, because Massey Hall is very underserviced as it comes to that additional space to serve the patrons. So those passerelles will in fact allow for that flow, which is actually quite wonderful in terms of its restoration.
There's no further questions. I would be pleased to move approval of this very minor variance and this very beautiful restoration, subject to the heritage condition.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to second it. I think this is a very sensitive response to a actually challenging and difficult problem. It looks simple, but it's not, and I'm pleased to second the motion.
And I'm pleased to call for a vote. All in favor? You have your approval.
Thank you.
You didn't put heritage in as a condition, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Number 15, 85, and 1661 Hanna Avenue. And the purpose of this application for 85 is to alter the existing office retail building by adding a fourth restaurant with an outdoor patio. Minor variance decisions permitted 2 and 3 restaurants on the main floor of the building. We have before us material submitted by the applicant with respect to 61 Hanna. The purpose of that application is to alter the existing 1-story retail building by adding 2 restaurants with a combined area of 272.7 square meters. And we have before us on that application material submitted by the applicant and correspondence from Heritage Preservation. Yes, sir.
My name's Joshua Butcher. I'm a planner with Bosfield, and I act as the agent to First Capital Realty, who's the owner of the 2 properties, who is looking to increase their leasing flexibility to accommodate some additional restaurant uses on the ground floor of these commercial buildings only. There's no physical exterior change to the envelope or additional GFA being requested.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
No.
All right, do we have a motion? Perhaps we should
Do with them separately? Okay.
Yes.
do 2 motions.
Prudent.
Okay, for item number 1585 Hanna, to grant the variance for both under the old bylaw, 4 restaurants in the building, and the restaurant uses having a gross floor area of 929.3 square meters. I would move approval with no condition.
Second the motion.
All in favor? You have your approval for 85. And with respect to 61?
Yeah, to add 2 restaurants with a combined area of 272.7 square meters, and to allow 2 restaurants rather than 1, I would move approval again with no conditions.
Second the motion.
All
Thank
in
you.
favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Get back to item number 2? No,
All right. Now we go back to
item 2.
number 2, 52 Boswell Avenue. Right, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3-story front and rear addition.
If the neighbors on Boswell could
Yeah.
please come up and sit on the front row here.
To alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3-story front and rear addition, a 2-tiered rooftop terrace, and an integral garage incorporating a car lift to the basement level. We have before us in this application material submitted by the applicant, comments from planning, urban forestry, and heritage, a letter requesting deferral from Councillor Cressy, correspondence and concern from 49 Boswell, and opposition from 3359 Boswell, 73 Tranby, 27 Boswell, 29 Boswell, 36 and 46 Boswell, and on it goes. And then, in addition to that, 16 form letters in opposition. Oh, you got a uphill
I've got a full plate, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Might I ask, even before you introduce yourself, there are three issues that aren't clear in your application. I'm wondering when you make your presentation if you could clarify them.
I'd appreciate the guidance.
Terracotta fins proposed on the front of the building, and then they're not proposed. It's not clear whether they're part of the application or not. There are references from the planning department to drawings dated or submitted on August the 18th September the 7th. And Heritage would like conditions attached to drawings of August the 18th. How do those drawings change? Are they the same drawings or are they different? Thank you.
So, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Eileen Costello. I'm a solicitor at Aird & Burles. I'm here on behalf of Thomas and Colette Barber, who are the owners of 52 Boswell. And thank you very much to the committee member for his guidance. You will have on file staff reports from City Planning and Heritage Preservation Services supporting the application, which is before you, on condition. And the report answered the first question from the committee. The report from Heritage Preservation Services includes the plans that they are supporting. And those plans are plans dated, the August plans, which the committee member just referenced. They are attached to the staff report, which the committee received. Now, we have been working with Heritage Preservation Services since February of this year. We went in and met with Heritage Preservation Services before we filed our application and received an indication that they were in support of the contemporary design. The file was then lost and was then transferred to no less than 3 different planners in Heritage Preservation Services. When they finally found our file, they then had comments. So we've been working with them over the summer and only received their sign-off, members of the committee, when you received their report. So I apologize for the late change, but it was really in the hands of planning and heritage staff. The substantive change, to answer the questions with respect to the fins and the change, is that the front facade has been changed. And the way in which the front facade will now read is, if I can just go to the photograph, what you see above you today is the home that's there today. That's the existing home. It's 3 stories. It has a reverse slope drive and a below grade garage. So that's the house. This is the proposal. I'd challenge the committee to pick out the new building. So the substantive changes are that the plans which are now on file with the committee, the August plans, are the ones which our client has committed to building. They substantially change, as the committee will see, the front facade. We are now doing a very typical Georgian type facade. It will be rendered in brick. As a result, there are no architectural expressions with respect to the fins. The key other change with respect to the application, which is before you, and it was referenced in the city planning report, is that the height of this building is actually within the bylaw allowance. The variance which is before you identifies a height variance. There is no height variance for this proposal. The existing height of the building is 11.84 meters, which is below the 12-meter requirement, and that remains unchanged with this proposal. So what's before you is an existing 3-story home with a reverse slope drive and a below grade garage. What we are proposing is a roughly 3.3 meter addition to the front and back. No change to the sidewall condition, no change to the height, and we are removing the front drive and replacing it with a car lift. Now, the car lift was a matter of some discussion and review with City Planning and Heritage Preservation Services, and both are supportive of that approach, and I'll tell you why. The existing drive, as you would have seen from the photograph, renders the front of the home essentially a driveway. That's all there is because it's such a narrow lot. Today, the existing front yard landscaping is almost less than 22%. It's a driveway. The proposal, although there is a variance for front yard, will bring it up to 67%. So we're almost at the 70 that is proposed, that is required under the bylaw. Moreover, we've committed, and you'll see the condition from Heritage Services, Services to work with them with a landscape plan as part of our heritage permit, which we have to get because we're in the HCD, to articulate and design that front yard in a way that brings this property really back to what it should be to reflect what's going on the rest of the street. So those are really the two big moves. And what I wanted to do was address what I understand to be some of the concerns with respect to the neighbors.
May I ask you,
Please.
before you proceed to deal with the neighbors' concerns, is there any change in the variances?
Yes, so I'll go through those with the committee. So as a result of the change, the variance number 1, which relates to building height, that indicates 12.94 meters. That's no longer required because the actual height of the building is 11.84. There is a condition from planning which asks us to commence construction substantially in accordance with the elevation plans to confirm that, and we have no difficulty with that condition. So that condition will go away. The remainder of the variances will stay. I would observe for the committee that the side yard variances, that's, as I indicated again, that's an existing condition, and so those variances, they exist today, and those are going to stay today. The variance, while we're there, Mr. Chairman, the variance with respect to height of all main exterior walls, again, there's a reference to that variance, and I want to just take the committee to that to show you. So if the committee can see, this is a side elevation of the proposed building with the additions on the front and the back. That's my total building height of 11.84 meters under the 12 meters. This is the vast majority of the height of the side walls, which is actually 10.25 meters. The sidewall variance was taken to the top of the clear story, to the top of this monitor, right here. But for the majority of the building, we're actually at 10.25. And I think that's why city planning wanted to tie this to the plans, because the addition is actually quite small. And then finally, I wanted to allay for the committee, you might have a question about the rooftop terrace, and I wanted to just show you the roof plan if I may. So what you see on the rooftop terrace are gardens on either side on the roof level below, which prevents overlook and prevents invasion of privacy either onto the front yards or the rear yards of the neighbors. City planning specifically commented on this on this treatment quite positively in their planning report. There was a discussion about whether there could be screening on the roof terrace itself. I don't think that's necessary, frankly, because it's occurring in the middle of the building, and where you would have the overlook, which is on the yards, there's green space to prevent that from occurring. But I offer that to the committee in the event that the committee thought that was something which was important.
Ms. Costello, you're over your time, but I just wanted to know what the neighbors were aware of, because I certainly wasn't aware of this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very different application.
And I appreciate the opportunity to make that comment. As soon as we received clearance from Heritage Preservation Services last week, we compiled an application which included the new set of plans, which included the Heritage Preservation Services report, and we hand-delivered that to everyone within the committee's circulation area. So everyone got that on Friday afternoon. Or at least it was delivered on Friday afternoon. I don't want to make assumptions as to when it was reviewed. And I think it's important to note, Mr. Chairman, that one of the letters you received in opposition was from Ms. Catherine Naismith, who's a heritage architect of some renown in this city. She originally wrote on behalf of 3 of the neighbors at 40, 42, and 44, and you have that letter of opposition. The committee received this morning correspondence from Ms. Naismith indicating now that she has seen the new plan, she and her clients no longer oppose this. So Ms. Naismith was able to use the time that we gave them over the weekend to review the plans and indicate that her objection should be withdrawn. And it was our hope, and we made the offer to any of the neighbors who received the package to contact us over the weekend or in the last few days to discuss this. I had the chance to explain the changes to some of the folks here, but unfortunately, you know, the change was really as a result of finally receiving clearance from Heritage Preservation Services. So I apologize for that. We did the best we could in the circumstances.
If I might clarify, if we get to a position where we're referencing drawings, we still do have a problem with the drawings. The drawings that are attached to the heritage report are by the architect's designation, the architect's Pharaoh, I believe. They are October the 16th, 2018, but they're stamped as being received September the 20th of 2018. The planning report talks about drawings that were received by us, Committee of Adjustment, on September the 7th, 2018. So you'll appreciate that we need to be sure when planning's referencing a drawing that we know which drawing they're referencing. Is it gone? Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. McLeod, I
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that the planning condition referencing those plans is no longer required because variance number 1 was removed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the confusion with the plans. There is a revision date. If you look on the revision date on the plans, that's the August date.
Yes, I
And
know,
it's the
I saw
plans
that.
which are attached. If you review the Heritage Preservation Services report, they made the effort of attaching them to their report, so there was no
The
concern.
only reason I mention it, if there's any reference to plans, I think we need to reference them as the revision date because
I agree.
it's totally confusing.
I agree, and I would appreciate that clarification in the event that the committee sees fit to approve the application. And I'd finally just note that the Heritage Preservation Services conditions are all acceptable to my client as well. We, of course, will need to go through a heritage permit process and go through that detailed review with Heritage Preservation Services, file an application, go to the Toronto Preservation Board, but we can't do that until the built form variances are secured.
So perhaps we could hear.
My thanks to the
One,
committee.
quick question for Ms. Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
When you mentioned it's a pretty modest addition, it looks like you're 22 square meters over the one times coverage of 324 to 346. What is it currently? Is it currently?
It's currently about 0.80, I believe, Mr. Chairman. I can confirm that with the architect and respond to you on that.
Anyway, you're only 22 meters.
It results in a 22 square meter increase,
Yep.
and it's predominantly, as I indicated, it's not an increase in height or an additional floor. We're doing a front and a rear addition. I reviewed the committee's approvals for Boswell and for Tranby, and there's comparable building lengths and FSIs that actually reach as high as 1.35 and 1.6. So we're certainly within the range of what this committee saw fit to approve as late as this year. Thank you very much.
Do we have a spokesperson for it? Come forward, please.
Good afternoon, Committee of Adjustment, Mr. Chairman. My name is Victoria Foley. I represent myself and my husband, Paul Fredericks, owners of 50 Boswell. In addition, a number of the opposed letters that you have received that are not with us today, as well as the Annex Residents Association, the Zoning and Planning, and the Heritage Committees, who have both supported on the AIC site that they are in opposition to this particular application.
All right, have you had an opportunity to review the new plans?
The new plans did arrive, as council from Aaron Burles had commented on Friday afternoon. Some people did not receive them living in the neighborhood and being here. A number of people that maybe were away have not had a chance to see them. I think there have been comments made about the due process or the lack thereof with the first set of drawings. There was no previous discussion on the street. The public notice came, and then the other drawings came. So unless you were really paying attention or happened to be home, you might not have seen these most recent drawings. But we have seen them ourselves.
All right, can we have your opposition to the new drawings then?
The opposition to the new drawings falls in a couple of points. Aaron Burles said that the height is now no longer an issue. However, we would like to bring attention to the clear story monitor and the glass that goes around on the roof. And note just from, thank you for the photograph, but just to note that I think you will see, in keeping with the Annex Heritage Conservation District guidelines and standards, that most terraces fall within the backyards and not directly on the top roof of these buildings and dwellings in the HCD. And as a result, the privacy will be compromised at a 360-degree view by having that monitor deck above. Not to mention, we will see a contemporary clear glass and railing above the photograph that is there. The other thing that is not accurate in that photo leads us, I think, really to opposition on zoning bylaw number 3, which is around the depth. The zoning bylaw number 2 has to do with a grandfathered width clause, which I think they're building front and rear increased depth to the existing. So I don't think there's much that can be done about that particular variance. So with number 3, we're looking at an increase of, I think, over 25%, which is not a minor variance, it's a major variance. The existing dwelling right now is 14.69 meters, and the zoning bylaw is 17 meters. And they're looking to increase the front elevation, or sorry, the front will come forward 3.62 meters, which is pretty close to 12 feet, which means that if you look at the photograph that is there, you will see that the front facade of 50 Boswell will now come south of number 52 Boswell will now come south further than 50 Boswell and possibly just in alignment with 54 Boswell. The back will come another 12 meters, 12 feet, 3.62 meters back, which will in fact, if we look at it, be the 25% increase in the area. It will also create, if we look at the Heritage Conservation District with regards to building form and massing, it will be in excess of depth and height to any of the others that are immediately in the surrounding area. So it will not be sympathetic to the existing buildings on Boswell. It's worth bringing note to the people that are immediately east and west of 50 Boswell, who in the last 36 months have come to the city or undertaken millions of dollars worth of renovations, and they have in fact honored the HCD guidelines and standards, and they have not gone in excessive or asked for variance depth approval, and therefore this would be an erroneous precedent to be set. I think it's worth noting also that 50 Boswell, 52, and 48 and 46 are extremely deep lots. They do not actually reflect the majority of the streets on Boswell. The land square area foot increase requested is in fact going to take this area to be much, much larger as a dwelling than any of the other houses on the street. So what we have noted is that the increased depth exceeds the rear house and the front of the house, in keeping with adjacent houses, which becomes invasive in scale, creating a lack of privacy and appropriateness sympathetic with the houses on the street. The front and the back will now create opportunities to deny light to the people in the backyards immediately east and west, and it will in fact create now a structure beyond anybody else's backyard. At present, they exceed the backyards on Boswell are within less than 24 inches of their present dwelling. So to come out another 3.62 meters, they will be by far the deepest home or structure on Boswell.
You're over your time. Have you concluded your remarks?
I think that's probably the most substantial comment that we have about the depth, which we look to have it refused, and there are other people that will talk to the other bylaws.
All right, thank you. Or any other person wants to come forward?
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is David Young. I live at 18 Boswell, which is a little further east of the subject property, but I'm representing really many of the objectors, and specifically two who couldn't be here today but live in the immediate vicinity, one right across the street. I want to address the rather unusual function of an elevator for a car in the front yard. This is what's being proposed, which means in place of the sloping driveway, and this is variance request 6 and 7 on the list. Both the and really the increase, the requested increase is 475% greater than the existing bylaw permission for such a device. So it's major in our view. But the main concern we've got with this elevator and the excavation required for the elevator, together with the excavation required for the extended portion of the property, the depth of the property, is that there are serious hydrology issues in this area of Boswell Avenue. And the photograph that we've got up is an example of one of, I think it's 6 or 8 houses to the west of the subject property, all of which have sump pumps. And if you look on that screen, that little pipe to the right is the sump pump pipe. We walk by when it's raining or any sort of moisture, and there's a gusher coming out. Some properties actually have a problem with in the winter when that water is coming out and it's creating an ice cover on the sidewalk. The excavation that is being required or requested for this elevator, together with the backyard elevation, we have concern not only for the property itself, which we think is totally out of line given the hydrology risks in the neighborhood, but with the potential impact of neighboring properties, all of whom are impacted with, we don't know, and really the point related to these requests are that we understand, we had a conversation with the architect before, there's been no hydrology testing. They will go to the Public Works and have some discussion, but right now they're being asked to approve 2 variances, both of which can impact. And I'd like to just put up another picture, which is frankly the most dramatic evidence of this on the street. That is the corner property, and there's actually 2 sump pump drains, and they haven't resolved how they're going to deal with it. The property's still under construction, really completing, but this long caterpillar of a pipe is one of their 2 sump pumps. The other is up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. You can just see it comes out, but it also has a big long caterpillar hose like that. So the concerns we've got are they're requesting this variance, which we believe is not a minor variance. I frankly have never ever seen this mechanical proposal I mean, maybe it exists in commercial situations. I've never seen it in a residential situation on a street where there are some major hydrology issues. Right. There's been no testing, and it's a risk to the neighborhood as a whole, as well as the property. And I will leave these.
I'd ask you a question, because and I think that's mirrored in the planning report, where normally the removal of below-grade garage is considered a positive step, and you have issues related to the below-grade garage in its current form,
right?
Flooding, and the city is really happy when people remove below-grade garages, as our neighbors, because it creates potential risk or hazard of cars coming up out of the driveway. Yep. So, and I think there was a condition that they're asking, because of your issue, is that there's a condition that when it's not in use, it's to remain closed. So isn't it an amelioration of the existing situation?
No, I don't think so.
The below grade?
I don't think so, sir. There will be, well, there will be more undergrade excavation. I'm assuming the whole property will be, including the elevator cavity, will be excavated. That's, I haven't calculated it, but that will be a significant addition to the global undergrade excavation that will, relative to what's there today.
Because if I read from the report, it says the removal of below-grade driveways and associated garages are encouraged throughout the city to improve stormwater and drainage issues. The applicant is proposing to install a car lift system, and it's intended to look like a parking pad being flush with the surrounding front yard. In order to prevent the car lift system from functioning as a front yard carport when elevated, staff are requesting that a condition be put in place so the lift remains closed when not in use. which is to maintain. So I think, I'm just asking you,
Well,
your neighbor,
I'm not,
if you think that's an
I haven't
iteration.
looked at the actual
Yeah.
sizes, but the elevator's got to require some mechanical cavity in the bottom of it.
But
To
the
me,
city seems to be saying that it's an improvement of the.
it's an improvement to take it up ground, but they're not taking it up ground. They're at least digging a larger cavity to accommodate this lift.
Okay.
And so, I really marry this to the, I'm not speaking to the depth, but, well, I will speak to one point on the depth, but the hydrology issue is the whole property is going to now be at this low grade. What's the addition? We haven't calculated it. But totally apart from that, if I can just contribute on the counsel for the applicant has said this is consistent with other properties on the street. Well, there are a few to the east, a few that have large and obviously, well, whatever, they may be grandfathered. I wasn't aware of this. There are none in this area, apart from the visibility issue. They haven't impacted, they haven't faced this, digging out this massive, and as Victoria's pointed out, there's a very select number of yards that are very deep. It's just a sort of idiosyncrasy of the development of the area. So to look down the street and say this is normal, which we don't think if the street went like this, what would you have? Sort of a facade of heritage with apartment buildings in behind. But it just isn't relevant for this end of the street. And I would say underline that for the hydrology issue and frankly the neighborhood issue as well.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak? All right, Ms. Costello.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman.
You mentioned that Ms. Naismith had withdrawn her opposition. I do not have that withdrawal.
It was filed this morning with the committee, and
We've been meeting all day, so you can't file something.
I didn't file it, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Naismith did. I'm happy to pull it up on my phone and show you that.
Point is, if you want to rely on it, we don't have it.
No, that's fair. My point, I was trying to answer the question about whether members of the community had an opportunity to review the package which was circulated on Friday. And I was trying to provide you with an example of the fact that Ms. Naismith has reviewed it and consulted with her clients at 40, 42, and 44, and filed a letter withdrawing her objection. She corresponded with Daniel from the Committee of Adjustment, and he confirmed that. So that's there, and I was just giving you that as an example. I wanted to address the three comments that I heard. With respect to the hydrology, Mr. Chairman, I was putting up the extract from the planning report, which Mr. Clark helpfully read aloud. Planning staff specifically turned their mind to the fact that this car lift is being introduced, and they do see this as a substantial improvement to the existing condition. We will, of course, have to go through the buildings department and obtain a building permit, and the issues with respect to stormwater and groundwater runoff will have to be addressed. This is an improvement over the existing driveway configuration, and staff have confirmed that. And I wanted to just clarify the photos that were shown, just in case those were not of my client's property, just in case that's a misunderstanding. With respect to
just to clarify that, even if we approve these two variances with respect to the lift, that doesn't mean you're going to get it.
Of course not. I'm going to need to go through buildings, and I'm also going to need to finalize my review with Heritage Preservation Services. I can't do that, though, as the committee will appreciate, until I have a fixed proposal. With respect to the height, there was comment with respect to the rooftop again and the contemporary railing. Again, Heritage Preservation Services have addressed that in their report. That's the kind of detailed review we're happy to do on a review with Heritage Preservation Services. It's not a variance before this committee. And what I thought was interesting was, again, in the staff report, they observe in the first paragraph that staff visited the site and the surrounding area, and that several dwellings on this street contain rooftop terraces that are accessed by front or rear of the dwellings. So I appreciate the neighbors' comments. Those don't match with what planning staff found on the site. With respect to the depth, I do think it's incredible and important for the committee to understand that this is an extra deep lot. And that's why, in my respectful submission, a depth variance is appropriate, because if you can demonstrate a depth variance without triggering a rear yard setback, and without triggering any variances to front yard landscaping, it means you are not impinging on the private amenity space in the rear yard. And again, as the elevations which are on file with the committee show, there are no windows, there are no issues with respect to overlook, and that is why city planning has asked us to be tied to those plans, which we're happy to do. Finally, there's a number of comments with respect to the Heritage Conservation District and its guidelines. I'd simply observe the district is silent on rear yards. It actually speaks only to the front and to the landscaped and to the front yard street character, and Heritage Preservation Services has not indicated a concern with that. You don't have an objection from them, and we're happy to work with them through the permit process. So I'm mindful that we've taken up a lot of your time. Unless the committee has any other questions, those are my submissions.
So I didn't hear any, at least I don't think I heard complaints. I heard complaints from the neighbor that this was too deep and it was out of line, but I didn't hear complaints about sunlight and shadows.
Well, I think in fairness, the neighbor at 50 who's has done that. You know, we've reviewed this with city planning in some detail. They don't have a concern. We certainly don't have a concern, and it's because of those deep lots and the fact that they provide an excessive amount of outdoor amenity space. So you know, there's no concern that's been raised in our review or in the review by city planning.
Thank you.
My thanks to the committee for their time.
Further questions? No, I'm sorry. We're now in committee.
She did mention.
Thank you.
She did mention, and I note that she did mention issues of impacted by the depth on the impact on the other houses.
Any further questions?
Nope.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Carl? Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion on this application. Having heard from very good presentations from both the neighbors and a counsel for the applicant, I'm convinced that this is appropriate development. I think the variances are relatively minor in terms of we're looking at 22 square meters over and above the requirement for floor space index. Obviously, this is a deeper lot, and that impacts, but Ms. Costello says that it entitles them to build more. Heritage Preservation Services would be subject to their condition, as well as the planning condition, both that it be built substantially in accordance with the plans, and I guess we have to clarify what the dates they received. Is it September the 7th, or are we now looking at?
I think the way to refer to it is the way that it's referred in the Heritage, that the drawings by Farrell Partners dated August the 16th, 2018, because they are dated by the architect.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nipfel. And as obviously, as well as the condition about the lift, I see the lift as being an improvement over the below-grade driveway. And as we stated, the hydrology concerns will be dealt with for the applicant's own benefit as well as for the neighbors. So it's not a fait accompli. We're just giving the approval for this. And I personally see it as an improvement. I also don't see any issue with the rooftop deck. I believe there is sufficient screening. So that would be my motion. I believe there's also urban forestry conditions that we didn't speak about in all the other things we're dealing with. So urban forestry conditions 1 and 2. And that would be my motion.
Seconder? Second the motion. All right. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 3.
3 from Heritage. I can have the
758 Crawford Street. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling with 2 units by constructing a front basement walkout, a covered front porch, a front second-story balcony, and a third-story addition with front and rear balconies. Before us, we have material submitted by the applicant. Have the neighbors all come forward to sit up here?
Yeah, there's just one neighbor.
Just, you're the only opposition? All right, thank you. All right, may we have your name, madam?
My name is Heidi Evangelista. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 758 Crawford. We have taken an opportunity to meet with the owners, or sorry, the neighbors of 758, and we have come to an agreement. The concern was relating to something that is not a minor variance. But we have come to an agreement, and we are going to scale back the terrace in the rear yard. So they are now in agreement with our application, have always been in agreement with the application. Now that we've come to that understanding, everybody's on the same page and happy to
Do any
move
of your
forward.
variances change?
No. No variances have changed.
Where is the change reflected? Is it reflected on a drawing?
No, it's because it's not a variance. The understanding that we have come to on an amicable basis, and it's between the owners and the designers here. It has no bearing on any of the variances that are in front of you. It never was a variance.
And it doesn't reflect, it isn't
Absolutely.
reflected on any of the drawings?
Absolutely not. Because it's not a variance.
No, but still.
Oh, I see.
Terrace, right?
Yes.
So it somehow.
But it's an undersized terrace, and we've.
Which drawing is it on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not asking to be built.
I wasn't.
in accordance, right?
Yeah, sorry, it's the third floor. It's the terrace. It's a terrace off of the third floor. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Tell us what drawing.
So if you look on the third floor.
A6, drawing A6.
Yeah, just.
How big is the terrace? Yeah, but
The rear platform terrace or
Yes,
it's
it's
the rear?
rear platform
So it
terrace.
says here it's 10.5 by 7 feet.
Right. So
Anyway, we're not tying this to plans in any event. It's not going to be built substantially.
and as I mentioned, the terrace is not a variance.
Okay.
So that was the terrace that was in question, which we've now come to an understanding and an agreement. And also regarding the fence, which we will also be looking into.
Okay, perhaps we should just have the neighbor come up to the podium and identify himself and state that he has no further concerns with the variances, because we're here to deal with variances. So I'm a little less concerned with.
My name is Gurik Bal.
Yes.
I'm the owner of 756 Crawford Street, and we have come to an agreement with the folks, and so we don't have any problem from now.
is your understanding that your agreement is going to be enforced by somebody? Or are you satisfied that it's an agreement between the two of you?
I think I'm taking their word as a goodwill, that they will take care of it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, having said that, I'll move approval of the application with no conditions.
Second the motion.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 4, 96 Lankin Boulevard. Mr. Metcalfe will be recusing himself. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a finished basement and an integral garage. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, opposition from 102 and 98 Lankin Boulevard.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Rubinoff. I'm the agent for the owner in this file. I wanted to just give you a little bit of background. The public hearing notice was generated based on a review back in February. In March, the OMB made some rulings to eliminate some of the variances under the old bylaw. So without changing the plans, some of the variances are no longer in effect. So I wanted to.
All right, please tell us which ones those are.
So variance number 2 is eliminated under the 1020 or 10.5. Variance number 2 under the new bylaw. Variance number 1 under the old bylaw. Variance number 2 under the old bylaw. Variance number 4, 5, and 6 under the old bylaw. The FSI is covered under the new bylaw. It's FSI
Has the new bylaw been proclaimed? Is it?
So variance number 6 is under the new
Just go back,
bylaw.
I lost track. So variance number 1 of the old bylaw, variance number 2 of the old bylaw?
Yes, variance number 4, 5, and 6 of the old bylaw.
Oh, okay.
So the only remaining bylaw under the old bylaw is variance number 3 related to building height.
And variance number 2 on the
Variance number
new
2 under the new
bylaw
bylaw.
is gone.
That's correct. So this is no change to the plans. This is just an update of the variances, the review. The zoning examiner just provided me with an updated review.
So why is variance number 2 under the
That
bylaw?
that was eliminated when they went back to the when they went back to the committee. It's no longer in effect.
Okay.
When they went back to the OMB with that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Number 2 under the new bylaws no longer. So that, having said all that, I had a nice sit down with the immediate neighbors at 98, and there were concerns expressed with regards to the location of the entrance, the porch, and the garage, mostly because of the access for the garage to the rear yard. So one of the things that we proposed to them was to flip the house. It generates no additional variances. It doesn't affect the variances. But what it does do is take the porch away from where their driveway is and puts it on the other side.
So just got a question then. If we're making that change, what about the neighbor at 94? Do we know that maybe they're going to be unhappy with this change, which has not been circulated?
The neighbor at 94, first of all, the variances don't change, but the neighbor at 94 was approached prior to the hearing.
Yeah, but do they think that the entrance is on the other side, closer to 98, and now
Well, that's current, to point out, that's where the current entrance is for the existing house, right?
Where? On the other side?
On the other side. So we're putting it back to where the entrance was.
Okay, I get it, but all I'm just saying, in fairness to the people who may not be here, if you're making this concession, we don't know that 94 are not going to be very upset with that. Because they didn't object to the variances and doesn't change the variances.
Right.
They were still, most neighbors, they want to look at it, and when they saw it, maybe, we can't read their mind. We don't know if they were happy because the entrance was on this side and not on the side where it is currently under the old house that's being demolished here.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking you, how do we deal with that situation?
I mean, in this case, what I would do, if the committee were to proceed with this, would be approaching, we've already agreed with the neighbors that I will be submitting a revised site plan to illustrate this to the committee, and we will be approaching both neighbors on either side to sign off on it as a way of just ensuring that it's there.
And what happens if they don't? Then we've given you an approval, and they have an appeal period.
There's an appeal period of
procedural
21 days.
unfairness to that neighbor. I'm just,
Yeah.
So it's, these people are 94?
These are 98.
98?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 94.
So why are they objecting to, does it interfere with their driveway?
It's about the driveway, about the potential impact and a fence and.
So 94 doesn't have a common driveway?
That's right, which is why it's less impact for them.
These people do have a common.
Yes.
So there's no longer going to be a common driveway, and there's not going to be a common driveway with 94. 94's is on the other side? All I'm just saying is 94, I don't know who they are, but is it fair to impose this?
My client
on
knows
them?
94 quite well, and I know that he will present to them what was changed, but the reality is where the porch is right now will remain in the same place for 94. 96 porch, where it is currently in the older house, will be where it is on the new house. So that situation is not going to change for them. And the impact and the mass.
I understand that. Yeah. But notwithstanding that the impact's not going to change, maybe they were happy to see that it was moving over to the other side, and that's why they didn't object to maybe some other things. I'm just, you make a change like this at the last minute, and I understand why you're approaching.
We're trying to accommodate.
Trying to appease these people who are here.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be at the detriment of the people who aren't here.
And,
Don't have knowledge of this.
The other thing, I mean, typically, if things were approved as they were presented, there usually is nothing to prevent flipping a house because the variances wouldn't have kicked in anyway. So we're just,
I understand it doesn't affect the variances.
Yeah.
Told you what my.
We are also, just with regards to the neighbors at 98, there was two other things that they requested. No door to be on the side to their driveway, which There is no door on the plan, and we've agreed to that, and also no fence on the side, because again, they want to be able to drive down. Now, these are things that we will have an agreement with them separately. It's nothing
Yeah,
to do
we
with the
can't,
committee.
yeah, we can't impose those
I
conditions.
just wanted to point it out, and I said I would mention it to you. But I will submit a revised site plan to the committee, just for the record.
Yeah, it's after the fact. Maybe we should
Just as
stand
a-
it down if you can, I don't know, get an email. You said that your client knows the neighbor very well.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned about doing that and its impact.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have had issues in the past where somebody has come to committee and then flipped a house and gone for a building permit. Permit was issued on the flipped house, it was challenged, and it was not in favor of flipping the house. So
Yeah, 'cause it's a change.
the impact is different,
There's impact
even though
being
the
shifted
variances
from
stay the same.
these fine people to their neighbors on the other side without their knowledge.
I can probably get you a revised site plan in a few minutes to illustrate this. That would,
Less concerned with the revised site plan than with finding out that the people in 94 are okay with this.
I mean,
It's not part of your submission that went
yeah.
the public notice.
Mr. Rubinoff, if you could change the plan, is there some way your client can contact 94?
Yep, no, for sure.
I'm going to be here for a while.
Perhaps we
Why
could
don't I-
hear, perhaps we could hear from the neighbor and see if they agree with your comments.
Okay,
And then,
I'll try to get in
then we
touch.
can hold it down to give you a chance to get in.
I appreciate that.
Before.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Henry Messina. I'm the owner of 98 Lankin.
Could you speak a little louder? Or
I'm the owner of 98 Lankin. My
Yes.
wife Mary is here
Mr. Messina.
as well. Mr. Messina, yes.
So you've heard what Mr. Rubinoff had said. Do you agree with?
Yes, I agree with that. But one thing I wanted to make clear, because there seemed to be, what we agreed to in the flipping of the property, we're just maintaining the consistency of the whole street. Because when the houses were put in originally, they were all offset to one way. So the 94 person is not impacted in any negative way because her front porch is offset to the left. It only would be, we brought it up because this is a one of where they suddenly flipped the other way.
You have the two porches beside each other.
Yeah,
as opposed
exactly.
to
But it cannot negatively impact, it doesn't change anything in the streetscape. And there was another neighbor that had commented on the present streetscape proposal with the inverted one. With the inverted porch.
Yeah.
But this keeps it consistent with the original builds of the 1940s on our street. And everybody's, it doesn't impact, it would impact us if suddenly we flipped over.
Okay.
So
You're saying that likely the neighbor in 94 is
yes,
not going to have
there's no concern there. And she won't notice a difference.
All right, well, maybe Mr. Rubinoff can find out or get some comment from the neighbor. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I don't know what the neighbor's going to say. So thank you, and we'll hold this down, Mr. Rubinoff.
Okay, thank you.
Can you get Carl and I'll introduce number 6? Next item is number 6, 1929 Dundas Street East. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front basement, walkout front porch, and front second-story balcony. And before us, we have material submitted by the applicant. Was there a neighbor interested in this matter?
Actually, he has left because he was satisfied by my explanation because there's some misunderstanding. He thought we're going to build the balcony in the rear yard, but we don't. So, and I believe he said to the secretary already.
Okay, so did you satisfy his concerns?
Huh?
Did you satisfy his concerns?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we have anything on this, anything from Mr. We don't have any comments from city staff or area residents. We just have submission from the applicant here. And I believe it meets the 4 tests. This is an appropriate new 3-story house being built with the front basement walkout and with the associated variances. And do you have any questions, Mr. Nipfel? Or?
No, I don't.
So I'm prepared to make a motion of approval with no conditions.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Number 7.
Number 7, 55 Farnham Avenue. Would the neighbors come forward, please? The purpose of this application is to alter the approved building permit plans for the existing 3-story dwelling by expanding the 3rd floor with a new front dormer and a rear addition. Before us, we have material submitted by the applicant and opposition from 72 Farnham. Your name, sir?
Michael Frenier, I'm the architect on the project here. Elevation on there. So we have a permit in hand, which we got in May, and we have a couple of small additional things that were not on that permit. Our permit from May had no height, had no setbacks, had no building depth, had no parking issues. It was big, but it was within the permit of what's allowed.
Okay.
So for today, we have 2 changes to make. They're both related to the 3rd floor dormers. So the front dormer there, we're changing the shape from a pitched roof dormer to a square roof dormer. That's the extent of the front roof change. So it causes a building main wall height variance because the wall is flat. The rear dormer.
Okay.
This is the page from our building permit. We're allowed to have a 40% dormer on the rear wall, even though it's set back 6.5 meters from the main wall because it's a flat section of wall. So we have a 2.6 meter wide dormer, set back 6.5. And we have changed that dormer to have a flat wall. We've moved the wall out by 3.5 meters, but it is still 3 meters back from the main wall. We spoke with Catherine Young at City Planning. She had no objections because no one can really see the 3rd floor. I'm happy to answer some more questions, but maybe it's better to give the neighbors a chance. I'll give you a little bit of neighborhood context. You have our submissions, I'm sure. So of the 6 houses near us, all of them have 3rd floor rear decks. All of them are 3 stories. 3 of the 6 are taller than us. They're all within GFAs of where we are. Height. We measured the buildings. You can see these small diagrams here on the side. Ours in the middle. So our outline is dashed, and all of the adjacent buildings are solid. So, in my opinion, we're very much in contact with all of the neighbors. Some neighbors are bigger, some neighbors are taller, some neighbors are smaller. But in terms of our list of variances, it's very short. It relates to the shape of the front dormer and the fact that the back wall is straight and has been moved back 3 meters from where.
Mr. Lefrenier, do you know what the current FSI is? You're looking to go from 0.6 permitted to 0.82.
We're at 0.69.
Okay, so you're already over.
Other
modest addition in terms of.
We're adding 29 square meters of space to the 3rd floor. And all 29 square meters are recessed 3 meters from the main wall. And unless you have a drone, very hard to see.
Did you discuss your neighbors' concerns outside today?
We've had a couple discussions. I think they're.
Are they the ones that didn't feel that they wanted to go outside?
We've had discussions in the past. They didn't want to go outside. I was more than willing to go and discuss the issues.
Hear what their issues are.
All right, so let's hear from the neighbors. Thank you. One set?
Just one set. Well, maybe you can put them on the overhead.
Yeah. Put it on the overhead.
Oh, you haven't, so we can look at this.
Okay.
Okay, so we can circulate or look together as you, you're going to be on the overhead anyway.
Mr. Chairman, Committee of Adjustment, my name is Robert Kitchen. My family and I have lived at 57 Farnham Avenue for the past 25 years. With regards to the requested variances to 55 Farnham Avenue, the following are our concerns. As far as variance number 1, we have no concerns. It's not an issue with us. The height increase of the front dormer doesn't really impact us at the front of the house. Picture number 1. With regards to variance number 2, the rear third floor, the maximum permitted height is 27 feet. They would like to go up 34 feet 5 inches, which is really to the peak of the roof. That's a difference of about 7 feet 5 inches higher and would move the outside wall to within, if you look at the laneway there, it would move the wall within 3 feet 4 inches of our house. So I could virtually stand on my third floor deck and almost touch the wall. The height from the second floor ceiling, an additional wall coming towards you is 16 feet 8 inches. And if you imagine the peak of the third floor roof, an addition on the outside wall coming towards you for 15 feet 8 1/4 inches. Picture 2, this becomes an extremely oppressive wall that towers 3 feet 4 inches away from our third floor deck. This will impact our lives by denying light. We will feel boxed in. It'll shade our garden. There will be overlook issues with their deck. And we could virtually touch this wall with our third floor deck, and it's, we feel, an invasion of our privacy.
So I guess the issue is the west side yard setback.
Yes.
Where is it? Is it being increased? Is it, that's where it is now?
It's just staying where it is
What
now.
about your east side setback? Do you have a similar situation where you're?
No, there's that's the laneway access to our backyard, so the west side would be the access to their yard.
So do you comply with the rear yard, with the side yard setback?
No, I don't.
You don't, so either does he. Life in the big city.
Yeah.
Right. So that's your concern. You have your deck. Do you have screening on this side of your deck?
Yes, I do.
And but it looks like from some of the other pictures, you also have some windows on the second floor. I guess that's your.
Yes, that was on the sunroom when we purchased it 25 years ago.
So that you feel is going to be impacted. Obviously not your third floor because you have screening anyway.
Right.
And they'll probably have screening.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we go to picture 4,
yeah,
you can see the, okay, and picture 5. You can see the original, this was the where I put the X is the original addition on the house that was there when we purchased our house 25 years ago. Since then there's been a 16-foot mudroom addition on the back that would extend to that where that exposed brick is there, that was put there, and that did not go to Committee of Adjustment, and we were always perplexed by that. And there is no setback, so we have a 16-foot wall now beside us, but it didn't expand the width of the building. In picture 6. So that's before demolition. So you can see the mudroom they put on. It did not extend the width of the building, and it is flush with the sidewall on our laneway.
So, sir, I want to be clear. We're dealing with variances related to the third floor.
Yes.
Which triggers some.
It triggers the rest of them as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. But the other part is the addition aside from the extension of the dormers.
Right. The next one is the variance number 3, which is the increase in floor space index.
You have a problem with that?
I do, because it relates to the third floor.
They're adding 29 square meters, that's on the third floor.
Yes.
Do you know what your FSI is on your house?
The, I'm sorry? It's the original house, so we haven't put any additions on it.
So your rooftop deck was already there when you bought the house?
It was.
years
It
ago?
was. We've replaced the decking, but it was there.
Okay, thank you.
The original house, the house 55 was originally 30 feet 8 inches deep. There was a 10-foot addition put on before we moved in, which is the addition you see at the back there. And then there was a third addition put in August 2011. It was another 16 feet in depth for this mudroom. There was no, it did not go to committee, and I don't remember seeing any permit for this.
We have the permit.
You do have the permit?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. No variances for the mud.
So, and the mudroom was not set back at all. It was parallel to the yard.
You're over your time, sir. Could you wrap up, please?
Okay. So this 16-foot wall, mudroom wall, is going to go straight up beside us. That's the first floor. It'll go up another 2 stories and box us in. But the third floor, we feel that because they've gone full width now with this renovation, that it's increased the density of this whole project astronomically, and to ask for more space on the third floor seems like a little bit of overkill, and it does impact us.
All right, thank you. The applicant, please.
I'd like to put up 2 different images at the same time of the proposed third floor and the third floor for which we have a building permit. I have the building permit here. You're welcome to have a copy if you want to take a look at it. That's the building permit right there. I've added just now in that black dotted line what we've added. So the entire rear addition was done within the bylaw with no variances. We're only talking about that little trapezoid piece at the top. If the additional setback of that trapezoid piece was such a big deal that we could push it back 6 inches, we could push it back 6 inches. Makes it difficult to build, much easier to build it as a straight line, especially considering you don't expect to have any access to the neighbor's property to build it. So we're going to be prefabbing it and dropping it that way. So my strong preference is to keep that piece in the line. I can put our permanent, our application in right beside us. You'll see the proportions are the same.
Can you apply the neighbor's deck to the last drawing, the one that you just had on?
The neighbor's deck is right here. Yes, the neighbor's deck is pulled in. There's no doubt about it. I'd rather give you the actual handout because it has the context of all the neighbors on it rather than put it up there. It doesn't zoom in quite well enough. So this is our deck. These are the 2 decks to the north. These are the 2 decks to the south. Their deck is recessed. So within the context of the street, this is the outlier. Right. Every other property has a small deck, a third floor with a dormer. Every one of the dormers has more than 40% of glass. What we're here for, to keep the eye on the ball, is just to move this glass piece wider. So instead of having a 2.6 meter sliding door, we're going to have, I'm not sure, I'm guessing, 5 meter sliding door, still set back 3 meters and not visible from anywhere in the property. They can see this wall from their deck, absolutely, but unfortunately that is the condition of the street.
They have
You could see that even if you pulled it in, though.
Yeah.
They will still see it.
Right. And they have screening, and I assume you'll have screening. I didn't see that as a condition.
They have a screening, and as soon as there's a project that goes in this house, guess what's going to happen? I'm pretty sure that back wall's moving.
For sure.
I'm happy to answer any additional questions if you have any.
Further questions, or do we have a motion?
I don't have any further questions. Do you?
All right, thank you. Sorry, we're in committee now. All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I feel that this proposal is reasonable and appropriate, and I think it does fit the context of the street. As indicated, there is an impact on the adjacent neighbor in large part because that deck is further into the house than most of the other decks in the area. I believe it's appropriate development. I believe it's an appropriate addition to the community, and on that basis, I'd like to move approval of the application.
Second.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Nipfel. We're looking at a modest addition of 29 square meters here. It is recessed from the front and the back, and I believe that, as you just stated, the outlier is Mr. Kitchen's house at 57, and perhaps Mr. Kitchen or some predecessor will be taking that out. So I think we can't penalize you for being next to the one house that has a recessed deck as opposed to the others, so I'm happy to second the motion.
All in favor? Have your approval.
Thank you.
Number, oh, we dealt with number 8. Number 9, 83 Pears Avenue. So the purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a rear two-story addition and a complete third-story addition with a rear third-story deck. Before us on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, support from 101 Pears, opposition from just about everybody else on Pears and Belmont and Bishop, no, and Residents Association.
Someone ask for an adjournment on this?
All right. May we have your name, sir?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. My name is John Carlos Sulfidis, and I am the agent for Theo Margaritas and his wife, Paula.
Could you perhaps give us your address? We got a report from Metcalfe.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
So I see before you start that there's only 2 variances and they both seem relatively minor, but there's serious opposition, obviously, and Urban Forestry, I understand, has recommended that the application be refused. So perhaps you should address the issues raised by Forestry and perhaps those raised by your neighbors.
Okay. Urban Forestry has a problem with the basement addition in terms of affecting the roots of the tree to the adjacent property at 85. We have since commissioned an arborist report that's been submitted to the Forestry Department indicating how we will mitigate the damage to the tree. And if we follow the prescribed guidelines, we should be okay according to our arborist, and we're just waiting for same confirmation from the city.
Okay.
So that's with respect to Urban Forestry. And we got that notice fairly late. So, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have your arborist? Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay. Are you, did you have discussions outside with
We did.
neighbors?
We did, and we...
Tell us their concerns.
Well, we agreed to respectfully disagree. We're still trying to determine what the concern is, because we're asking for 2 variances. We're not asking for 42 variances. We are asking for a lot depth variance and a GFA variance. If I could speak to the lot depth, sir. Lot depth we're asking for is 16.35 meters. Now, on this section of Pears Avenue, Pears east of Avenue Road, there are 34 homes, 18 of which are semi-detached, 7 of which are detached, and there are 3 sets of 3 row houses, so 9 row houses. Now, 25 of the 34 homes have a permissible lot depth of 17 meters. It's the 9 row houses that have a permissible depth of 14 meters. Now, is this an oversight of an antiquated bylaw? I would suggest to you that it is, because it treats the 9 row houses in a fundamentally unfair way. There's no similar restriction with respect to height or side yard setbacks or rear yard setbacks for the difference in build form. So because this is a row house, it's a 14-meter setback. But more importantly, Mr. Chairman, the adjacent neighbors, and I want to put up some slides if I may. Well, let's just get, that's an indication of Pears Avenue, the green lines. You could see the various lot depths. It's fair to say the majority of the homes have a lot depth equal to or greater than what we are seeking. With respect to the variance being applied for, we have correspondence from the city, which we will show you, indicating that they're not opposed to it. They will not be writing a letter opposing the 2 variances we are seeking. So again, with respect to lot depth, the neighbor, the row house attached to us, to our west, adjacent to our west, has an addition. That's what my clients look at. That's 16.35 meters. That's what we are proposing.
You said 16.53 or 35?
16.35 meters.
Right. Okay, I thought you said 3.
And the house beside her, the third part of that row, has also an addition, which is equal.
Why are these people all here?
Well,
show of hands who's here on this application? Okay.
Oh, my God.
Well, I'm hoping in the fullness of time that will be determined, sir.
All right, so...
Oh, and just dealing with your other variance, the floor space index, you're looking to go from 1 times the area of the lot is permitted to 1.29. Do you know what you're currently at? Are you currently over or under?
I believe we're at 0.67? Yeah, we're at 0.67 currently,
Okay, so
as the
you're
house
looking
stands.
to more or less double what you have there now, or...
Give or take,
Yeah,
that's right.
You're permitted,
We're permitted 1.0.
yeah, okay.
Okay, so if I can, and this is a picture of the neighbor to the east. Again, you could see the projection.
Okay. And the 2 other row houses that you've mentioned have similar or identical depths of 16.35.
Correct.
What, do you know what their FSIs are?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head for their FSIs.
All right. Similar lot size, similar, so
With
possibly
addition,
same? Much lower. Okay, we'll hear from the neighbors.
well, it's lower than what we're proposing, but it's greater than what we currently have.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we need to hear from the neighbors now, sir.
Okay, if I can continue with the variances, right? There's a second variance for GFA.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Okay, but please wrap up because you're over your time.
okay. Well, I just want to give you, well, I could respond when the neighbors raise their concerns, but with respect to GFA, the committee has granted all kinds of GFA precedents. So there's, at one house, it's over 2 meters, you got 1.8. What we're asking for is 1.29, which is kind of the midpoint of what's been granted. There was a recent Committee of Adjustment decision on 91 Pears Avenue that granted additional GFA, additional height, additional depth. I don't think we're asking for anything that the rest of the street doesn't have, sir. Certainly in the rest of the neighborhood. I have all kinds of pictures of the streetscape of the neighborhood, which we can address once the neighbors voice their concerns. It's only 2 variances, and we think they're appropriate. We think they meet all 4 tests in the Planning Act. We're not proposing a change to the official plan, a change of use. We think they're desirable for the neighborhood. And when I have an opportunity to show you the various types of built forms, there is no discernible character on this street, and I want to make that unequivocally clear. There's Victorian architecture, there's modern architecture, there's flat dormers on 3 stories, there's peak dormers on 3 stories, there's even one French provincial with a mansard roof. So there is no discernible character on this street or in the entire neighborhood.
All right, sir. We understand your variances. Would you, we're going to hear from the neighbors now.
Okay.
So we need some spokespersons. We can't hear everybody here. So, front row, do you have a spokesperson?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name's Peter Winnichuk. I'm here as the arborist for the owner of number 85 Pears.
Right.
My name is Peter Winnichuk. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've been involved in urban forest issues for many decades, both in the municipal and private sector, as well as the NGO side. I was contacted by Ms. Spence as she was concerned about the potential impacts in anticipation of this hearing. Within her rear yard, when it was made clear there would be a 3-story proposed house up to the rear wall of her 1-story above-ground sunroom, which is where her skyline honey locust is, which is the tree of debate at this point in time, located near number 83. In the past, Ms. Spence has had the tree pruned and maintained over time, which is evident by the lack of significant deadwood and the structural integrity of the trunk and limbs. She has taken care of these trees over the number of years that she has been at the house. Respecting the application we are addressing here today, I strongly support the City of Toronto urban forestry position to deny the minor variances noted in the memo from Mr. Andrew Pickett to this Committee of Adjustment dated September 18, 2018. Both from the Section 3.4 policy point of view as noted in the memo and from the significant negative impact this construction will pose to the existing tree at number 85 Pears that provides canopy cover for the 3 properties with all the environmental benefits the owners receive, being on the south side of the street, on the south side of the houses. The primary concerns to Mrs. Spence's tree are both roots and canopy impacts. The City of Toronto requirements for minimum tree protection for roots for this 43 centimeter DBH or diameter breast height tree is 3.0 meters. Based on the information provided to date, it appears excavation activity will occur approximately 0.3 meters from the honey locust along the eastern property line, significantly deficient from the city requirements of 2.7 meters. So we're going from 3 meters to 0.3 meters. Generally, tree roots are within the top meter of the soil surface. Therefore, this would mean basement excavation at near the property line would mean significant root loss in this area. Further, there is a proposal for a staircase leading to the basement, which extending beyond the proposed foundation approximately 2 meters from the property line, further impacting additional roots beyond the rear of the wall that's being proposed.
Sir, I see that the applicant's arborist agrees with you that there's going to be significant canopy and root loss. Have you read their report?
I have not seen the report, no, sir.
Well, so perhaps I can give you the report. You can review it and see if you agree with it or not, because I think we're just going to waste time because they agree that there's going to be this loss, and I think they're making proposals to mitigate the damage, which has gone to urban forestry. So if you could... okay.
Thank you.
Perhaps we can hear from other neighbors, and you can come back. All right, is there any?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing that would be helpful, does anyone have a site plan that shows the location of the tree? Put it up on the- Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Brian Lay. I'm a senior associate at the architecture firm Core Architects in Toronto, and we've been retained by the owner of 85 Pears Avenue, the building adjacent and attached to 83 Pears Avenue. We've been engaged to review the drawings submitted by the applicant from a technical point of view relating to both the constructability and the impact on the neighboring properties. During our review, our findings have been documented in a letter from Core Architects and submitted to Mr. Jamie Atkinson for the committee's consideration.
Just hold on a minute. I may have given you the wrong arborist report. I don't know. I have another report here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So a letter was provided to the committee, which I'm sure you have there with you. Without going through the entire letter, in summary, the letter describes two important points for the committee to consider during their review. One, there are discrepancies between the drawings submitted and the survey, some of which appear to have an impact on the site statistics related to zoning. I can go through those in a minute, but number two, to a lesser extent, there are some basic building components of the construction that have not been included on the drawings, and when included also appear to have an impact on the stats related to zoning. Just quickly, a couple of examples. If there's more questions, I can go into detail, but the new parking pad that's proposed is being indicated as being 0.6 meters lower than the adjacent laneway. When it's raised up, it requires more steps to get down into the sunken courtyard, which has an impact on the area of soft landscaping. It also appears that the height of the existing ground floor is shown as 0.2 meters lower than what's indicated on the survey, and correcting this could potentially have an impact on the height of the building.
Discuss this with the applicant?
This is something that was provided to the committee.
So this does not relate to the variances, sort of more technical.
It relates to, well, our review was of a technical nature, for sure, but some of the items that came out of our review, we feel do relate to zoning and potentially to a fulsome review of the proposal.
So have you discussed these issues with the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, I'm guessing. You were hired by this lady. You didn't speak to the applicant, but the lady that hired you did. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. And your findings seem to suggest that the tree in question is definitely at severe risk.
No, nothing about the tree from my point of view.
Oh, I thought with your discussion about, but you were talking about depth and height of the building as though that, in fact, might affect the health of the tree. You're just
Nope, strictly from a review, yeah, from a review of the.
Variance, I guess you said.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Trigger a variance if, I don't know what the height restriction is in this area, but if you're there at, you said 11 point, whatever it is, if there's a variation because of the grade, it could trigger, well, then they'd have to come back. We can only deal with what's before us.
Okay.
And we're really concerned, I guess, with the variances per se, rather than technical, issues with their drawings.
Okay. I will wrap up quickly then. So we'd like to further note that during the review of the drawings, we identified a number of construction-related concerns. We understand that they're not directly related, but we would like them noted. Waterproofing concerns, fire separation concerns between the adjacent buildings, underpinning of the common foundation wall between 83 and 85. We understand these would be dealt with later, but we'd just like to bring them up for the record. And then as a side note, the owner of 85 Pears and one of the partners from Core Architects also had the opportunity to meet with members of city staff responsible for reviewing zoning issues during the building permit process. We raised the issues that I've just described here, and they suggested that these would best be raised with yourselves. So that's what I'm here to speak to today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who has like to come forward?
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to address the concern. My name's Manaza Chaudhry.
What's your address?
I live at 95 Pears Avenue. I wanted to address the concern about the streetscape and the impact that approving this variance will have on the streetscape. I suppose the character or lack thereof is a matter of personal opinion. However, I would like to say that the houses on Pears Avenue are primarily 2- and 3-story houses, many of which were built in the late 1800s and early 1900s. My home, for example, was built in 1890. These houses were built primarily to house the brick workers who worked at the Pears Brickworks. If you look at the Toronto Reference Library archives, you will see photos of the area. It does have a history, and so I take some exception to the fact that that Pears does not have character. I think the number of letters that you've received.
I think the comment was that it didn't have a character, didn't have a consistent character.
Okay, but it does have character. And I think that the letters that you've received, I think it's 15 or 20, I'm sorry I didn't count them, and the opposition that we can see here today speaks to the concerns that the residents of Pears Avenue, and not just the residents, but the broader community have about this application. Pears is a street that is right across the street from Ramsden Park, a park that is enjoyed by many people in the community. Part of the beauty of the park is the streetscape of Pears Avenue. 83 Pears Avenue is situated in the middle of 11 homes. All of those homes were built a very long time ago. I would like to ask the committee to take into consideration that the variance of 1.29, a 29% increase in the floor space, in the context of a property of the size of which we're speaking, is not necessarily considered a minor variance by those of us who live on the street. 1.29 would allow a structure to be built on that small property that is out of character in terms of the massing of that structure for that street. Yes, there are larger properties on the street. There are larger buildings on the street. Those buildings are on larger properties. We're talking about a row house on a small property surrounded by small houses. And so I would just ask the committee to take that into consideration.
Anybody else want to speak? Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Lange, and I live at 67 Pears Avenue. About almost 30 years ago, we took down a bungalow on the street, and the house had been given to a family member, and it was subdivided into 2 properties, 65 and 67. And when we went to do the construction, this was my brother-in-law's, my husband's family, and myself. When we went to do our construction, what we discovered is that the soil on Pears Avenue is unstable. And we were required to put down 20-foot caissons under the depths of our 2 adjoining houses. And that's my concern about what's going to happen with this new property, that it literally requires very steep foundations.
If that's the case, then that when they go to the building permits,
Yeah, okay.
they're going to be required to do something like that, but that has
Okay.
nothing to do
I just
with
wanted
the
to bring it to
variances
your attention.
requested. Right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. There's no one else.
My name is Joan Boggs, and I'm at 63 Pears Avenue. And I'd just like to address the coverage and the differences in coverage of the different houses on Pears. This proposed house would have the largest coverage of any house on the street. It's true that some of the houses at the eastern end of Pears do have somewhat larger coverage, but that's because they're on very small lots. Pears Avenue curves around and goes toward the south, and so the lots down there are much less deep than the other lots on the street. So they have smaller or higher coverage, but they're very small houses. There are 3 detached houses on the street which are somewhat larger, but they also have larger lots. They're on 25-foot lots, and most of the other houses are on much narrower lots. So this proposed house will have the largest coverage of any house on the street.
Ma'am, just looking at I believe this came from the applicant, the GFA precedents of a surrounding area within 500 meters. Most of them are on other streets, but I do note that 91, which I think we've heard about, is that one of the, and that says it's a semi, and it was August 2018, it was approved at 1.17.
Yeah, that's what it's been
A
approved
little less,
at.
but it's relatively close, so.
Right.
I don't have any of the others, but we've heard.
It was at .74, and I don't have any information about the proposed house. Maybe someone else can address that.
Thank you. The arborist, would you?
Thank you for the opportunity of letting me review this report. I find that the findings indicating a moderate impact on the tree is not on the applicant's property is of a concern when a comment is made like that, considering the proximity of the, as mentioned in this, helical piles that will be driven into the ground in anticipation of the foundation. Aside from that, I don't consider it a moderate impact. If I may, at this point, just conclude my presentation in that respect.
I understand that Urban Forestry is looking at this.
They are.
And they will or will not approve it, so that whatever we do here with respect to these variances is not going to make any difference, because ultimately they have to get approved by Urban Forestry.
Some doors will be closed once you've approved this.
What doors?
In terms of opportunities to address the design of this particular request for a minor variance.
Well, we don't deal with design.
Okay, so if as I say, I'm not completely confident in the information presented as it will become operational. At the end of the day, my client is going to be responsible for this tree. If there are actions taken by the adjacent property owner that lead to the death or demise of this tree through the actions, then consequences, I guess, will have to be borne by those that are responsible. Outside of your purview, I understand. However, it should be a consideration going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant? Pardon?
Had about 6 or 7 speakers. Yeah.
We can't go on forever, you know.
Your direct neighbor? We have the direct neighbor. We should at least hear from the direct neighbor. He's coming up. There he is, gentlemen. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you should have been one of the top 8 speakers, but.
Yeah, I know. Excuse me, I didn't know that
No, you should speak.
what the order was. So I'm at 81 Pears Avenue, and I've been there for 22 years. That's the property immediately to the, sorry, my name is Don Milne.
Don?
Yeah, we have a letter.
Milne, M-I-L.
Letter, right?
And you have a letter from me. So I'm the neighbor to the east. I'm not attached to 83. I'm detached from 83 by about a 1 meter laneway between the
Address is
houses.
67, you said?
I'm at 81.
81.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I think the general concern of the neighbors is, of the 2 variances, is not so much the depth at the back. Many of these houses have put additions on. And as was noted, the addition at 85, this is not to supersede the addition at 85. It would supersede my addition by a foot or 2, but I have no problem with that. And in general, I don't think people have a problem with the 3rd floor, the basement addition, or an extension at the back. Of the 2 variances, I think the biggest concern is the density at 1.29. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think that most of the houses on Pears, I'm not talking about a 500-meter radius, but just on our street, of 34 houses, I think the densities are in general under 1. I think there are 3 houses above 1, and there's one at 1.17. So that you were just, yes, that you just mentioned. So this would set a new precedent for a higher density on the street. To get to that density, the house is being built up to the 3rd floor, down in the basement, out to the back. And there's also the intention of filling in the sides of the house where there's a sort of an L shape. Many of the houses on the street have a cutout going to the south so that some, since we're a meter apart, some light gets to the middle of the houses. And so all these things are required to produce this three-story house. I think we're worried that this just sets a precedent, as you cited 1.17 as a precedent, that all the houses that can then be flush to the street without regard to the historic character of the street, and 3,000 square foot homes and so on very small lots. My particular concern, because I'm right next door, is I have a cutout that allows light into the dining room and a bathroom on the second floor. I'm already going to lose light from the third story, from the addition, and I don't want to lose additional light from having the house come even closer. I'm also not sure how the laneway will work, because I don't think there'll be enough room to go down the lane through this additional filling in for instance, recycling bins and garbage bins. So that perhaps necessitates another structure at the front of the house. I'm not quite sure how it would be dealt with, unless the garbage and recycling would, find a home on my property. So I have some other particular concerns, but I know we've taken a lot of your time. The main thing, I think, is that the density is actually quite high in the context of our street, sets a precedent, and we just think it's too much house for too little property.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, this is the last. Are you an adjacent neighbor?
She's the lady with the tree.
She's already had two, her lawyer and architect.
Yeah. But we've already heard from your arborist and your architect. I don't know that you have anything to add. All right, keep it brief.
As I understand it, these variances are required to pass all 4 tests of the Planning Act.
Can you have your name and your address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, my name is Mary Helen Spence, and I live at 85 Pears Avenue, and I share, as I say, a wall with 83 Pears Avenue. So you've read my submission, I'm sure. It addresses all of the reasons of the 4 variances that are required for you to evaluate this proposal. And the first one is, of course, the official plan, which speaks to the character of the community and suggests to you that no changes should be made either by planning development or through the Committee of Adjustment that affects the character of this community. I think that the pictures that you have seen clearly indicate that that is the case. So this is a significant impact on the character of the community, as you can see. You've also been told by the architect that we, in fact, have brought the concerns around the various aspects and mistakes in the plans that have been submitted to you that could, in fact, affect the variances that are being proposed. So you've heard from him, and you asked whether or not these were brought to the attention of the applicant. And yes, we did meet with them once and brought some of these things to their attention, and asked, in fact, to meet with them again as recently as a couple of weeks ago, and they thought that they would just prefer to deal with this here today. In terms of the zoning is there to, in fact, protect various different kinds of rights of the residents, including shadowing and privacy. And in fact, as you can see from the shadows on this particular aspect that you've probably studied because you've had them for a while, this third floor addition will definitely impact the shadowing. And those sunlight things there are the indentations that the resident at 81 pointed out that are there to allow light into the properties that are going to be, in fact, removed by this application. The issue of the tree has been raised. There is a desire to build a walkout from the basement that will require 2 retaining walls in a sort of 15 by 15 feet backyard, which will definitely impact the drainage of both my property and the property to the east, which again is a right that the zoning bylaw protects. And I think the impact of this zoning bylaw, one of the tests, is definitely impaired by that construction. The applicant mentions that there are other houses on the street that have gone out to the distance that he is requesting past the zoning protection. In fact, those additions, and that's true, I have an addition. It is a 1-story addition, not a 3-story addition with an excavated basement. The application and that is the same with my neighbor, the other attached house. The application that is being referred to at 91 Pears, in fact, if this application had all the attributes of that application, we would not be here today. In fact, we were not here a month ago when that application was approved. It is very different than this application. That application has set back the 3rd floor to not impede the character of the community. It has not filled in the L indentation. It has a 1-story rear yard addition without an excavated basement, without a walk out to the backyard, that in fact is 55 centimeters over the permitted bylaw. This application is 235 centimeters over the approved bylaw. So that is a significant difference, and the cumulative effect of these variances, while you may suggest, are certainly not minor. And the impact that they are causing on my property, on the other property adjacent to it, and on the character of this community is significant, not minor. I do not believe that these 2 variances meet the tests of the Planning Act. And I want to talk to some of the precedents that the applicant...
Sort of out of time, but I think you've done a really... Thank you for that presentation. You should have been the first speaker, not the 10th. Can you give us any examples? Are there any full 3rd floor? I heard what you said about the other one.
Sorry.
Are there other examples of complete 3rd floor addition? Because I do know, and I'm going to ask, that the 3rd floor is just a 1 large master bedroom. Actually, it's 2 bedrooms. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was the second. 1 bedroom with laundry, walk-in closet, ensuite.
Well,
that's a full 3rd floor.
Yes.
The one on 91 you mentioned is not, as some of the other applications we've seen today, where the 3rd floor is set back.
Yes. Well, first of all, there are very few 3rd floors on any of the houses in the immediate area. The 3rd floors that have been put on houses that the applicant has referred to precedents of do not, and I can show you pictures, they do not impact on the character of the street. And if you'd like to give me the time, I can show you every row house within the Ramsden Park planning precinct that do not, and here's a few on the screen, no impact to the character of the community. That is the official plan. Site-specific policy 211 of the official plan specifically states to the character of the community. These, as you can see, these variances that have been granted have not impacted that character. None of them have. So that is a significant issue around agreement with the official plan, one of the major tests that this application needs to have.
Please wrap up. You're over your time.
Well, yes, I will. And I really thank you for your patience. I'm sure you've read all of the letters that you have received expressing concern for a building that is obviously trying to do too much on a property that is 17.4 feet wide. This is not a single-family home. This is not a detached property. It is not even a semi, which it's trying to compare itself to. It is a row house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good presentation.
Mr. Applicant?
Can I speak? I'm from the residents.
Well, you know
I'm
what, you've already
sorry.
had over 10 speakers, I think,
Yeah.
so.
We've heard, I believe, all the
Shouldn't be one of
issues.
the First speakers? You know,
We have 41 applications today. Please sit down.
yeah.
All right.
We're already
Thank
like
you.
2 hours behind schedule.
No.
We've heard, you should have maybe not had some of the other speakers.
Yes.
But, sir, I'd like you to, in your presentation, tell us how many square feet the third floor is?
The third floor is 67 square meters, sir.
Square feet.
Multiply that by 10.89, about 700 and...
Say you got something in.
If I can wrap up, sir,
Yeah.
and thank you for your patience. There have been a number of statements made which are not true and which are erroneous. So with respect to how many third floors, so there are 20 of the 34 homes are two-story homes. 14 of the 34 are three-story homes. I just want to show you the streetscape, as I said I would. Be very quick. This is on Pears. This is on Pears. You see, there's the others. So you got French provincial, three-story mansard roof. You've got neoclassical, call that the Athenian temple on the street.
Can you give us those addresses, please?
Yeah, the addresses. That's 59 Pears is the mansard roof.
30 properties away. This is 83.
Yeah, 59, it's close.
10, 5.
Okay, then you have the temple beside that. Right. Then you have, this is the corner entering Pears. You have a modern building.
Minute. What's the number of that red brick house?
That's 53 pairs and 55 pairs to the right.
So how many square feet is that one?
None of these require variances to build, let's put it that way, due to the lot size.
So these are bigger lots.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm speaking to the character of the built form of the street.
All right, thank you.
Here is a four-story house. You'd say, oh, it's a walkout basement. That basement is like 3 steps from grade. That essentially is a four-story house.
What's that address?
63 and 65 Pears, I believe, sir. 65 and 67. With respect to homes right across the park, in the neighborhood, this is some of the architecture. That's one. That's another. Yeah, this is in the area.
It's in the area, but it's different lot configuration, different lot size, so.
Zoning's 26.5 there, and that's no variances.
Okay, so it's a.
So, sir, can you show us a picture of your
Yeah.
existing house and the line of row houses?
Yeah, Mrs. Spence put up a drawing. Can you comment on Mrs. Spence's drawing in terms of the,
That's the house that we're talking about, in front of the tree.
can you,
That's 83 Pears.
okay, can we see what Mrs. Spence put up? The little rendering of what you're planning on doing here? That's it. That's it. Is that a fair depiction? Is that a fair depiction of what it's going to look like, sir?
No, that massing's a little large.
All right. So,
Yeah, we, guys, we
Yeah.
control the.
can we see what your architectural rendering is?
That's it.
No, would you please?
Okay.
All right, would you please?
Actually, it's
please
his turn now.
respect the
Thank you.
Okay, just with respect to their rendering, we're not at 9.8 meters, we're at 9.5. That's why I said it was larger, and we're not attached to the house on the east. Okay, I know that's difficult to discern, but we're not attached to the house on the east. We're the end unit of a 3.
No, just to clarify, because we spent a lot of time on this, and I want to make a good decision. Your point is that there are big, ugly houses other places on the street. But basically, you didn't say, but I'm looking at them, they're big and they're ugly.
Well, I'm going to say my point is they're eclectic.
Whatever. However, on the drawing that was, the streetscape that was just there is a rather large row of houses that are remarkably consistent in that they have pitched roofs, generally the same height, and the same setback. So your exceptions are out of that purview. They're not part of that immediate streetscape. Is that correct?
I would disagree with that, sir. I'd say a few... Okay.
We have this all the time. Show me drawings that are a block away, 2 blocks away, fine. But I have a rather dramatic view from this lady of a relatively consistent streetscape. The fact that there are bigger houses a long ways away really is not, in my view, as important and relevant as what that particular group of houses projects on the streetscape. And I think, in fairness, the lady that presented that made a very good point, that there is a rather similar style, not exactly historically still, but a similar style for those houses, and that your proposal is different. Whether or not it's your drawing or her drawing, or whether the line is a little, I don't think that's the issue. The issue is, does it actually contribute, or does it take away from that streetscape? I think that's the issue we're here. I don't personally want to spend time worrying about little pieces here or there that are precedents that, if applied here, would perhaps suggest the proposal's fine. You have to convince me that that streetscape is still going to be attractive when you're finished.
Okay, so are we speaking about aesthetic design or the variances?
I'm talking about the variance.
Okay.
I'm perfectly aware that we could all disagree on the style, if you will, of the houses. But the style of the house, the size of the house, is rather dramatically impacted by variance number 2.
The GFA, yes.
I take as submitted by the neighbors that the depth is perhaps a non-starter, because there are other houses that are deep, notwithstanding the fact that they're only 1-story height. But the density is, in fact, a different issue. So I'm saying to you, convince me that that density makes sense here. I'm not yet convinced.
Okay, if I may.
We're asking for... Within the character...
Within the, yes.
Adjacent properties.
Well, up a few steps, there's all kinds of properties on the street. That's my point. There are 3-story homes just a few steps up. There's 2-story homes beside us. There are square roof lines. There are pitched roofs. My point is that the entire streetscape is rather eclectic. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to say that there's a consistent overriding character of architectural styles in the street. That's the only thing any reasonable person can discern from that. We've got lots of different built forms, which is great. That's part of the charm of Yorkville. Every street in Yorkville. You go down Davenport, you go down Hazelton. Yes, there are some Victorian houses that are continuous. There are some row houses, and then you get these great modern homes, these great homes that have dormers projecting from the 3rd floor. There's different kinds of homes. So with respect to the variances, there have been all kinds of variances at 1.29 granted, if not more. On Pears Avenue, there's 1.17 and 1.19 have been granted on Pears Avenue, right? So I don't think it's much of a stretch to say that the housing stock in the city needs to be renewed. These are older homes, and a 2,350 square foot home I don't think is beyond the pale for this part of the city. And I just want to say, just to conclude, my client is not a developer. He was born on the street. He grew up there. He took his first steps. He rode a bike there. He went to school there. Right? I mean, we're not talking about a developer who's going to build and run.
That's, all right.
So, sir, we had just to put this in context, we spent too much time on this, but we had an application for somebody who bought a house in the middle of a row of 5 townhouses or row houses, and he wanted to put up a very tall, flat-faced building like you intend to do, and refused it because it was appeared to be out of character, not with the whole street perhaps, or with the area, but certainly with those townhouses, and it stood out like a sore thumb, and this appears to be the case here.
I would say there's already 3 modern homes. There's many homes with a similar roof line, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll take it into committee.
Okay.
Yeah, and you have to recall, we're not asking...
Sir, we're finished. We've spent a long time on this. We've heard from a lot of people. I thank everyone for taking time out of their busy day to come down here and spend all this time to make your views known. On first glance, we looked at this. It looked like they were okay, and there's only 2 variances. I have been convinced by the neighbors that this is overbuilding. It's too much for the lot. We can see an example of that. We have a 730 square foot, full floor, third floor, master bedroom with an ensuite, with laundry, with this and with that, and that could have been scaled back to be significantly smaller, and that way could have reduced the impact on the neighbors, because we heard another third floor would appear more hidden. So I think that's where you've tried to do too much. I know everyone wants to have a beautiful big home, but on this particular lot and its configuration with the row house, I really think it's out of character. I think the FSI is too high, occasioned by a full third floor, and for that reason I would, and we have also the urban forestry comments, I would refuse the application. That's my motion.
You have a seconder?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to second that motion. I'd like to also add that people wonder why they get asked to come to Committee of Adjustment. This is a very good example of why it's helpful to us if people come. You provided valuable insight and information to this committee, and I believe that we're making a good decision in refusing the application.
Second, all in favor?
All in favor? Application is refused, sir.
Before you all leave, you should fill out one of those white decision request cards. In the event of an appeal, you'll want to be notified by TLAB, and they send out their notifications and updates by email.
If we did a letter, is that for the count?
No, you got to fill out those cards.
Number 10, 379 Cleveland Street. All right, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling.
Mr. Chair,
Just leave with staff.
while these people are cleaning, before we continue on, can we call the next, we're already at the 4 o'clock time slot.
Yeah, I know.
Can we vet, so at least these people can
2:30,
spend the time
3:30.
wisely, and
Yeah.
if there's contested items?
We need a break at some point.
Yeah.
That was like ridiculous.
I might. Sir, could you sit down a moment? We're just going to vet the list because we're way past our time.
We're going to just vet the next two. Okay.
All right, would you please leave quickly and quietly?
Fill out the cards outside or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I want to deal with the 2:30 list. I want to vet the lists.
3:30 and 4.
2:30, 3:30, and 4 o'clock. Okay. Number 18, I want to know if the applicant is here and if there's anybody, just a minute, and if there's anybody opposing. First item, number 18, 507 Davisville Avenue, applicant?
Yes.
Right, any opposition?
Yes.
Yes, okay, could you go out and try and resolve your issues? We're going to hold that one down. Number 19, 200 Vesta Drive, applicant? Yes, any opposition? No opposition. Number 20, 116 Sumach Street, applicant, any opposition? No, okay. Number 21, 332 Atlas Avenue, applicant, any opposition? No. 22, 96 Helena Avenue, applicant, yes, any opposition? Okay, number 23, 15 Bayfield Crescent, applicant, opposition? Yes, okay, we're going to hold that one down. Perhaps you could go out and try and resolve your issues. 24, 649 College Street, applicant, any opposition? No. 25, 699 Bloor Street West, applicant? Right, any opposition? Okay, number 26, 9 Coolmine Rd. Any opposition to this one? Oh, okay. Number 27, 18 Dawson Avenue. Okay, we'll hold that until we deal with the 130 list.
3:30.
Yeah. Yeah. Number 28, 613 Christie and 62 Benson Avenue. Yeah, any opposition? I'd kill them if they were opposed. 29, 47 Jackman Avenue, applicant, yes, opposition?
No.
30, 1165 O'Connor Drive, yes, any opposition? Yes. Okay, we'll hold that one down. Would you go outside and try and resolve the issues? 31, 620 Dundas Street East. Yes, any opposition? No, okay. 32, 21 Abbott Avenue. Applicant, yes, any opposition? Okay, we'll hold that one down. Number 33, 526 Huron Street. Applicant, any opposition? No. 4 o'clock list, number 34, 355 Lansdowne Avenue. Applicant? Okay, any opposition? Okay, number 35, 161 Eglinton Avenue East. Applicant, right, any opposition? 36, A, B, C, and 37, A and B. 42 Elmer Avenue, is there anyone? Is the applicant here? Yes. Opposition? Yes. Okay, go outside and try and resolve your issues. Number 38, 67 Ward Street, applicant? Yes. Opposition? No. Number 39, 602, 622, et cetera, King, and 499, 503 Adelaide?
Yeah.
Applicant, any opposition?
No.
No, okay. Number 40, 91 Amsterdam Avenue. Yes. Yeah, applicant, any opposition? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
Probably all go
we'll
ahead
hold
and
that
do
one
it.
down. Number 41, 1231 Shaw Street.
Yes.
Yes, any opposition?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, that's the last one anyhow. We're gonna,
Go and have dinner.
yeah.
We need a break, or let's try to finish.
Pardon?
Opposition to 27.
27?
Yeah. Okay, well, he's asking for a deferral, so
Oh, there's,
we're going to deal with it when we come to the
so it's
list.
opposition.
Opposition? Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
okay, that's fine. No, where are we?
We're at number
10.
10.
All right, number 10, 379 Cleveland Street. Okay, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition and a rear deck. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, comment from planning, correspondence and concern from 375 Cleveland, and opposition from 377 Cleveland. Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Rock Kim, and I'm the agent of the 379 Cleveland Street. And first of all, actually, we want to reduce the size of the addition from 22.96 to 19.9 meter.
Oh, okay.
The second one is 7.5 meter of the depth. I'm sorry. 19.9 meter. And the second one, 7.5 meter, the over is 4.5 meter over. The second variance?
Second variance? I didn't catch what you were saying. It's
It's 7.5 meter exceed, then 70 meter, and we are trying to make it 4.5 meter exceed.
It's 4.5 meter already from the south side. You're saying from the north
Exceed
side?
of the depth.
Changing the north side? The variance is
the
right now
east side,
0.91 from the north and 0.45 from the south.
7.5 meter number changes to 4.5 meter of the depth, which is the east side.
4.5 instead of 7.5, okay.
Yeah. The second one, yeah.
No. Just, I don't understand. 7.5
He's
is
telling
the
us it's the
requirement.
requirement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're
at 0.91 and
you're asking for 0.91 and 0.45.
You're at 0.45 and 0.91.
Sorry, Your Honor, can I speak? The reason that we're making changes, I think maybe perhaps I should make
Be to accommodate the neighbors?
more or less. But, so my name is Michael Trong. I'm the owner of 379 Cleveland Street. And I just wanted to first tell you what we're doing is obviously a family room.
Raise the microphone so you don't have to bend down.
Makes it easier for me too.
Just a minute. I want to know, we want to know first about the variances. You changed the first one.
Yeah, the second one stays the same.
Second one stays the same?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I apologize. I don't know those as thorough. I mean, the real issue, in my opinion, is that it's just the depth. So I just want to tell you that, you know, what happened. So in January, we approached the neighbors in a good, you know, neighborly type of thing. We discussed the addition. You know, we didn't get any objections from them. So we proceeded with the Committee of Adjustments to get a variance. Obviously, if we were within bylaw, we wouldn't have to visit you gentlemen. So after speaking with the neighbors, we submitted the application, as everybody does. And prior to the meeting today, we wanted to follow up with them to say, if you still feel that the variances aren't that big of a deal, perhaps you can sign the piece of paper. And of course, by then they seem to change their mind. You know, I have emails that we did discuss this in January. They did see the drawings. So I thought I'd just leave that, start with that, just so you have the context of why, you know, there's slight changes.
Okay.
Okay.
So this change from depth of 22.96 to 19.9, and I appreciate that this is only a one-story addition, is a olive branch to the neighbors to appease their concerns, correct?
Okay.
That's why you've reduced it.
Yeah, that's why we reduced that, because they feel it's really large of the addition for the ground floor.
Yes.
But still, they want to make it to, to 12 feet.
Okay, let's hear if the neighbors still have any concerns.
But still, we want to reduce it. They feel better for that. And then...
Okay, let's hear what they have to say.
Let's hear what the neighbors have to say. Are you a spokesperson for the neighbors?
Yes,
Thank you. All right, sit down, Mr. Kim.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Suzanne Benno. I'm here with my husband, Anthony Magnay. We are at 377 Cleveland Street. I do want to address, I have a number of concerns with the proposal that was submitted, and so this is actually the first that we're hearing of the change right now. That story is not quite accurate. There's obviously a misunderstanding here. We had expressed concern with this right from the get-go, and they...
Okay, the history doesn't really matter. Just,
okay,
he's
that's
asked
fine.
for 22.96. He's now taken off 3 meters. He's only going to be at 19.9. Are you still have concerns, or are you?
Yeah, I mean, I still, like, we had significant concerns with the size of the addition. That was 6 meters beyond, significantly bigger than style and scope of the immediate neighborhood for sure. And at that length, it would have a significant adverse effect on how we enjoy and utilize our indoor and outdoor space, primarily the view. We actually have a very nice treescape view coming from the end of our home.
But he's reduced it significantly.
He's reduced it, so that will still take out some view, but he's reduced it 3 meters, so that's helpful.
And it's a one-story addition.
Yeah, so, and the addition itself is about 6 inches taller than our current back addition as well.
You do have a back addition then?
We do have a back addition that was built in 2007, and it's within bylaw. So it's at the 17-meter depth. Yep. So we had concerns also a little bit with the light in terms of what that would do for, not so much for our outdoor sunlight, but for our indoor light that comes through our French doors. And we had concerns with the privacy, with the depth of that addition going so deep than the high deck in the middle of the yard, that would be a direct line of sight into not only our backyard, but also other neighbors. Another big concern that we have, and one of the reasons we purchased the home, is really the beautiful tree canopy that is there. One large mature tree would have to be removed, which is a significant amount of canopy for us. We were told by the neighbors... Sorry?
Whose tree is it?
Their tree. They told us that they would be removing a second tree as well on 383 Cleveland Street, which is another large mature tree that provides a significant amount of the canopy as well. So that's a little bit of a...
A minute. What's 383 Cleveland got to do with this?
That's just where the tree is, that they said that they were removing it. Sorry?
You're saying the construction is going to impact the tree at 383?
No, I'm saying what the neighbors told us is that they were removing the tree for that reason. So then the last tree that we were concerned about that would be affected would be our personal...
I'm not clear. The applicant has 379, that's his property.
Yes.
So he's physically going to go to 383 and remove their tree?
No, no, I don't know what he's doing. This is what we were told, is that these two trees would be coming down.
Okay.
What's its 383's tree got to do with this application?
I am just saying that because of the addition, he said that this tree would also be coming down. So I don't know what that has, I don't know the conversations with that at all.
Because you're at 377.
Yeah, we're at 377.
Fair enough.
Okay, and so then the tree that we have that was concerned to us is we have a Japanese maple tree that's very close to our property wall. That's been there for about 15 years or so. So that is likely to be injured or probably not survive any excavation with a additional 6 meter addition that's there. One of the other issues we have is we had concern with 6 meters beyond our addition, so 9.75 meters and only a 0.45 setback. That's a very long, narrow space of land that would be difficult to maintain. We currently have an animal issue. We have raccoons that live under our shared deck between the two neighbors. We need to get those out. We've had that problem before and had to deal with that. The animals are coming in right now from holes on the property of 379. We assume that that will all be taken care of once construction happens, but with a long, narrow space like that that's difficult to maintain, my concern is that we will continue to have problems with raccoons and so forth. And we've actually in the past had to invest a significant amount of money, time, and energy to repair damages that those raccoons have done. So we really don't want to see that happen again. In order to avoid that, the only way I can think is that that area would be hardscaped. But of course, to do that, then that will take out that Japanese maple and other shrubs and trees that we have.
There are a lot of our applications, not a lot, but some urban forestry weighs in either to attach a condition or to deny the application. Urban forestry has not weighed in this application, so perhaps you should contact them, that they should still come out and check out, even if it's after the fact, because they may have to make an application to injure a tree or to remove a tree or to protect the tree. So urban forestry, perhaps they missed something here, but they haven't weighed in.
On our tree or on?
On all of the trees.
Oh, because one large mature tree would have to be taken down in order for this addition to proceed.
No, that's not before us. We don't.
We also have concerns with what this will do to our property value. I mean, for some of the reasons listed above.
Yeah, we don't have interest.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying what our concerns is. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate what this extension, as it originally was at 23 meters. It was almost doubling the size of the house, albeit on one floor.
Yeah, it was very large.
The fact that they've cut it back is a good thing by 3 meters.
It's a good thing. Certainly, I mean, we absolutely support them building their addition. We understand their need for space. We actually have a larger family. We have lots of in-laws and people, and we understand the need for space. I'm not sure if the 6 meters and now maybe 3 was a necessity if they have other parts of their home that they could utilize. But those are our major concerns. We support the addition, but we didn't support the length and the impact that it would have on how we enjoy our space.
Okay, Ms. Bano.
Now that they've shortened it, do you still have the same objections?
I do, because I think that 3 meters is still going to take up a lot of our view. If you look I sent photos in.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just one thing to clarify, you may have mentioned it, but your addition is 2-story or 1-story also?
1-story.
Okay.
One story.
It's depicted here.
We actually have our plan.
But we have it shown on the survey. That's it there, right? So it's jogged in, has a little corner.
That's right, square. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we have the blueprints if you need them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Yes?
Sure.
Please don't repeat what's been said already.
I'm Heather Mitchell, and I'm at 367.
You speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry. I'm Heather Mitchell, and I'm at 367 Cleveland. And
367s are a bit away.
Yes, and so I just, I'm seconding a lot of what they say. My neighbors and I are concerned about the impact that this will have on, we will feel it's overpowering us looking out at it. And it's imposing on a lot of the green space that we have, and we just feel very like will be overpowering us looking out at it, and will will ruin our view from the back, from our yards.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Mr. Applicant?
Excuse me, could I ask in your comments, there's a survey in the agenda that shows the original planned extension. And you're reducing it to a number. Can you show on that survey how big the proposed addition is now? I think that would be helpful for your neighbors. So can you actually just
It was
draw that on?
9.75, and yeah, so like on this drawing here.
Just show us the back of, so that your neighbors can see it.
The neighbors is like
Neighbors,
that?
so neighbors like that. So neighbor's addition is like that,
Yeah.
and he's gonna probably scale
The
that.
hatched line is the reduced size.
I see, okay.
And then just so everyone can see, this is the 379 Cleveland.
That's the existing picture what we have at the back.
And that's the
The neighbor addition had already have addition for ground floor.
Yeah, one, yeah, okay.
Could you come to the
You're gonna go a
podium,
little bit-
please? So how far are you going to extend beyond the neighbor's addition?
There's the fence.
18 inches away from they already made it, so 18 inches on side, so 3 feet between them.
Did-
longer than the addition.
Or 3 meter longer than what they have.
3 meters.
So not 9 meters longer like it was gonna be, but 3 meters, or. And there is a fence, it looks like there's a board fence between the properties, which should minimize impact of privacy.
Oh, sorry about that, yeah.
That's a full-size fence.
Clarify, you're going to be 3 meters out from there, and this tree's going to go.
That's correct.
So, could you come to the podium? Who's speaking?
I will.
Okay, because I want to know about, did you deal with urban forestry about removal of the tree?
Yes, they've already been hired, the application has been submitted, it's with them for review already. The arborist report I already have. I owed the neighbors that, but they never requested to see it. I mean,
So the neighbor said something about a tree at 383. What-
that's right. So in the arborist report, they basically say the roots will be damaged, and what will happen is the 383, which I've already spoken with a separate neighbor, she couldn't attend, but I've spoken to her already. She said she generally has no issues with our addition. She's also expressed that that tree is a leaning, which the arborist report does say, and it will be removed as part of the review. Davy Trees was already provided me the report, to which I've submitted to the urban forestry for review.
Okay. Any further questions?
Sorry, can I just answer one more thing? Because there's a lot of discussion about this view. I think my architect drew what the neighbor would be seeing. Maybe it's worth seeing.
It's gonna be like, who needed such a big?
It's going to be like that, right?
Is that? Okay, so that's what the addition will look like. That will be the obstruction of the view. That's inside 377 Cleveland Street.
Feet by 16.5 wide, and that was just for a family room.
That's correct,
So I
yes.
wanted like I don't know how many square feet that is, but,
It's about 500.
and now you've cut it back, it's gonna be
Yes.
about 300.
That's correct.
Any further questions?
Nope.
Taken into committee, thank you. Do we have a motion?
I'm just looking at, this was going to be a huge family room, 32 feet long. It's now been reduced to about, but I'm just thinking if we wanted it scaled back, I'm just thinking in terms of, there is still impact on the neighbor. It still goes significantly beyond, or somewhat beyond, their one story. Can we see that picture back up again? Showing with all the snow, just to make us feel good about what's coming?
This one?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
We have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the bylaw itself allows for a 17-meter depth to the building, which would create some impact on the neighboring properties. I think the original proposal of 22.96 was too long, fairly too long, and I welcome the reduction to 19.9. Whether that's absolutely the appropriate length, I don't know, but I do believe that even that with 19.9, I don't think that the impact on the neighbors is that that negative. I think that it's a reasonable addition to the house, and I think it's in keeping with the street. And on that basis, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to move approval of the revised application with the first variance having a depth of 19.9 meters, and the second variance remaining as stated.
Mr. Nipfeld, would you entertain a modest revision? I was thinking of approving it at 19, but let's say 19 and a half. I think that would further mitigate. I think it would still give them a good-sized family room and help the neighbors.
I would support that.
Okay, 19.5, so it's half a meter off, just to bring it a little closer to what's permitted here. Okay, so on that basis, I'll second your motion.
All in favor? Have your approval, sir.
Take a break when you, we still have 11 to finish the 1:30 agenda.
Number 11, 247 Chisolm Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing double duplex approved by minor variance decision A0718/07 TEY by constructing a rear second-story addition. And along with this, we have material submitted by the applicant and a staff report from Transportation Services. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Kyle Kadra. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 247 Chisolm Avenue. I talked to the neighbor. She was actually one of the tenants of our building, and she had just some technical questions, and I addressed all of that, and she's satisfied. She decided not to stay.
I've got a question. I'm a little confused. So you were approved at Committee of Adjustment to do a rear second-story addition at some point in the past, and you're now looking to add a little bit more, right? So you were permitted 1.33. You're adding another like 12 meters. It doesn't say what depth. I'm confused because in some cases it says what you were granted at committee previously, and other things it doesn't. So like length, you're looking to go for 22.66 from 16.75. But did your previous Committee of Adjustment grant you a length variance? So I'm just a little confused how this is, and I'd like to find out the reason why you're coming back.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair.
That was in 2007.
Yes, exactly. And
was it built?
Yeah.
Oh, it was to legalize and maintain.
It's all existing.
Okay. It had already
Exactly.
been built.
Because of the new zoning bylaw.
So this is about 11 years ago. So you're just looking to further extend it, I guess.
We're just looking to enclose a second-story deck to enlarge one of the units.
I see. So the addition was built in 2007.
Yeah.
Now you're just looking to add a deck. There's no internal construction.
To enclose an existing deck.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
And we also read the report from transportation, and we're in agreement of addressing that.
Yeah.
I can put a floor plan on the projector if you want to see the extent of the addition.
Yeah, let's see what you're gonna,
All right.
put it up on the overhead, please.
That's what we're adding. It's an existing balcony right now.
And is this a single-family home, or is it duplex?
The whole building is a fourplex.
It's a fourplex.
Yeah.
Double duplex.
So you're enclosing the deck. Well, it's a second-floor deck.
It is.
So you're not putting any other deck beyond that?
No.
Okay. Carl, any more questions?
So the depth and the length are existing? Oh, except because you're enclosing, it enlarges it.
Yes, and because the previous decision was on the old zoning bylaw, so now when we applied this, all the deficiencies came for the new zoning bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further
No,
questions?
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleague has a question, I'd like to move approval of the application. I think it's reasonable, subject to the right-of-way condition about restoring the unauthorized parking pad to stop landscaping.
Okay. I'll second that.
All in favor? Have your approval, sir.
Thank you.
Do you want to take a break, or?
Yeah.
18 is held. 18 and 23 is held.
Oh, that was number 11. Okay.
Mr. Rubinoff's back? Okay.
Mr. Rubinoff, number,
What number are you on
yeah,
again?
you have
Number 4,
Number 4,
number
right.
4.
96 Lankin. So the neighbor and I managed to reach the neighbor at 94. Both of us spoke with her, and she was completely fine with the change as proposed.
Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely, yep.
I didn't want any surprise because it's not what you presented in your application. Okay, so having said that, and I guess we don't, you spoke to the neighbor? Okay. You don't have anything in writing, but you spoke to them.
But we both, that's why I made sure he spoke with her as well.
So I can't remember where we were on this one. Any conditions? Item number 4, no, okay. Oh, yeah, this is when, okay. In that case, based on, just to summarize, we've illuminated variance number 2 under the new bylaw, and variances 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 under the old bylaw. On that basis, I'll move approval of the application with no conditions.
I seconded. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes
The 1:30 agenda.
the 1:30 agenda. It's only 20 to 5. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be and come back and deal with the 2:30 list. We're going to start with number 19, 200 Vesta Drive.
Only if something comes up and you feel a need to speak.
I feel like they're giving you a hard time, serious hard time.
If you feel like there's an issue that you, like, because you were the author of some of the letters, so if you want to bring it up, but I don't think you're going to need to. But if you need to.
I don't want to complicate it. I don't want
No, but if you think something's going bad, by all means, I'll let you. I'll either tell you, shh, over. No, because I take cues from them.
I don't want to complicate it. So, thank you.
No worries.
They have.
Let's put this one up. They have
attention to the side yard setback.
No, you're right. No, let's put it up.
What?
This chair of honor.
Babe.
I mean, yeah, I can live stream this for your client. To get recorded?
I think it's on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
So you can actually watch it. You can say.
With volume? Yeah.
It's recorded.
I guess if it's video, they must have.
Interesting.
They seem very caring.
These guys?
Yeah.
They seem engaged. They seem like they really.
That they care.
They care. They ask, you know, very smart questions. Yeah, so this is important. It's like our house is further away from it. So, Lauren, they got this one, right? Also showing that our house is further away than the existing house. So we're actually.
I may ask you to put that up, but you can do it. When I do this,
Although mine's got a pin on it.
Number is she?
I can give you the
You might want to make a point now that we're on YouTube. I don't-
Oh, you have the overlay one?
What?
You have the.
Well, this is gonna be folded, so that'll be fine.
I got some pin on it. That's okay. That's all right.
I can give you my. Yeah, that's fine.
Here it is. Oh, that's existing. Honestly, some of these people are asking for like 10 feet, 15 feet. I mean, dude, we're asking like 1 meter. Except This shows, Lauren, the only thing it was this, I took this picture. This shows, no, does it matter? You saw this. That's not important. All right. I'm gonna leave it. Too complicated.
So he said, she said to talk. She said, step is wrong. So she said, not talking.
Who said that?
She said, everybody wants to speak. She said, they're tired.
Sorry, they're tired. Oh, but then she said to talk about the report. I think
presentation.
You think? Let's
full presentation.
Is that Warren?
No, those guys are on the committee. Where? No. Warren wouldn't be here. Those guys are just, they just staff members. Warren's a busy, those guys are busy, I think. Warren, but that's not, Warren's a guy. I saw a picture of him. I think the secretary just said, suggested you should address the plan, because the planning report, not to.
Planning reports that we got from
Catherine Young. He's friends with them. They're not. Can you see them?
Yeah, explain for the record that they're just technical severances and there's nothing.
We are reconvening. We are running very late. We are just starting the 2:30 list. We have a couple, 3 applications that we have recognized as technical issues. We won't need to hear from the applicants. We're just going to deal with them.
Yeah, there's basically no need for these people to have to make a presentation and have them, and then we're going to do the deferrals, and the people who are getting deferred, we can try to clear the room and let them get on with their days. So this is an effort to sort of
shorten them.
Catch up for the lost time. We had a long agenda with many held items at the 1:30 agenda. Yeah, and if there's a lot of people here on particular applications. I know we have a few later in the afternoon. If you can appoint some spokespersons and figure out who's going to speak on what, that'll help as well.
First item we're going to deal with right now is number 35-161 Eglinton Avenue East. Mr. Brown.
This is just a consent creating commercial from residential, from retail space of an existing approved building. It's extremely technical in nature, just the consent for existing construction.
I don't believe there's any conditions with it?
No.
Okay. Move approval.
Second. All in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
Well, thank you.
Next 38.
Number 38, 67 Ward Street.
Is there someone going to be here on 38 because it's a delegated consent? 38, 67 Ward Street, anyone here? Oh, okay.
Yes. I'm the agent for 67 Ward Street.
Okay.
Name?
So this is a...
Need his name.
Pablo Turco. And there's 2 applications associated to that file, consent and minor variance, which is existing condition. I think it's just a technical.
Right. Right, because the lot.
Lots are
used, so it's-
existing, no new construction proposed, it's just the documenting the factual.
Chair, should the consent be approved, these would be the variances that you would, so.
Okay, so you're going to
It
do
will
the
be
consent, we do the
conditional, yeah.
variances. Okay, so I'll move approval of the variances.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval for the variance.
And the consent is,
I'll let you know tomorrow. I'll have to
Thank you.
look at.
Okay. Number 39, 602, 622, et cetera, King Street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kim Kovar. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and as you've already indicated, this is a technical application required, actually at the request of City Council, to sever the rental housing replacement parcel from the development parcel.
And their parking as well, I believe, right? Or no?
Yes.
Okay, move approval.
All in favor?
Thank
Have
you
your
very much.
approval. Thank you. Deferral now. We have one deferral, number 27.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
So is there somebody opposition to this application?
It was held for,
It was held for the deferral, but somebody put up her hand and said, I'm here on this application.
If I may address that, Mr. Chair, I met them outside and we all agreed that it will be deferred and I get their contact information, so we'll continue there. I believe they've left.
Okay,
so for the record, the purpose of the deferral is for consultation with the neighbors, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, you have a motion?
I'll move it.
All right,
Seconded.
all in favor? You have your deferral, sir.
Thank you.
Any other deferral requests?
Any other deferral requests?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Rose, number 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lauren Rose, the architect and agent. This is an application for a modest home on a modest lot. You've seen the petition of support. We have unanimous support from the neighborhood. We actually have the next door neighbor behind who is the most affected here to speak in support of the application as it is. You might have seen through some of the correspondence what we thought was a very simple application. We sent it to the Councillor and Planning Department May 28th, and it's a long history. Planning staff wrote back that they had concerns about the front yard setback. They wanted us to comply, which meant moving it back a meter. We looked at doing that. The gentleman behind was concerned. He didn't want it moved back. So he's asked that we keep it forward as the rest of the street has.
Was this house in line with the others?
So it is out, it's a corner lot. So see here, here's the lot. There's only one neighbor, and it is set back 7 meters.
So this is 32 Ardmore?
Sorry.
The neighbor at 32 Ardmore?
No, it's a neighbor at Vesta. Our front yard setback is to match the neighbor.
I see, okay, okay.
The neighbor who's here is at 32 Ardmore. Okay. See, he's the only person.
Yeah, he's the one behind,
on
yeah.
that street. So the counselor, we met with the counselor and the planner. Counselor is not objecting. He's not supporting, but if you know Councillor Mahevik, that speaks volumes. So he is supporting the application in spite of the planning staff report. I can answer more questions about.
Why is the planning, I mean, what is it about your setbacks that the planning staff is objecting to?
So they in writing, I sent you the documentation I can show you. They only objected to the front yard setback.
Right.
We could have pushed the house back a little bit if the neighbor was okay with it, up until September 4th. We constantly asked the committee, the councillor, and the planning staff what their position will be. We canvassed all the neighbors, got all the neighbors to support. We've now found ourselves in a catch-22. If we don't move the house back, planning staff will object, but the councillor is on record, as you can see, you have the note, he will not object. If we do move the house back, we believe, the gentleman who's sitting here can speak for himself, he most likely would appeal, so we're going to TLAB. It's $30,000, another 3 months. So we took...
But the planning staff is not just objecting to the front yards, they're objecting to
so
the side and rear yard setback.
last Wednesday, I got an email late in the afternoon on my client and my holiest day of the year. It's changing her tune to say that we have in writing from her, and I can show you, you have the correspondence, her only objection was the front yard setback.
Could you file that, please?
It has been filed, but I'll give it to you here. Hold on. It's Catherine Jung. So you have it there. It's on June 14th. I have reviewed your application. I see that you're triggering a rear yard setback variance, a front yard setback variance, and an FSI variance. I request that you respect the existing streetscape character, maintain the required front yard setback, and push the proposed dwelling back a meter. That's all she wrote on June 14th, after we sent her May 28th. Okay. The councillor wrote his support letter based on that, and then a week before the hearing, she changed her tune. I spoke to her boss, Oren Termere. He said, Lauren, we did that because you didn't make any effort to change the front yard setback. Couldn't be further from the truth. We approached the neighbor behind and said, planning staff wants us to move this back. How do you feel about it? My client wasn't happy about losing backyard. I also point out that the existing house that's there has a much smaller rear yard setback than we're proposing. It's a very tiny lot. If you look...
Okay, Mr. Rose, I don't want you to cut you off, but I think I'm convinced. I read from Mr. Conway's letter.
Yes.
We have rare that many neighbors have signed the petition. We believe that the views of those who live in the immediate neighborhood, including ours, since we are so directly affected, should be given more weight than any contrary views of the planning department. On that basis, I would move approval of the application.
Did you tell him to say that? Did you tell him to say that?
No, but
we don't know any neighbors here. The Vesta people are happy. Mr. Conway is happy. I'm happy. So I move approval of the application.
We have a second. All right, all in favor?
Thank you.
Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 20, 116 Sumach Street. Purpose of this application is to convert the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling into 2 dwelling units and construct a front basement walkout and a rear 3-story addition with ground floor and 3rd-story decks. And we have before us material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, support from 112 Sumach, a 22 signature petition in favor, and correspondence and concern from 2 Wascana and 112 Sumach, although, well, we got 2, well, 112 Sumach objected September 11th, September 24th are in support.
Whenever they sign the petition, we don't know.
Yeah. Your name, sir?
Yes, I'm Bob Abrahams, and I'm the architect for this application. My client, Benoit, is in the room. It's not, I'll be brief because I don't think it requires much explanation except to say that my client has purchased this house and moved in with his family and wishes to create a basement apartment to help pay the mortgage. And in conjunction with that application, rebuild part of the rear portion of the building, which is very old and is falling down. So part of the GFA that you see there is demolishing and rebuilding an extension on the rear that is already there.
Okay, do you know what the current GFA is, or FSI actually?
Yes, I do.
Looking to go from 1 times coverage to 1.33, so I'd just like to know what you're at now.
So the existing GFA is 144.6 square meters.
What is that expressed as a percentage?
More than 1.
It's more than one, obviously. It's about,
Yeah, the,
probably about 115 or 110 or 12 or
I
something.
could tell you right now.
Okay, so you're already over.
That's right.
And this
So
is consistent for the street? There's the FSIs and setbacks, or?
There's
that on
essentially
Sumach?
no change to the look of the building from the street. The slight raising of the roof is in the rear, which is, you see that the third floor roof comes down at a steep angle. There's essentially no usable space on the third floor. By
I
making
see you're doing a 3-story addition, but yet you're not triggering a length or a rear yard setback or anything like that?
No, we're building on top of what's there.
I see, so you're not going any further.
So there's about 25 square meters of new space. Of that, 8 square meters is already there and is being rebuilt.
Right.
We're building on top of that, on the second floor, and then the third floor, which is set back from that, just raising the roof so we can use the room.
You now have no soft landscaping in the front yard?
Right. The front yard to the viewer appears quite nice, but as we all know, in Toronto, much of that front yard actually belongs to the city.
Yeah.
So the...
I originally had concerns about the front yard and soft landscaping, but in fact, the front yard is taken up with access stairways and so forth, and access to the basement and access to the main floor. The property that's immediately to the north doesn't have a front yard at all. It's still right to the property line.
That's right, and it's commercial.
Okay, and the one to the south, I believe is rather consistent to this.
Yes, it is.
No more questions.
Questions or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be pleased to bring forward a motion of approval for the application subject to forestry condition number 2.
Yeah. I'll second that.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 21, 3332 Atlas Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a front 2-story addition with a front covered porch. We have material submitted by the applicant, a 9-signature petition in support. Your name, sir?
Sava Milkovic. I'm the designer and owner's agent. So we're proposing...
Yeah.
I don't need a presentation.
Sure.
And I'm prepared to move approval of the application.
Go ahead. I'll second the motion.
All in favor? Thank you.
Good job.
You have to speak fast here. Number 22, 96 Helena Avenue. Purpose of this application to construct a 3-story detached dwelling and a rear detached garage. We have material submitted by the applicant, 9 form letters in support, plus 99, 86, 90, 101, 103, 104, and 107 Helena Avenue in support. Doesn't look like we need
Just a question. Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. Your name, please?
It's Lisa Rappaport, plant architect. I do have one thing that I'd like to add.
Yes.
No? Okay. Just flip that. Sorry, I was going to say the neighbor to the east, who's 94, you don't have a letter from because the owner owns both properties.
Sorry, because
she owns that.
she owns the
She didn't write a letter on her own for her own property, but she is here and can
Usually
attest to the
people
fact
do.
that
Usually
she agrees.
Letter from 98, I noticed that there's...
Yes, and so 98 is, the owner spoke to 98 and actually 100, and they both agreed to the proposal. 98 doesn't like signing things, but he said he had no objections, and 100 said that he wouldn't sign anything unless 98 signed something, but he had no objections. So we have, everybody is in agreement, but I just do want to ask the committee one thing. Just in the 6 months that we've been waiting to get to committee, we have looked at inversing the plan. The building is exactly the same, but the front walk would change. That was shown to all of the neighbors as well. It's exactly the same amount of square footage of soft landscape. It's just on the other side.
It doesn't affect the variance request.
So it doesn't change any of the variances.
And the neighbor of,
And
Two
yes,
neighbors are
and it's
where?
actually because where all that writing is, there's actually a very big, there's a glassed-in porch. It's sort of a bookend to it, and it's kind of gives a little bit more privacy to the guy who's on the left. So,
We're used to flipping because we
yeah,
had another
like literally an exact.
one today, we wanted to make sure that the neighbor who is now going to get the driveway and the porch was okay with that because it wasn't
Yes, like I said, it was shown to, it was shown to everybody.
Any more questions? I'll move approval of the application. I don't believe there's any conditions.
Second, I like the revision.
I beg your pardon?
He likes a
The
revision.
revision's good. I think it's excellent.
Okay, and how do, okay,
Second, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you.
thank you.
23, 24.
24, number 649 College Street. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing three-story mixed-use building by constructing a rooftop deck and windows on the west side of the second and third stories and on the rooftop access enclosure. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, a staff report from planning, support from 647 College Street. Your name, sir?
Jonathan Hatch, agent.
Could you just clarify one thing before you start?
Of course.
The information I read, at one point, you didn't have a deck, and somewhere in this pile of information is reference to you still having it. Is there or is there not a rooftop deck?
There is a deck. It's not part of this application. This application is strictly to rebuild two windows.
There's a rooftop as part of it.
There is a rooftop deck, yes. Would you like a presentation?
I don't think so.
No, I'm fine with that.
No. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the planning condition, which are you aware of.
We are.
And that's it.
Second the motion.
All in favor? You have your approval,
Thank you.
Number 25, 699 Bloor Street West. The purpose of this application is to alter the basement area of the existing three-story mixed-use building to establish ancillary karaoke rooms associated with the existing eating establishment. Before us, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, opposition from 701 Bloor Street West. Right. Your name, sir?
First name is James Razor. I'm with Stanford Downey Architects, and I'm here with my clients, Stephen and John. There's two asks for this project. There's also two letters of support. We have a letter of support from the Koreatown BIA, which just came in today. And we have a letter of support from City Planning with a condition that the karaoke room stay in the basement.
Could you, so do you have those here? Can you
I do,
file them
yes.
so we can put them in the file? No, he said just a new one.
Sir, is this already in operation, correct?
Yeah, it was, when the clients bought the building, somebody had already built these rooms down in the basement, so when
Okay.
they went to do their business license.
And who's the tenant? Is the tenant of the main floor the tenant downstairs or not?
The tenant is of the main floor, and they'd like to use the basement floor.
But I think we have a letter that indicates that it's a separate facility. That the restaurant is the restaurant and the karaoke rooms in the basement are separate. Is that not true, or that's true?
There's a connecting entrance at the rear of the building and
Yeah.
a separate entrance at the front of the building. It's the unit is currently vacant.
Okay, it says here, the restaurant on the main floor and basement karaoke bar have been operating as separate entities for years and with separate door entrances as illustrated in the picture below, and not as an ancillary karaoke rooms associated with the existing eating establishment. And they show the front entrance, which is sort of hard to see, but it looks like there is a separate entrance for the basement there.
Yes.
And there's issues with loitering and all the other associated problems with.
But is a restaurant going to operate the karaoke? Because that's what our application says, pardon?
Yes, the restaurant on the ground floor is going to be operating
Okay. All right, perhaps we could have those letters of
And-
support.
Can we have your name, please? The second gentleman?
Stephen Silverberg.
And my next question is, it looks like you're permitted, under the bylaw, maximum 6% of the total interior floor space of the eating establishment is permitted to be used for use of sound rooms, recreational activities, and other entertainment. In this case, 12%.
Yeah, both.
So that's the full basement, 40.7 square meters?
So both bylaws come into effect here. The old bylaw was 6%, and the new bylaw, the old bylaw was 6%, and the new bylaw gives the square footage to it.
Right.
So we're basically going up to 40 square meters. That's what Teresa, the plans examiner, clarified in the end. So
That all depends on the size of the facility.
Yeah.
Your whole property, it probably isn't 300 square meters.
No, it's pretty small.
Yeah.
The ask here is to allow the amusement area to increase in size. So it goes up to 40.7. Now that ask will also, if that's permitted, change to non-residential area from the old permits from 335 square meters to 366, which is in Teresa's variance number 2 there. Variance number 1, I think, is the old bylaw, and variance number 3 is the new bylaw.
Yep.
This is the staff report that came the other day, and that's the creative town bylaw.
This is, well, this is just your application. Oh, this is in the Koreatown BIA, okay?
Might need to pull out something else for her.
Okay, so we have a,
No, this says it's from Linda McDonald, and it says, city planning staff respectfully recommend that should a committee of adjustment choose to approve this application, the committee impose the following condition. Variance number 1, to bylaw 569/2013, and related variance number 3 to bylaw 438/86, both requesting 40.7 square meters to be used for the purposes of a sound room. Be limited the basement level of the building as per the plan submitted to the committee on April the 12th, 2018.
So in her zoning review, that covered the old bylaw and the new bylaw, numbers 1 and number 3, and that's what the city report writes to. And then variance number 2 was allowing the non-residential area to increase.
so before we make a motion, I just want to read into the record that we have a letter from Koreatown BIA, September 24th, 2018. They're in support of the rezoning of the vacant space. All right, do we have any further questions?
So 40.7 square meters is how many square feet?
Times 10.75, so it'd be about 410 square feet.
Yeah.
It's basically the basement, because the basement is always an exception for the non-residential area, but in this case, we'd like to use it as a commercial venue.
Do we have a motion?
I have a question of Anita. The reference here is to the sound room is to be limited to the basement level as per the plan submitted by the Committee of Adjustment on April the 12th, 2018. We don't have a date stamp on these. Are these the drawings that won't put on the agenda? And do we need to include all this?
What are you reading from?
This is the report we didn't have.
We have from planning no issues with this application. I don't know when this was.
But he just said he just got
I didn't
that.
have a copy of that in my packet. Do you?
No, no.
So, how come the
I have an
applicant
extra
had
copy
read it?
here.
So it's
He's
referencing drawings.
tuned in, we're not.
Okay, so April 12th, 20, that would be what's in your file.
We need to include the entire package, or?
Well, the main floor on the basement shows, so maybe you want to do the first floor and basement plan?
Yeah, otherwise.
Which would be A201 and
200, 202 is the basement.
202. That doesn't show the,
It does.
202 does, yes.
Existing entertainment.
2012 and 2021.
Oh, washroom for the restaurant, it's in the basement?
The restaurant has an existing washroom on the ground floor.
On the ground floor, okay.
Yeah, it operates independently.
Yeah, okay, I'm just wondering, because I'm looking at the plan, I don't see it here, so.
I think,
Cross
I'm not sure, because when we were working with Teresa, we did area calculation plans as well as layout plans. So I have a full set of that committee of adjustment if you want to just flip through it.
It's okay.
This is, because this has all those floor layouts.
In the drawing, we have to make sure that.
Yeah, which one gets attached to it?
One that we've got and not something else.
Okay.
And we didn't have a planning report.
It just came from the city, I think, last week. I've never had a report come from the city before. They sent it to us last week.
Didn't have a copy, we wouldn't have.
No.
Yeah.
We had the condition.
If you didn't give it to us, we wouldn't have it. We don't have it.
No, oh.
See?
Sorry, guys. It came to me and I assumed it was sent to you.
It's crazy.
But it should have been.
Well, Mr. Chairman, unless anybody has questions, I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the condition from the planning department that the entertainment room be raised as per
What's that?
drawings number A202 and A201.
No. Comment, keeping it in the basement.
Second? Second? All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did you reference something correspondence from 701?
No, what do you mean reference? No, I just mentioned I read it was their letter, I think, that said it was a separate establishment upstairs and downstairs. There was a letter filed, and if you, it should be in the file if you.
Oh, it'll be in the file? Okay.
Number 20, you left your briefcases here. Number 26, 9 Coolmine Rd. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a front covered porch with a second-story addition, a rear first-story addition, a rear deck, and a rear first-story canopy covering the existing rear basement walkout. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, and opposition from 701 Bloor Street West. Your name, sir?
Yes, I'm Chris Rowe. I'm the homeowner.
Right.
Mr. Rowe, have you seen the planning report?
Yes, I have. Yes,
Agree with the condition?
absolutely.
I have no questions.
I don't either, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application. I think it clearly meets the 4 tests for variance. And my approval condition, or my approval is conditional upon the planning department recommended condition about height and width of the proposed front covered porch.
Seconder?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, now we go to the 3:30 list. We got to switch binders. Number 28, 613 Christie Street and 62 Benson Avenue.
Sorry.
The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a one-story addition on the east side of the building. We have before us materials submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, 61 form letters in support.
Yes, sir.
From the whole neighborhood.
The whole neighborhood.
It went far afield.
The homeowner was very considerate of his neighbors and consulted with many of them. I'm Graham Barrett, agent for the owner.
Just, are you
the owner's over here.
opposition or support?
I believe they're here for an unrelated matter.
Oh, okay. All right. You shouldn't be sitting in this row.
Yeah, can you sit somewhere
Pardon?
else, please?
You're not here for Christie. You're not here for Christie Street.
No, excuse me, you were number 18. That's why we thought you were coming back to number 18.
Oh, the contested ones, you mean? Yeah, we have 18 and 23.
Mr. Chairman, since number 28 is
Yeah.
currently standing there, and I don't have any difficulty with the application, unless my colleagues do, I'd like to move approval of it subject to no condition.
And I'll be happy to second that.
I want to know where your parking is.
There is parking on site. The variance is due to the location of the lot lines. Really constricts the parking spaces. Let me just put it up on the overhead.
It's got a minimal length. They have a parking spot.
It's beside the entrance that you're going to construct?
Parking here, beside the little one-story addition, but as you can see, the lot lines cut it off. There's existing parking there now, but a large portion of what appears to be the lot for this house is actually city property, so these parking spots are existing.
Yeah, it's existing, but it's just deficient in length.
It's over here, yeah.
Right.
It's right there, but it's not long enough.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we have a motion.
Vote. Yes, we already had the motion.
Yeah.
Did you?
I seconded.
Second it? All in favor? You have your approvals.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Good
so we
night.
go back to 18 now?
Yeah, we have to go back to the 230 list, number 18, 507 Davisville Avenue. Oh, Jesus, I put my binder away.
Hi.
So anxious to get to the 330 list that I put my binder away. All right. Purpose of this application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with a rear detached garage. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and opposition from 505. Right, in your name. Pardon? Oh, you give it to, are you in opposition? Yeah, you give it to us when you come up.
You only have one copy.
This is Pears Ave. I'm the architect and the agent on this application. We are here to dealing with the three variances, and one of them is actually three in nature. One of them is east yard setback. The other is height, and the last is FSI. I go through everything.
So did you have a discussion with the neighbors, and
Yes, we did.
were you able to resolve your difficulty?
Actually, the 505, we don't have any variances on that side. And because based on the bylaw, we were allowed to even be more closer to that side, which we already provided 60 centimeter, and bylaw we were allowed to go up to 45 centimeter on west side. And for the east side, the variance has been created because we're proposing window on that side. And already the house is more closer than what we are proposing at this moment.
Existing house is
The existing
closer than the
house,
proposed
yes. And already has the
That's
window.
on the side with 505?
Yes. No, 509.
509. We had a letter.
505, we don't have any variance on that.
I see. Okay, because
But-
I read her letter in longhand.
Yes, I know, but we don't have any variance. We don't have depth variance, we don't have length variance.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's
And-
509.
Are the neighbors in agreement with your variances or not? Okay, they're not.
And that's why I'm doing the presentation. For the height, it's
Why don't we hear from the neighbors first?
It's a modest GFA.
we are above 41 centimeter, which is that little area here.
That's it.
And it's a portion of the portion of the sloped roof, top of the slope roof. If we would go with the flat roof, we didn't have that variance. And for the FSI, we have first floor, second floor, and portion of third floor. Each one has first floor and second floor, each one has 81.6 square meter, which comes to 58.80 FSI, and we were still lower than 60 we were allowed by the bylaw. And on the third floor, portion of third floor, we are proposing one big bedroom, which is 25.85 a square meter. That's why we went up. And the reason it's we are asking in the neighborhood, in that pocket, Davisville and below the Eglinton, 73% of FSI is granted by committee before.
I think that we don't need to hear from you further at this point. Let us hear from the
Okay,
neighbors,
sure.
see what the objections are. It seems relatively modest.
Hi, I'm Luis. I'm the neighbor on the east side. She's the neighbor on the west side.
Yes. What's your name?
Luis.
Luis what?
Garcia.
Okay.
So
You're 509?
Yeah, 509, yeah.
Okay, so
Letters are from the second neighbor on the west and on the east.
This is Brown.
Yeah.
Brown, who wrote the
Yeah,
letter.
this the immediate yeah.
Right.
Okay, so we have, you just handed us a letter from Anna Speak from 511 Davisville Avenue, objecting, and another letter from Loranda Martin Evans, or an email dated September the 25th, 2018, from 503 Davisville.
Okay.
Yes.
Each of them, it's one property over.
Yeah.
And what's their objection?
So the objection is I'm objecting to the three variances.
Okay.
You can see, I mean, this is my neighbor house. This is the size of my neighbor house, and this is the size of my house, right over here. This two here. So you can see that the proposed house is way bigger. If you look at the map, which I didn't bring, the map of the neighborhood is way far back with relation to the other houses in that area. So these houses are really close to each other, and they are very narrow. So, but this is the total area now is, the index is 0.69, and the bylaw says 0.6.
Yes.
So
6 meters over.
Yeah. So when
2 floors.
Yeah. I made the calculation, and that if they go by reducing the back, it would be like 2.5 meters or something like that of removing the back. So if I stand on my deck, I feel like box in a box, because the houses are so close to each other that it takes a huge it's a huge wall. So I don't see my neighbors. We used to talk to the neighbors through the fence and call the kids, and they play together and stuff. This won't happen anymore. Like, my view is blocking the sun, is blocking the airflow. In addition, I had on that same here, when my finger is, I have a skylight, because my house is very dark, because the houses are very close to each other. So I have a skylight with the house that high, that will block some of the sun that I get. So my objection is with the three variances, and I think if we go with the bylaw, then I'm fine with this. It's just, and my neighbors.
He doesn't want to.
It's the gross floor area?
Yes, and the separation between the houses.
And the height.
That, yeah, and the height. Yeah.
Sir, he's
I think those are small changes for them, but are big for me.
But I'm trying to understand how that impact would be less for you. You're going to have a new house next to you. It's 0.3 of a meter closer. The GFA, they're over by 26 square meters on 2 floors plus the third floor. So if they could build within right, and it wouldn't be that much more if they didn't do the, let's say, the third floor, they could go out, there's no depth variance, there's no rear yard variance.
If they remove the third floor, well, but
saying-
what can I do? If they go with the bylaw, there is no.
All I'm saying is, he's not a lot over. It's pretty modest. I know the lots are small, but he could build within right. All you'd have to take off is, you know, a little bit from each floor, and you'd still have the same effect. He's not, if there was a depth variance, a length variance, we hear there's not really a height variance, it's just that little portion. So I realize you're saying, oh, they should live with the bylaw, but we have 41 applications today. We have thousands every year. People want to build more than the bylaw. That's why the committee is here.
But why
So
wouldn't
I'm
you
saying that
approve the
What
bylaw?
I'm looking at from what we've seen today, these are relatively minor variances.
It's a huge house for the neighborhood, I can tell you. It's a monstrosity for that in the neighborhood.
How many square feet?
6'9".
Another thing I wanna point out, I don't know whether this is the place, the old house, the siding has contained asbestos, so that should be removed carefully before they tear the house down. I don't know, how do I?
We don't deal with those.
Contact the building
Thank
department.
you, sir.
Okay.
Did you want to speak, madam? No, you have to come to the
have her live.
podium if you want to speak. If you don't have anything to add, then you don't need to.
I was just counting on you knowing the rules, because when I phoned the city, they told me I'd have to get a lawyer. They didn't give out that information.
Could you tell us your name and your address?
Oh, I'm sorry, Norma Brown, 505 Davisville Avenue.
Yeah. And what are your objections?
My objections were light. They were cutting out the light with the addition and the airflow. That was pretty much it. I had a third one, but I'm too tired to remember what it is now. Sorry.
Thank you.
You have my letter, says it all.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have one letter of support.
Sorry? Oh, from across the street?
Yes.
I have one question, if you can answer it.
Sure.
Interesting.
Well,
Read this in. A letter of support from 506 Davisville Avenue.
The concerns that were raised are about a house being very tall and very big next to them, and that's fair statement. Are you able, using your drawings, to show to these people, if you were to build within the bylaw, what would happen to the design that you have? Obviously, you've shown us the height comes down.
yeah,
What happens to the length?
I would, like, the length, I would allow to go to, the full length that I went, because it's 17 meter, I'm allowed.
But you're asking for gross floor.
Gross floor area is created because I have the living space within the attic on the third floor. It's within the attic. And first floor and second floor, each one has 81.6 square meter.
The living space out of the attic, you can.
It would be less than 60 FSI. It would be 5880 FSI.
The reality is that the bulk of the house wouldn't change.
Wouldn't change.
Thank you.
And already for the side yard setback on the east, I would, the existing house is much more closer than whatever we are proposing. My client wanted to make it fair and have the equal setback from the lot line.
2 feet
And
instead of
from,
3 feet.
yes. And already has the window. The existing house, I can show you that photo, the existing house already has the window, which is closer to.
Okay, thank you.
I
No
think
further
that was a very good question. That was a very, Mr. Minitfeld's question basically stated that by the answer, if they took off the third floor, which is within the attic and doesn't bother anyone, what they are doing here by going back as far as they do, it doesn't trigger a rear yard setback or a length or a coverage. And if they took that out, they would basically comply. So the attic isn't bothering anyone. I believe it's rather modest. and they've equalized that. So I would make a motion to approve the application. This is a relatively modest new construction. I think it's relatively sensitive, and that the issues that the neighbors have complained, given that it exceeds the depth and the length of their houses, is not a function of exceeding the bylaw. So that's why I move approval.
We have a seconder?
Second the motion.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Number 2.
Could you?
18, yes, you have 2.
Number 23, 15 Bayfield Crescent. Purpose of this application is to legalize and maintain the existing conversion of the former garage into a rear cabana garden shed, which has been constructed beyond the variances permitted by minor variance decision A0260/17 TEY. And we have before us on this application, material submitted by the applicant, report from planning, and correspondence in opposition from 30, 26, and 30 Plater Boulevard. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, Jonathan Benskowski. Just quickly, of the 8 variances that are requested, 7 of them are already approved, and regardless of the outcome today, would remain. Essentially, what happened was, in the construction phase of the actual sloped portion of the roof, that did have a building permit issued.
Okay.
It was built essentially in excess of 0.53 meters, or 1'9". So what I've done here is the actual approved height is the dotted in portion.
Mr. Benskowski, where are the
I'm not sure if
opposition?
I'm not sure if they want to speak or not. I indicated for them to come over and they didn't. Oh, okay.
All right, would you come and sit up here, or?
And I'm sure you can give us a lot of detail, but I personally don't need it for this application. The issue I had, and it's been raised by some people, is why is it called a cabana? What is the use for the building?
It's essentially a shed for storage that he has chairs in.
Okay.
There actually is no definition within the zoning bylaw that we could fit into it. So essentially what happened was, through the initial application with planning, that was essentially the wording that planning wanted put on it. And we're also okay with the planning conditions.
So you know about those conditions?
Yeah, that were identical to the original approval.
Okay.
That's to eliminate the sewer and the water.
Correct.
What about the wood burning? Is there a wood burning stove in there?
I'm not sure if there's a wood burning stove in it, but whatever would happen as per the conditions of this. And I did meet with, I think, your husband. I spoke to him and he had concerns. I said, please feel free to call municipal licensing and standards if there is an issue with any of this stuff.
Okay.
Basically what happened was, at the building permit stage, when they came to clear the final inspection, they measured and said, the angle's off.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay. Was there any restriction in the previous committee of adjustment approval on water and sewage?
Same thing. The same
Okay.
planning report came out from the previous one, and we recommended that it was fine. We had no issue with it at that point also.
All right, thank you. Madam, could you tell us your name and your address, please?
My name is Joan Van Lunen, and my address, 30 Plater Boulevard, Toronto.
30?
Property backs on to the back.
Okay, 30 Plater.
Would you please try and speak into the microphone?
Okay.
Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Would you like me to repeat my name?
No, we have your letter here, your husband's letter.
It's Joan, right?
Joan Van Lunen.
Okay, I understand.
And we have your husband's letter as well.
Okay.
Okay, so please tell us your concerns.
My concern is that, as I pointed out in my letter, there was no need, if you're going to have a garden shed and a cabana with no swimming pool, to change the height. And there was water installed. So I'm referring back to the decision by the Committee of Adjustment last year, 2017. They granted those variances on the certain conditions.
Correct.
Now, the conditions, if you have them there, I think I have them here, that no water and sewage connection shall be permitted to or within the detached cabana/garden shed. I have no way of knowing if there's water in there.
Okay.
Because my fear actually is there's going to be another residence right on my property line at the backyard.
That's the reason for the condition.
Yeah.
That's the reason this condition.
Now, how am I to know if this condition is, how long is it in for? I mean, we came back today just to make sure that it was reinforced. Because as I mentioned, I do feel, because I sent a picture too, you didn't need that height, and you didn't all those brand new windows in just for a garden shed and a cabana with no pool. So I do feel at some point in time that is slated for another residence. And I would like to make sure that those conditions that were imposed will still be carried out. But I don't know for how long would this be.
Sorry, Mrs. Van Loen, the city, if we grant this permission today, the city is asking, and I certainly would impose as a condition, that there be no sewage, no toilet, no sink, no running water, and they would have to comply with that. Now, the city doesn't have a good methodology for checking these things, so it would be up to area citizens like yourselves and your neighbors at 26 who also wrote in that if you feel there's that, and I'm also going to recommend that any wood-burning stove be removed, that you would call property standards to come and inspect to see that, in fact, that has been done. Okay? So
I'm sorry, did you say that no wood-burning stove should be?
that's right. I'm saying if there's some allegation that there may also be a stove in there.
know.
Have you seen any smoke coming out of the, is there any
I'm
kind of
not
a
sure. I
stack?
haven't seen anything.
Okay, so we'll hear from Mr. Binkowski, but that would be how it'd work. You could always ask this, if you suspect that there's water and sewage, because that's going to be a condition, and without water and sewage, it's not going to be another residence or a granny flat or anything of that sort. So that's the intent, that's the purpose, that it's only used as a garden shed and not as a secondary residence or anything like that.
But there's no way of you guaranteeing how long?
It would be enforcement, though there would be a continual thing, but if you suspect it, we can't go check, you would have to get the city to come check. There's no time limit, it's as long as that garden shed, we're going to impose
Now,
a condition.
why I objected to the height as well? For the simple reason, I thought if I object to the height, there's no way that that can be made into a residential residence.
Well, the height permitted is 4 meters. The application asked for 4.53, but I understand it was built, you had permission from the Committee of Adjustment.
Correct, with an issued building permit after.
At 4.53? At 4. Okay, so now you're going for 4.53 to allow for that slope.
Correct.
And perhaps in rebuttal, you can tell us what the purpose of that slope is, so that Mrs. Van Loen knows about that. Okay, so he's going to respond to that.
I see. So what you're saying, the height will stay?
He's asking for this height to be.
He's asking for that. That's up to you. All I want to make sure, there's not the possibility of another illegal residence on my backyard.
Thank you.
It is unsightly, too, to me, I would add. I think my husband would like to speak to you, too. Thank you.
Sir, are you going to deal with different issues? If you deal with the same issues, we can't.
My name is Hans van Loenen,
Yes.
and I reside at 30 Plater Boulevard. My wife basically covered every angle here. My concern is about the water and the sewage.
Oh, we've heard about
And yes, and you heard about that, and it's to or within. So when my English understanding is right, anything to the building is a no-no. even when it's underneath the ground. Now, you can take the water out of any building and put it behind the wall.
Sir, we're not dealing with hypotheticals. The order the order from the Committee of Adjustments previously was no water, no sewage hookup.
What kind of guarantee are we getting?
If you think that there's water or sewage, then you call the city property standards and have them check.
All right. So that basically leaves it up to me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bankowski, is the building in existence as it's shown in our agenda?
100%. Actually, what I've done,
Hold up, before you answer this.
Yeah.
On the, to the point that was made by the lady, on the, oh God, this is faint. The south elevation, are those doors with windows over them?
What you can see, I've actually put it up for you, through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, if you see there, that's exactly as the building is constructed today.
Good point. If this is storage, why did you need the windows?
It's an architectural feature. What it is this was an existing coach house. This was not a new build. This was not a new construction. This property was one of the original Plater properties, and this is where they actually stored the horses. So this was a completely existing structure.
And the existing structure had the pitched roof?
No, the existing structure did have a flat roof. Now, in terms of the angle of the roof itself.
So hold on.
Yeah.
If it had a flat roof and the flat roof is at the back of that slope, in fact, the windows are new.
Everything is new from the front. So through you, Mr. Chair, everything here is new and the white parts are new. Now, in terms of the sloped roof is already approved. So the sloped roof is approved at 4 meters.
Right, yeah.
What we're here for is the additional 0.53 meters. So in terms of the sloping itself, that already is approved.
So the low slope is at 4 and the high slope is, the high point is 5.53 higher?
No, actually,
That's the highest point?
This portion here is
Yeah.
actually a little bit over 3 meters.
Okay.
The 4.53 is measured to the top point of the slope.
Of the highest point?
Of the highest point.
Okay,
Maybe
that's
I
what
can
I,
see
yeah.
it a little bit better if I go back to the one where I dotted it in from the side.
So really, the average of the roof would be
I would
closer to
say
4.
we're looking at basically 1.5 meters from the back to this portion here. So again, the dotted portion, as it relates to the property line to the north, is the approved, and it is approved to the dotted portion here. So basically, in effect, if this were not to be approved today, that roof would just have to lower that slope, that 1.53 meters, in order to comply with the building permit.
Not the geography was or math was my best subject, but you have a 45-degree angle and you're approved there maybe like a 30.
Correct. Now, in terms of the thought of it being an additional dwelling, this is a very large 6-bedroom, newly built home about 15 years ago. It's occupied by one individual right now who is divorced, who has a son that lives with him half the time. I don't think he has the need to rent out a rear cabana area like that.
Maybe the son could go in the back.
I don't think the ex-wife would like for that to happen. But the original thing actually was his son was an artist. His son did use it to paint in, and his son has since moved to another residence.
So that's the reason for the windows.
That was the original reason, yes. And to be honest, I was trying to find some photos. It is actually a beautiful, beautiful structure. It's been all redone on the outside. It was really dilapidated and almost to the point where we were going to look for a permit to rebuild it based upon it being unsafe.
It's a beautiful neighborhood, Plater.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion.
Mr. Nipfel?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, I'll move approval of the application. I think the roof is it's an architectural feature, may make the rain run off better, and it is only 0.53, half a meter above. In terms of just ensuring and giving the neighbors and other people in the neighborhood comfort that it not be used as a residence, it would obviously, as was done before, and I guess the applicant just didn't care, that it not have any sewage and/or water be removed, as well as any wood-burning stove, should that be in existence. And that the standard condition that, it's not be used for habitable space.
You adding that? Not to be used for habitable space? You adding that?
Yeah, we can. Okay.
Second it?
Second.
All in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you can call staff and ask them tomorrow, because we have a lot of applications. Thank you.
Okay. Number 29. 47 Jackman Avenue. If you could just hold on, sir, I have to switch my binders. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing three-story detached dwelling by constructing a one-story rear addition with rear deck and to reconstruct and enlarge the rear yard shed which was originally constructed without a building permit. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, 7 form letters in support, 1 letter from 43 Jackman Avenue opposed. Your name, sir?
I don't think they were opposing. I think they were just asking for semi-permeable material.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, my name's David Lang.
Respondents in concern, interest, yeah, but wasn't in support.
Actually, when you give us your name and so forth, I believe we're talking about the same letter. The suggestion was that the new landscaping, hard surface would be permeable. Do you have any difficulty with that if it's made a condition?
No. Which one was it again? 43?
43, yeah. She says she supports the application, but she asks that the committee in approving the application require that the new landscaping hard surfaces must be permeable. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it. I'm looking at the plan. I don't see why it's a problem.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Michael? No. Mr. Chairman, unless anyone else has questions, I don't need a presentation on this application. Excuse me, I think it's a reasonable proposal, and I think it complies with the test for variance. I would move approval of the request subject to the new hard landscaping surfaces being permeable.
Okay, and before I second that, just to confirm, you are David Lang, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Give you a chance to introduce yourself. I'll second that motion.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Number 31, 620 Dundas Street East. Purpose of this application is to construct 2 residential towers, 33 stories, Building A and 11 stories, Building B respectively, on top of a shared 3-story mixed-use podium and 3 levels of below-grade parking within Block 17 south of the Regent Park redevelopment plan. Specifically, the lands are located at the northwest corner of Dundas Street East and River Street. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, a report, staff report from planning with an appendix. Your name, sir?
My name is Louis Tinker. I'm a planner with Bausfields here on behalf of Daniels Corporation.
Mr. Tinker, the planning report on this has a number of revisions that I understand you agree with that change what you're requesting today. Can you
That's correct, yes. And I do have a copy, an annotated copy of the revisions to the zone, to the variances, along with the accompanying revised architectural plans. So this is the
These actually implement conditions.
that is correct, and I also would say that we agree with the conditions that are being recommended by planning staff to be tied to the approval. As you can see on the first page here, we've lowered the overall height of the tower by 1 story, and that reduces the height down to 100 meters, 100.9 meters. On the second page,
You can just, Anita, do we have to change the purpose of the application to a 32-story building A, or, because now we've dropped it off for 32, right? And sorry, Mr. Tinker.
yeah, so I guess if we're looking at the revisions to the purpose of the application, then yes, there would be a revision to 32 stories. There's also a reduction in the number of residential units as a result of that, and I just need to confirm what that number is right now. Okay.
Is that in your bylaw? No, the purpose says 451. Well, he's going to have, he's going to change it. Your bylaw has a maximum unit count, I would take it, and that was a variance?
It does not have a maximum.
It doesn't?
No. So,
On GFA or
The purpose
residential?
mentions 451, is that still correct?
In the purpose?
Residential units,
Yeah.
under the purpose. You mentioned the units that you-
Because now you're doing one less floor, you're going to have less units, right?
okay. Sorry, I'm being advised that our unit count actually is 458 units. So notwithstanding that the building has been reduced, there's been some internal.
Lining, so maybe we
Yeah.
shouldn't mention that at all, or, I don't know. So has your unit count gone up, or that was already always your unit count? Sorry?
The unit count had gone up before these variances, these revisions to the variances were incorporated.
But it's
So-
not part of the variances we had.
No, it's just part of the description of the
I would
application.
make a change because,
Can I clarify, Anita can comment, the purpose, as you stated here, and the purpose on the notification are different?
Somewhere between the notice of public hearing and the agenda being generated, the number of units was removed because
yeah,
it's not a
I
variance.
think that's better, let's not even go there.
Okay.
That's not in the, that was revised by.
Okay,
So all
so,
we need to do is.
Okay.
Till now.
that's correct, and use the purpose in our hearing notice.
Okay.
Yeah, probably better not to get into that.
Okay.
There's no variances related
No.
to residential.
No, there isn't.
Right.
And so on the next page, you'll see then, again, there is reduction in the number of stories, and there is also a reciprocal reduction in the height of the mechanical penthouse. That number is high because it's being measured from as a projection above the permitted height as per the bylaw, but if you look at the plans, you'll see that the mechanical penthouse is actually 6 meters tall, not 18.9 meters. There is a alteration to variance number 8 with respect to the number of bicycle parking spaces. And then finally, a revision to the number of persons that may reside within the residential care facility on the third page.
Is there a problem with notice in that? Be for 8 persons exclusive of staff, and now it says less than 10, so that means one more? Means not 10, not 8, but 9. Why did that come about as a result of anything that's before us today? Why did you redline and change that? I wouldn't change that because unless that's...
If you'd like us to leave it as previously
otherwise
requested, we can leave
we're
that.
giving you more than you asked for in your application.
Yeah. That's
More person.
That's understood. If we want to leave that the way originally requested, we can do that. Yeah, understood.
Okay. Yeah,
No.
Leave it at 467?
leave it at 8.
No, we're revising 8. It's number 10 that we're not, 10 that's not being,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So number 8, variance number, pardon? Variance number 8, you reduced the overall number of bicycle parking spaces to 462, but in the application, it breaks it down between occupant bicycle parking spaces and visitor bicycle parking spaces. So do we need to have that number broken down, the 462?
But the bylaw.
It was only 200. It was only...
The bylaw just has a cumulative bicycle.
No, it doesn't.
This is one of those variances, old variances in the bylaw that doesn't recognize the new standards.
It was less, they only had 200. But then in your application, you had 267, 467, 424, and 43 visitor. So now you just have a total of 462. I think, yeah, well,
Yeah.
but why is that such a big change? Because the requirement has changed since you had your approvals? You previously only had to have 160 and 40 for a total of 200, and now you're more than doubling that.
We're asking for the number in that last sentence of 467 to be amended to 462, but the remainder of that sentence can stay the same.
Can't. That'll come to 467.
It's a total of 462. How many are visitors?
It's also a greater variance.
In the notice, it said.
Now they're saying they're going to have less.
Yeah.
But it's strange because in the, again, this is the old bylaw, I guess it says 43886, it says you only had to have 200. Then he said in the notice, we're going to get 467, being 424 occupant and 43.
So if you were concerned, you got the notice.
Yeah, I would just leave this, maybe we should just leave this alone. You'll only be deficient 5, but otherwise there's again a notice issue. But I don't understand because he only needed 200. Unless that is changed. Anita, has the requirement for parking?
Okay, we just looked at the architectural plans and the stats around the parking. We're providing a total of 462 bicycle parking spaces in this revised design, of which 406 will be for residents and 46 will be for visitors.
46?
Correct. And as you recall, the bylaw actually has a maximum of 200, and we're looking to more than double the amount of bicycle parking spaces through this application.
But the problem is that the notice indicated you were going to provide a larger number.
You know what,
Right.
5, I would just leave it the way it is. You're a deficient 5. It's certainly not very germane to anything.
But
leave it the same.
Provide those 467.
But they're saying they only have to give.
We can provide 467, yes.
Okay.
43 for visitors, can you do that?
Then we're okay.
Then we don't need to change this one.
No, you don't.
Okay, can I ask?
If you ever have to come back for something else, you can throw that in as well. But you're way over.
We hope we don't have to.
You're way over the requirement, unless the requirement's changed.
Yeah. 8 remains the same, and so does 10. My apologies for that.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you one question, which has nothing to do with your application. Do you charge for parking space, bicycle parking spaces?
No.
Okay. Just curious. All right, do we have any further questions, or do we have a motion?
No, I'm fine.
All right. Bring the motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the revised application as described on, I need to read them all, right?
Yeah.
With variances number 1, 2, 4, altered as per this submission, and subject to no conditions.
Hold on, we have the condition from staff, which he's actually, Mr. Tinker has made the changes in A, B, and C. Do we need Roman numerals 2 and 3? And all these others? No. Mr. Tinker, do we need Roman numeral 2 and 3? The heights of developments permitted, sit on this decision, return, that's with the indexing, oh yeah, right, okay.
Yeah,
What about this, the other Roman numerals 2 and 3 and the payment?
2 and 3?
Yes, and then the appendix, does that tie in with the appendix, Mr. Tinker?
Yes, it does.
The public art?
Yep.
Okay, that's sort of part of it, right? So you're agreeable to, I guess, item number 1 you've already complied with and done it, and items, Roman numerals 2 and 3, and appendix A, appendix 1 rather.
Yeah, those are the mechanisms by which the city secures the 250,000 public art contribution.
Okay, so your revisions, the ones I've just moved, in fact, they reflect number 1 from planning and then I amend my motion to include planning conditions 2 and 3 and the appendix.
That's correct.
I'll second that.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 33, 526 Huron Street. Purpose of this application is to convert the existing triplex to contain 5 residential dwelling units and to construct a rear yard parking area. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, staff report from Urban Forestry, and correspondence on behalf of the Annex Residents Association dated September the 25th, 2018.
Is there a neighbor here? Is there anyone here in objection? This matter was held because it was someone.
No, it wasn't. Number 33 was not held.
We're not, is this 21?
33.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm on the wrong one. Never mind.
Okay, your name, sir?
Good evening, I should say good evening now. Mr. Chair and member of the committee. My name is Willie Wong. I'm a professional engineer and also the applicant for this application. So I try to be brief. The existing house, the dwelling unit, is legal 3 unit, and the owner want to convert to 5 unit. The reason is they want to provide more affordable housing in this annex area, and also should the committee approval, the owner will spend the money to bring this 5 unit meet today's Ontario Building Code and fire code requirement. You look at the drawing I submit to the committee, we add the new stair, okay? So each unit would have a separate stair go down to the outside that meet today's building code requirement. Respect to the variance, we request 3 of them. One is the parking spaces, okay? The bylaw requires 5. We try to provide 3. If you look at those people in that area try to rent this unit, they are either students from U of T or George Brown or Ryerson, or maybe some nurse working in the nearby hospital. They don't need to drive a car, okay? They either by walking or they take a public transit. So the owner, I think, behind me, gentleman, is a property manager, the Morris Kreiser. He told me in support this application, the owner going to put some bicycle rack in the property in case the tenant want to use a bicycle. Okay. Number 2, in terms of the landscaping area, right now, you look at the, I don't know you have the survey or not, Mr. So the existing property now in the backyard, they're all gravel, no landscaping at all. Okay, I understand the current zoning bylaw require at least 50%, but they only try to provide almost about 21%, try to improve the area. Number 3, in terms of the 4 area per the each unit, I know the zoning bylaw asks 65 square meter. I think we propose 38. Also because we introduced under the new stair, they further reduce the 4 area. We checked with the building department that meet the Ontario Building Code for minimum requirement. So I did talk to the zoning manager in the downtown building department. They are, at the moment, I think they try to reduce the 65 square meter. I don't think they meet today's real estate demand. It's too big for 1 bedroom, okay? So I think by creating 5 unit, okay, the owner spend the money to make this 5 unit to meet today's Ontario Building Code requirement, I think we'd be more safe with the committee approval.
Okay, so
If any question about this existing unit or this neighborhood, I think Morris, the property manager, can answer the question. Thank you.
so what's currently, you have 3 units? Because I see in a letter here you wrote you had 14 bedrooms. I guess now you're having 5 units with 7 bedrooms.
Yes, that's correct.
So I guess you're going to have like 3 one-bedrooms and 2 two-bedrooms, right?
Yeah.
And the average size, even including so the size, I'd convert it to square feet because that's where I think the requirement is 700 square feet. You're giving 409, which is still, by today's standards, with some condo units being 500-600 feet, it sounds to me like it may have not been acceptable 10 years ago when I was doing this, but now it's more normal, and it allows you to give more affordable. What are you going to be charged? Do you know what you're going to be charging rent for these units?
On one bedrooms, we normally charge in the area of $1,500 to $1,700, depending on, we have a number of properties in the area, and that's what we're currently charging for one bedroom.
For a one-bedroom?
14 to 1,700, 15 to 1,700.
Okay. Any more questions?
The only question I have to do is with parking. On the proposed site plan, you have there's a rectangle of soft landscaping that could in fact be an extra parking space, but then that would render your soft landscaping in the rear yard even more deficient. Is that the reason why it's not parking?
Yes. There's also, there's not really a lot of reason for parking. Many of our residents have no parking. They either bike or they're street parking.
Okay, so then is it used for snow storage and stuff as well?
Sorry?
Is it used for snow storage?
Not really, no. Right now, the property is vacant. When we acquired it almost 2 years ago, it was vacant and has been vacant probably 2 to 3 years before that. Okay. So I'm not sure what the use has been, but we do not plan to use it for storage, no.
Any more questions?
No.
Morris Kreitzer. Maurice.
If you have no more further questions, I'm prepared to make a motion of approval of this application. I think that, the unit sizes have changed and it permits affordable housing for students. We've also heard from Mr. Wong that they're going to use this additional revenue from that and to modernize the building, bring it up to fire code and other safety standards for the benefit of the residents. So I don't believe there's any conditions. There is your urban forestry number 1. So subject to urban forestry condition number 1, I would move approval of the application.
Second motion.
All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 30, 1165 O'Connor Drive.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Just a moment.
Chair, members of committee. My name is Billy Tung.
Can you hang on a minute?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Right, the purpose of this application is to construct a new 5-story stacked townhouse apartment building with 20 dwelling units and a below-grade parking garage. And we have before us in this application material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning and transportation services, a report from engineering and senior business development, correspondence from Mary Bull on behalf of Mondelez Canada, 1200 O'Connor Drive, N5, Bermondsey Road. Your name, sir?
Billy Tung with KLM Planning. We are the planning agent for the applicant. Before we start, I just wanted to clarify and make sure in terms of the correspondence that you have received, we did receive one further report from community planning late this afternoon. I just wanted to make sure that report is in your materials. If not, I have brought additional copies with me. It would be dated today.
Oh, we don't have it.
Here it is, sir.
Yeah, they mentioned it. Yep. Okay, thank you. So as you've said,
Designation. Yeah.
I'll just give you a moment to read through it.
What's a class 4? Explain this here.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I can get into that. I just also wanted to bring to your attention that Mr. Derek Wong from Community Planner, who authored that letter, is also in attendance this afternoon and can answer any questions that committee may have. What I'll do is I'll just give a very brief overview of what it is that the variances are relative to what's before committee, and also, more importantly, the conditions that we, both through the planning department and through Mondelez, are asking committee to impose if these variances are to be approved. The variances before you today are to implement a 4-story stacked townhouse development. We have been going through a site planning process with community planning, and these are the variances that would implement that development. It's in keeping with the direction of the official plan relative to the mixed-use area designation, as well as the more area-specific urban design guidelines that were developed for this corridor. In terms of the conditions that are before you, both from community planning and from Mondelez, and Mary Bull from representing Mondelez is also here this afternoon. We've been working between the app.
Can you tell us what Mondelez is?
Sorry, sure, certainly. Mondelez owns the Peak Freens factory on the other side of O'Connor Drive. That's directly across from the site. They're an existing industrial user.
And I believe they've just invested a ton of money into
Yes, into making improvements.
500 employees, and our concern, obviously, when you have, residential and commercial.
Correct.
Build a brand new, beautiful building with 20 units, and then all the owners are going to start going up in arms because of the bakery and asking them to take measures to minimize issues. And hey, we were here first, so.
Yeah, certainly.
What's this class? Is that something to do with this class?
So that's part of the reason why the Class 4 is being asked for as a condition to be imposed on this application. The history of it is my client has been working with the representatives from Mondelez, both from their a noise expert like for like between their consultant and our client's consultant, working hand in hand to refine these noise mitigation measures. Some of the conditions that are asked for through Mondelez are measures that we've agreed to that would be implemented through the site planning process. And we certainly would agree to adding those conditions and being imposed if committee were to approve these variances. In terms of the Class 4, I can explain that it's essentially a new classification that the MOE had come up with in the last update to the provincial noise environmental noise guidelines. It's a new classification that recognizes that as properties that are adjacent to existing industrial users, there may be some modifications to the requirements now that needs to be a little bit more relaxed in order for these users to coexist. So there are through the noise mitigation measures that are being introduced through the site plan and design of this application, and the addition of this requirement to reclassify as a Class 4, as well as an agreement that will be entered into between the two private parties would ensure that Mondelez's concerns about any future potential noise concerns are mitigated and addressed through this process.
The noise that comes from Mondelez's plant that's impacting on your residential units, is that right?
That is correct.
I guess, I don't know if odor or smell is also an issue. It's a good smell, but even a good smell, 24/7.
Yeah, those are not identified as issues, but the noise is the concern here today.
I have two questions. Is residential behind this property, am I correct?
That is correct. There's existing residence.
Requesting is to delete a buffer between yourself and that residential area. So how are you going to treat that transition between this property and the residential property?
Yeah, I can address that. Sure.
Has to do with my understanding, and I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, that the planning department consistently promotes active streetscape light, and therefore doorways and windows directly on the street. Your project does not do that. Your project actually raises the entrance level above the level of the sidewalk, which, as I read it, appeared to me to be contrary to the direction that the planning department is proposing on other projects. So as the planners here, I would really like to know how this complies with the objective for active streetscape.
Certainly, I can speak to, firstly, through you, Mr. Chair, the first question about the buffer reduction. That's in recognition of an existing condition. There is a, even though it isn't a public laneway that is located at the rear property line, it's an auto repair shop today, but if you look at the submitted materials in terms of the survey plan, I think best illustrates this point. There is an existing service driveway in behind that connects to the properties to the west, and that roadway, there is an easement over that roadway. So we're maintaining it, and it's an existing condition. We can't jog that driveway, otherwise it won't match the driveway further west or further south. Sorry. Yes, it's entirely fenced along the shared rear lot line today, and there's vegetation located on the east side on the existing residential. Yeah. So this is just maintaining that same physical character.
And then my second question has to do with this wall that's built around the streetscape and the up from the sidewalk. I gather planning is not concerned with that.
Planning is not concerned with that, and that's entirely driven by the need for the underground parking and the depth of the site for the ramp to get down, with the ramp being integrated into the building itself. Yeah.
Right. So perhaps we could hear from Ms. Bull. Pardon?
Planning guy? I don't know. We can hear from the planning guy? Since he's here.
I might be able to shed some light on some of your questions.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry. Chair and members of the Committee of Adjustment, my name is Derek Wong. I'm the Community Planner for Ward 31. First, I want to apologize for the very tardy report. There are many circumstances which I was unable to control, so I apologize for that. So the subject application is, as my colleague had mentioned, is a four-story stacked back-to-back townhouse development It's fronting right on O'Connor Drive. And this, the proposed development is subject to site plan control. So we've had the benefit of reviewing this through the site plan control process. This property is also subject to the O'Connor design guidelines. There's an avenue design guidelines for O'Connor Drive is identified as an avenue. And it's also subject to the O'Connor Streetscape Master Plan, which we just recently completed. And it has been vetted through the site plan control process for compliance with the new low-rise design guidelines. So I can assure you that our urban designers have taken a look at it, and planning is satisfied that it does implement the official plan with respect to the design as implemented through the low-rise design guidelines. So one of your questions that you had asked is that the concern was that we are looking for active uses at grade. That is true. And this particular stretch of O'Connor Drive is identified as a mixed-use area along O'Connor. So that is all correct. But given the size of this site, which is relatively small, and the restrictions on the site, and like my colleague had mentioned that there is a private driveway or access easement in the rear, that is correct, and it's registered to provide access to all of the abutting properties adjacent to it, going west, correct. They're all three-story purpose-built rental apartment buildings, and because of our rental housing replacement policies, they are unlikely to be redeveloped in the short term. Given that restriction and the size of the property, with the planning had made the decision that we're not able to implement active use at grade for this particular site. This is not to say that we're giving up on mixed use and active use and mid-rise type developments all along O'Connor. We're certainly implementing this on the other side of Yardley Avenue. There is a project there that is O'Connor Bowl. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the old O'Connor Bowl, but that is currently being constructed. And just a little bit further to the north of that, we are, sorry? No, absolutely not. This is a one-off deal because, again, because of the size of the site and because of the restrictions on the site, which include the private laneway that's registered on the back, as well as the adjacency to the purpose-built rentals, the three-story high buildings that are right beside it. So it was a one-off deal.
And community planning is satisfied, notwithstanding we're almost doubling the allowable GFA, and the height is going from 3 to 5.
Correct. We felt that it was appropriate.
It's the avenues and housing and all of that.
Correct. It's the size of the site it just does not allow for mid-rise type development. It's adjacent to three-story high apartment buildings on one side. On the other side of Yardley, we will have an 8-story high mid-rise mixed-use development. So it's appropriate.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bob.
Actually, I did want to get into, if you just give me a moment here, I think I can explain a little bit clearer some of the issues that occurred on this. So we've, as I mentioned, the staff have had the benefit of reviewing this through the site plan control process. And it has, although we are satisfied with the design of this particular development on the actual site, it was also brought to staff's attention some of the issues resulting from the adjacency to the employment lands that are directly across O'Connor. So what I did was I was able to take a copy. I'm sure the Committee of Adjustment members have seen this before. This is a land use map. And what I tried to illustrate here is, you don't see it very clearly, but right in the middle, perfect. That little dot represents the subject lands. And again, it's located in a mixed-use area. That street that bisects right in the middle of this picture is O'Connor Drive. And the other large street is Bermondsey. But the important point that I'm trying to illustrate here is all of the lands that are shown in purple. This is identified as the Bermondsey employment areas. And it's because of the subject property is adjacent to it, the employment areas. The city is very sensitive to these land uses, and one of the primary objectives of the official plan is to protect these employment areas. So what the city has done, what has happened is, I understand the applicant and a third party, Mondelez Canada, have negotiated and have agreed to some increased design features that have been incorporated into the design of the subject property. These design features have been vetted by our staff, and we do not have any objection to it. So what I'm saying to the committee is that we ask if the committee were to consider, and in the event you were to approve this particular application, we ask that you approve this application subject, not only subject to the conditions that staff had recommended, but I would also advise you that staff have vetted and we have reviewed the conditions that were proposed by Mondelez Canada, and we do not have any objections to these conditions. Thank you very much.
And, yeah, so I guess through site plan, all of these, I'm worried, given that it's on the, right next to this large employer, important employer to the city, and there's going to be issues that you're through site plan and these other guideline considerations and everything else, that there's enough in place to make sure that this is going to be done in an appropriate manner between the employment and the residential and the future owners or tenants of this building.
Correct. We believe that from a staff perspective, we believe if the committee were to approve this application and you were to make these approvals subject to staff conditions, and again, we don't have any objections to Mondelez's conditions. So the Committee of Adjustment, in conjunction or coordinated with the site plan approval application, would make this application an appropriate development that is in compliance with the official plan objectives.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you, gentlemen. My name's Mary Bull. I'm the solicitor for Mondelez.
Thank you.
So I know you've had a long day, so I'm not going to read my letter. Suffice it to say, Mondelez is a very important facility for them. It's a cookie manufacturing. The major issue with the juxtaposition of a residential development is noise.
Right.
And the reason why these variants generate a noise concern is you may understand that noise is a line of sight issue. So this building at 5 stories will be higher than the Mondelez and therefore have a line of sight to the major noise generations on the site, which are all rooftop equipment, primarily rooftop equipment. So our client has worked with the applicant over the last year or so to try and come up with a solution on how they could proceed with this development and not jeopardize the continued operation of the bakery. And we've come up with a solution. And if I could just, in a very simple way, explain to you what Class 4 is. In order for my client to get an environmental compliance approval from the Ministry of the Environment, and it's now Conservation and Parks, they have to meet a certain noise level at a receptor. And a receptor would be a window in an apartment building, such as is proposed across the street. On the 4th and the 5th stories, that can't be met under the general regulations. But because we have an emphasis in this province on intensification, the ministry came out several years ago with revised noise guidelines, and they created a 4th class of development. Developments are class 1, 2, and 3, and 4. 2's in the country, 1's a regular city block. But they said if a property has not been used for residential before, the municipality can classify it as class 4, and that provides 2 advantages. One is that the permitted noise levels are slightly increased at the residential property. And 2, the ministry would recognize noise mitigation features of the building, the residential building. When Mondelez goes to get environmental compliance approval, they can say, oh, well, they've got these certain mitigation features on the residential building, and we can take those into account. And it has to be class 4 for that to happen. And the major noise mitigation features that this developer has agreed to is there are special windows on the 4th floor, which are called noise enclosure balconies. And if those are installed and they remain, then those are not noise receptors on the 4th floor facing O'Connor. And also the balcony on the 3rd floor, the 5th floor, the top floor, is the outdoor living area, and we've asked for there to be a barrier of a certain height on that level. If I could just, you might ask why we've got these in the conditions and why we can't just rely on site plan approval. And the answer is the ministry's noise guidelines require for my client to be able to rely on those noise enclosure balconies being there, that they have to be secured through an agreement with the developer, which is registered on title. So for instance, the developer can't go and build this with the noise enclosure balconies and take them off, and so they won't be there anymore. And then my client would have to then put the noise mitigation in, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. If this goes to 5 stories without these mitigations, they're going to have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on this facility to add additional mitigation on the rooftop. So that's why we've got all these conditions here that we recommend be conditions of the variance, and you've heard that the city doesn't object to it, and the applicant has agreed to them.
So what are these noise reduction balconies? It's a buffer between the actual window, which is considered a receptor, and the actual...
Essentially what the ministry is now recommending, and it's happened in a couple of places I'm familiar with, it really is a fixed window, and there's at least 4 inches between the 2 panes of the window.
Okay.
And if you do that, then the exterior pane is not considered a receptor.
So is Mondelez the only noise-generating plant in the area that would affect this development?
Well, we're certainly the closest, and I can't say for the others. To the north, if you just look at this to the north, I think that's a Harvey's on the northwest corner, so they're more commercial right along O'Connor. And there's to the south along O'Connor, there is a plaza. That's a plaza with some vacancies. But this is all part of the employment area. And then in behind, of course, there's that gets more industrial as you get further back from O'Connor.
Here. But your plant is most directly affected by this development.
Well, it certainly is affected. I believe it is the most affected, yes. I haven't heard of anybody else having any issues here. I mean, there's a lot of truck activity. A lot of it's been moved through the new expansion to the interior of the block on the side parallel to O'Connor on Cranfield. A lot of the trucking activities actually has been taken off by O'Connor because of the new expansion, which will be, I'm heard, in operation by the end of October.
But the changes or the upgrades that you're requesting for the benefit of your client would benefit other people, other plants, et cetera, other noise generating?
Oh, I presume they
units.
would. Yes, I presume they would.
Yeah, okay.
And of course, so if you go down the conditions, just the first condition, I know this is often one that the committee uses, built substantially in accordance with the plans. For instance, if they decided to put windows on the south side, then that would be a different, it's very finely tuned. Yes, sir.
Answer relative to that condition. This is subject to site plan control. Is the site plan agreement signed yet, or is it still being negotiated?
Sorry, for the site plan agreement for 1165 O'Connor?
Yeah.
No, we're still going through the site plan.
So the reference here is that it's built substantially in accordance with the plans that are filed with us. Is there a likelihood that the plans will change substantially, because then this condition would be meaningless?
The current site plan approval application, I would characterize it as a satisfactory level.
Okay, so you don't foresee major changes?
No.
Okay.
I can't confirm 100%, but based on a cursory review of the 2 plans, the one submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and the other set of plans submitted to planning under the site plan control application, they seem to correspond with each other.
My reason for asking is, would it not make more sense if condition 1 read, the building is constructed substantially in accordance with the plans approved through site plan control? Because that's a process that's going to follow this one.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that.
Okay, if this isn't going to bring you back here, that's fine.
No, so, sir, and if I might respond to that, because if something else gets approved through site plan, my client may be offside its environmental compliance approval because there's another sensitive receptor added somewhere that we didn't know about.
So you want it substantially in accordance?
Yes, please.
That's what it's, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have to give him an opportunity to respond, or are we okay? Yeah.
All right. I don't think we need to hear from you any further. Well, do we, I'd like to know what conditions we need. We need the conditions.
You need the
from
conditions
Mondelez
from planning and from
and the
Mondelez.
recommendations.
And these 6.
Yeah.
Okay. and
Go ahead,
that's it?
Carl.
Okay,
And
go ahead,
substantial
Carl.
reports, yeah.
Put your neck on the line.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the 3 planning conditions in the staff report dated September 26, 2018, and the 6 proposed conditions by Mondelez that were presented to us today. I would also, however,
set out in
the
Woodbull's letter of
dated September 20th,
2018.
I'd also like to at least note in the minutes that the planning department clarified that this is not to be viewed as a precedent for future development. I think without that, we may have planning issues that are acceptable here being applied to other sites where they do not make sense. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
It's a double.
All right, we have a seconder? Yep. All right, all in favor? You have your approval.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's number 30. We're now at 32, 21 Abbott Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition, a rear basement walkout, and by maintaining the existing front 2-story addition. A new rear detached garage will also be constructed. We have before us material submitted by the applicant, a 10-signature petition in support, opposition from 31, 17, 14, and 23 Abbott Avenue. Are your neighbors here? Would you come forward or sit at these?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Bill Outrid. I'm the agent for 21 Abbott Avenue. I'll cut to the chase. The neighbors were here this afternoon. We had obviously plenty of time to have a few hours of discussion outside, and we've come to a resolution on this particular item. Our variances...
Sorry to interrupt, but this may save some time.
Sure.
Notice that you don't have support from the semi number 19. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So he's the immediate neighbor next door.
Yeah.
And this is why we've had a chance to try and come up with a solution, I believe, that we're both in agreement with.
Are you changing any of the variances?
We are changing variances. We're reducing variances. So maybe if I could just go through them quickly.
Please.
Variance number 1 does not change. That's the front yard setback. It's basically existing, an existing condition.
Just tell us the ones that change.
Yeah. Variance number 2, floor space index being reduced from 0.91 to 0.78 with a floor area of 174.37 meters squared. Okay, variance number 3, we've reduced the depth from 19.57 meters to 17.57 meters. So it's been reduced by exactly 2 meters. Yep. Variance number 4, the soft landscape area has been increased to 39.34 meters squared, or 42.89%.
These usually aren't too different.
Variance number 1 and 2 are the same as number 2 and 3 in the old bylaw. In addition to those variances being reduced, we've also agreed, and my client agreed, with the rear addition to basically, it is a semi-detached home. Semi-detached does allow for 0.0 meter setback. However, the rear addition that you see on the overhead and the light area, the dark area is obviously the existing house. So the rear addition, even with the 2 meters being reduced, is still 4 meters in depth over the size of the existing house. So the neighbors have had obviously concerns with the shadowing overlook with their rear yard, as well as construction. They have no intention of building an addition on their semi, so obviously with construction, you know, with putting the bricks on and so forth, there has to be a little bit of area. So they've agreed with our variances, and I'll let the neighbor speak for that, or to that, as long as we agree to shift the addition by 18 inches from the easterly property line. So basically what that does is it provides a strip of grass 18 inches to facilitate having a bit of a setback between the addition and their rear yard. And it does not change any variances. So the variances I've just given you with these changed numbers, that's basically with that shift in side yard taken into account. Luckily, the designer was working late tonight, so he was able to provide me those figures.
Does that mean we have to attach that as a new drawing to be built substantially in accordance, or that jives with what was?
We will have to get the drawings revised, and I can get them to Anita as quick as I can. For the proposed setback, yes, for the proposed addition.
Do the revisions that you've just made force you to file that with buildings? With the 8, like you,
yep.
Because of these changes, you have to comply with that. I guess what the committee needs to know is how do they secure that setback if it's not a variance?
I'm suggesting setting it as a condition, a single condition. So a condition of the variance approval of 18 inches or 0.45 meters.
I need that in meters, and would it be for the, on
both sides?
No, just the easterly, yes.
On the easterly side, the other side.
0.45 meters.
Setback.
The entire addition will be set back 0.45 meters from the...
Yes, and just the addition, not the garage. The garage is fine. Every one of the homes along this... Yes, exactly, just that portion.
Okay, do you have anything further? That's your agreement with the neighbor?
That is our agreement with the neighbor, so I'll let the...
So we just want to confirm. So
yes.
Perhaps you could come to the podium, give us your name and your address, and tell us if you agree with the comments of the applicant.
Yes, my name is Jonathan Werner. I live at 19 Abbott Avenue, and I share a common wall with the applicant. And I agree with what's been stated here, moving it 2 meters back and having this 18-inch or 450 millimeter setback from my property line for the addition. And I'm fine with the garage.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions, or do we have a motion?
Easterly. Yeah. Okay. And also, I guess there's a revision, there's another variance on the second page for the old bylaw, and I guess that's also going to 17.57?
Yes.
And there 14 was permitted, so. All set? second that motion.
Number 2 of the old bylaws changing.
That's right, 1 and 2. 1, the FSI down to 0.78.
Yeah.
Second, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you.
So we're now going to the 4 o'clock list. Number 34, 355 Lansdowne Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling with 3 dwelling units by constructing a rear 2-story addition, rear basement walkout, and rear ground and second floor decks. We have before us in this application material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, and a report from planning. Your name, sir?
My name is Philip Millinar, the applicant.
Yes. Okay, so do we need to hear, we need to have a presentation? Is there there's no opposition? No.
I also provided a cover letter. I'm not sure if that's part of the application.
Yeah, he's changed, okay, we were hearing me. It was
The condition from planning implements what your understanding is of the change.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. I'll move approval of the application, given the reduction to 0.78 times the area of the lot, and subject to the staff report condition that the second floor have a maximum building depth of 20.015, as per this plan received by the committee on August the 2nd. And I don't believe there's any other conditions.
Second? All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Great, thank you very much.
We already did 35. Yes. 36 is held, 37 is held. 38, 39 we did. Oh, we just have 3 more held items, that's it.
Oh, okay, so we go to number 36. Number
42
36
Elmer.
is- Yeah, yeah. 42 Elmer Avenue.
This is the one everybody's here for.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can sit in the 2 rows there, I
Fine
guess,
seats.
and
Fine seats.
maybe the speakers can sit in the first row, if you know who's speaking.
Mr. Ch-
Okay, that's fine. You have a copy for the, you have a copy for the neighbors?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good. Otherwise, we could share, Okay.
So before we get started in this application, we want to identify the speakers, spokespersons for the opposition. We're not going to allow people to just pop up and say they want to speak. So can we have 1 speaker? Can we have 2 speakers? Maybe 3, but no more. Well, you better get one, because we're not going to hear from everybody.
We understand that. Well, what about 4 or 5?
No,
Within time limits, and we will
Well,
stay through more time.
how many issues are there that you got to deal with? Surely.
What about 4
Through you, Mr. Chair.
To most directly,
There's several issues, and as we said, we've all got some opinion on this. That said, we understand they all drive us to the same outcome. One of the things that I've done as an example is I've gone door to door, and I want to show kind of the density, and you can see by the turnout today, just how big the opposition is. So I'd like to speak, I have a commentary that I've got more.
so you'll be one of the spokespeople.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we,
Michael lives right next door, so he'll be.
right, so maybe we can identify who the immediate
Yeah.
neighbors are, and then the other 2 spokespeople, and then if there are other people in the room, please listen. But if somebody says something but if somebody's already covered what you'd like to say,
So-
then please just stand up, give us your name,
Adjacent
and say that you
owners,
agree with
are
what
the
they've said.
adjacent owners going to speak? Okay. Can I have the name and address of adjacent owners? Just a minute. Just a minute. What's your name? Martha?
No, Margot.
Davis.
Actually, through you, Mr. Chair, can I ask everyone who's going to be speaking to fill out one of those cards and hand it in before you speak, so we have your names? There should be some at the end there.
And what's your address?
Yeah.
I asked for adjacent owners.
But they're the owner, it's a co-op. I'm the resident. And the co-op is the owner.
Okay. All right, all right. What's your name? 2260? Just a minute. What's your address?
We don't care about her address. He's going to fill out the card. She's on the ratepayer board, right? Or
Mr.
the
Chairman, I wonder if...
co-op?
I wonder if the people that are concerned could identify the issues. Are there 3 or there are 15? And if there are people that can cover the issues, that's all. We want to make sure that we understand all the issues, but if we listen to each one of you and you say the same thing, we're going to be here till tomorrow morning, and we're all going to be too tired to make a good decision.
So as they speak, there are people in the room who agree. You're quite welcome to give your name, your address, and say that you agree with speaker number 1, speaker number 2, and
Okay. Are there, so you represent, you're an adjacent owner, Ms. Davis? Okay, all right. Is there another adjacent owner on the other side? Your name, sir? Pardon?
Michael Wilson.
Yes?
And me and my wife are the owners of 38
Okay, and you want to speak?
I do indeed.
All right, 2 more. You, sir, what's your name?
Paul Finlayson. And I reside at 48 Elmer, 2 doors up from the proposed tower.
What's the address?
48.
48. Okay, next, 1 more. You, sir, what's your name?
Colin Batachargi.
Yes?
50A or 58? 50A or 58?
Okay. Give me your last name. I didn't catch it.
Colin with 1 L and then Batachargi is
B-H-A.
He's going to fill out the form card.
All right, you fill out the card.
Call you Colin.
I'll be speaking
Yeah.
focusing on parking.
Okay, all right, sir. Can you tell us your name? Your name is what? Could you pull it up, get a little closer? No, it's not working.
Hello? Oh, yeah, sorry, okay.
We knew we'd get you one way or another.
Sorry, it was Rick Gabriel, the owner.
Thank you. All right.
And my brother Frank is the other owner here.
It's Joanne Bush.
She's the person we bought the property from.
Oh, okay, so.
Yeah, we just closed,
Some people
so
wrote in the letter that.
Yeah.
Changed, okay, got it.
they put the application under the name that the current owner, standard process.
So you've closed now?
So is the application transferable?
It's their application, so I'm sure she didn't make the application, he did. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just to give you a bit of a background on Elmer Avenue, is a street with a very mixed pattern of housing. You have a lot of semi-detached housings, detached dwellings. You even have a low-rise apartment building. As per the Bristol board I gave you over there, there's quite a variety of housing stock on the street. Predominantly, a lot of it, you don't see many garages. Most of it has a lot of parking pads in the front of the house or shared driveways or what have you. As you can see from the pictures, everybody parks in front of their house in some kind of a parking pad as well as street parking. Reinvestment, I guess, in the area has been occurring for the past 20 to 30 years to replace the older housing stock. We held a pre-consultation meeting with the city planner, Leontine Major, and we basically discussed with her what our plans were for the site And there, if you notice on that page, there's a couple of developments there where they approved houses, the committee, and they built these houses with garages at grade integral, very high. And we agreed, and I live in the neighborhood for a long time, and I did not want that. And I agreed with the planner, and the planner agreed. She said, we don't want to see garages. Keep with the form of the street, which pretty much doesn't have any garages at grade. So we came up with a proposal here to do our 3 houses with parking at grade, because the parking fit all within the private property in front of the house, and it brings the houses down to more scale to fit in with the pattern of the other houses on the street. And like I said, the front yard parking condition is consistent with the rest of the street. As for the applications regarding B0043 and B0044, the proposal is for three houses on the site, detached, where there's currently 2 houses on the site. All the 3 lots meet the minimum lot frontage bylaw, so there's no variance. And we believe the lot pattern is consistent with the fabric of the street, being, you know, more smaller scale houses as opposed to 2 very large houses.
Are all the lot frontages, the minimum lot frontages on the street, are they all, is the bylaw consistent? Because sometimes we get a street where one side is one size lot and the other side is a different size lot.
No, it's consistent, but it's all mixed. You got a lot of semis. You got some that don't even meet the minimum bylaw. Like you might have some semi-detached houses that are less than 6 meters.
Your houses are going to meet the minimum?
Yeah, they meet the 6 meters.
Okay.
In terms of the applications for...
Aside from what the bylaw says about the minimum width,
Yep.
one of the things that we need to know when we're considering a consent is what are the existing properties immediately adjacent and in the area? What is the normal? Is there a standard width in the area, and how does this compare to the width of properties that are adjacent to the back road and close by?
I guess it would show more on the Bristol board. I didn't bring the lot pattern with me, but I can show you from the picture. That's the apartment building up the street, but immediately, this is immediately to the south. And this is immediately to the north.
So where's your
What-
property?
what-
Where the
This is the
existing-
co-op.
Yeah, okay, where's the existing, your existing house?
I
Show
didn't get that. I was taking shots
You're
of the
taking down
neighbors.
2
And what-
This is here.
What's the frontage?
She has a picture.
Awesome.
What are the frontages there, roughly?
The biggest is 25. They're anywhere from 17 to 25. That's why the meter on the street is 6 meters. Like, these are semis. So they're smaller. I didn't check.
So it's this is it here,
Yes.
not this,
No.
not this. This.
That's the co-op house. There's the 2
Right.
semis. You know, and you can see the parking in front with the parking pads.
You want to take this down and put up 3.
Correct.
What are the lot frontages? 25 or?
They're all anywhere from 17 to 25 feet, most of the lots.
No, I'm
20%
saying
are
yours.
detached. Ours are 20 and 22. 20, 20, and 22. And the reason being the last one next to the co-op, because the house was built right on the property line. They have windows, so we get greater setback to that.
Right.
And the existing buildings are on 25-foot lots? The turreted ones.
25 and 32.
And you want to go down to
20, 20, and 22.
What's the condition of the existing houses?
Very original, very old.
So why do we have 5 extra feet here?
They're unfinished basements, older houses. You know, they're not very large. Just what typical was built. I don't know.
They're the ones with turrets, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Gabriel?
Yep.
You said 20, 20, and 22, that's 62 feet.
Correct.
And the existing is 25 and 32, which is 57, so where's the extra 5 feet? That's the setback you're giving on the side with the windows, or?
No, it's 25 and...
Can't be 32, because that's 5 feet less than, you're having 20, 20, 22 is 62, right?
No, then it's, sorry. What was-
25 and 37, or 30?
I believe so. It's 62 feet in total.
Yeah, because what you just, 25 and 32 is only 57, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But I can still do that simple math.
You're right.
So what your existing must be closer to 30 and
Then it's 25.
1 and 31, or are they equal?
No, the other one has a driveway up the side, so it must be larger. I know the south one is 25, so the other one must be 37, sorry.
So they're substantially larger than what you're proposing.
30, yeah.
Okay.
No, I won't say substantially, but yeah.
In a perfect world, when we had severances, the city would provide, or someone would provide us with a lot study, but we don't seem to be getting those.
Well, I was
Yeah,
looking,
that's what-
yeah, I looked up a lot of the,
We have to determine is what the pattern is on the street.
well, I would say 25 is the larger size, but most of the houses in and around the 20 foot, 23, 25 foot would be on the larger side, in my opinion. And there's a lot of semis on the street.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of rental apartments as well. It's a very mixed street.
Yeah.
So in terms, sorry?
Yeah. Please wrap up your
Yeah.
overtime and.
In terms of the
A lot
variances.
of opposition to hear from.
Yeah. In terms of the variances, we provided one parking spot for each property in front. There was a staff report of no objections. The planner didn't have an objection as to approve buildings. Recently, 32 was granted a similar parking condition. Most of the houses don't have integral garages. Again, this was to bring the houses down and make the streetscape fit in. They line up in the fronts of the houses, line up with the other houses to the north and south. The front yard and rear yard setbacks were respected. The height is respected. Everything was pretty much in the building envelope. The variance about the 0.45, the 0.9 instead of 0.45 was to the north because there's a small bathroom window on the house which overlooks our own houses, and it's frosted, so there's no real overlook. Otherwise, the setback on the street is 0.45. So that's only for one frosted window. The roof eaves, I would say, is typical in a lot of the houses. You know, when it comes over with your 0.45 setback, it goes into the 0.45 setback. And the houses are about 2,400 square feet in size. That's what I would say about the development. So I do I live in the neighborhood, and I put a lot of thought into fitting three houses that would fit in with the fabric.
Okay, let us hear from the neighbors. Ms. Davis? Have to go up there so we can hear you.
As I explained a few moments ago, I am the treasurer of the Board of Directors, Forward 9 Community Housing Development. 44 Elmer is one of our housings. We are very concerned with the close proximities of the building and the request for the variance changes. We haven't seen a watershed study. We haven't seen an environmental impact. And those of us that have lived in the beach corridor for many, many years, we know what water does to our properties, to our structures. And the other situation is we have not been approached. We know that construction can very easily upset and affect us older structures. And we are not in a position to spend a long length of time in court going through civil litigation to prove that you've damaged the properties. In the interim, we've also upset the ability of our people.
Ms. Davis, please listen. We don't have, our mandate does not include construction issues. That will be dealt with the building permit process, et cetera.
But
Building
this
2
is-
or 3 or 10, it's not before us. We don't deal with that, so use your time to deal with the planning issues, please.
But this is some of the concerns that are...
That's a concern for that's not going to
Right, so as a housing provider, we're on our own, right?
Sorry? No, I'm saying you have to deal with the planning issues, not construction. We don't deal, every house, every.
Can I clarify?
Okay.
We're interested in your comments, but what Mr. Clark is trying to stress is if there's a development here within the bylaw, the issues you're concerned with may exist anyway. What we're trying to determine is if the bylaws are changed to permit this particular development, which is denser, what changes? And those are the things we have to look at. Whether it makes sense for the bylaw to be changed to permit this development, because any development could create the problems that you're concerned with. And all Mr. Clark is saying,
Want to hear what's
we
specific?
can't take that on because we don't have control over it. So tell us if this particular specific proposal would be a problem.
We want to know what the impact of building this is, not building something.
Definitely by putting it closer to the property lines, by allowing the variances to shift it closer for the eaves and so on and so forth, there's going to be a watershed situation. The fact that the structure will be 3 stories as opposed to our existing structures of 2.5 creates an environmental impact. So that's, and I know a lot of this stuff has been requested by various proposals, and I'm just trying to talk to you on that.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
The development issues.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mike Wilson. I live at 38 Elmer Avenue. It's nice to finally meet the people proposing this study. You forgot to draw my house 4 inches away on your mock-up there. So I have several concerns, obviously, being the immediate neighbor to the south. We have a sole window on the north side of our house that's responsible for the entirety of the natural light entering the 2nd floor. I'll put a photo of it up so you can see it. I'll bring it up later. If you have my letter, I did include the 2 photos in my letter of objection. The current development involves vinyl siding that's 90 centimeters away from that window. The siding extends 25 foot towards the back of the lot from that window, 20 foot towards the front of the lot from that window, and 15 foot above the level of the current window, with eaves that are 4 lateral inches away from the eaves of my house. The proposed development will require me to replace all of my natural light with artificial light, even at high noon. 4 inches. This is no way a reasonable setback from my house, not even arguably. The proposed development also has a floor plan of 70% above the allowable area for the lot size, almost 100 square meters more than what the city would like to see on this lot. We live in a neighborhood where flooding is a constant problem. The frequency and severity of the flooding has increased markedly over the 6 years I've lived there. The proposed development dramatically reduces the softscaping that absorbs water during extreme rainfall events and forces a huge amount more water into the 4-inch space between our eaves and into the city sewer system. We have had issues in the past with basement flooding, both at my house and at number 36, to which we have undertaken significant steps at our own expense to ameliorate. The proposed development will create a huge additional amount of runoff in the local area and will increase the incidence of flooding, both locally and to the houses connected to the sewer system downstream of us. Now, I'd like to speak just a little bit about parking. I know Colin has a significantly more detailed, but the current houses have 4 backyard parking spaces. Some would argue you could even fit 6 or 8 cars onto the current driveway. The proposed plan obliterates all 4 of those backyard spaces and moves them to the front of the property. The proposed removal of 4 backyard spaces combined with the addition of 3 front yard parking spaces dramatically alters the parking landscape on the street. Not only that, but there is no consideration for the additional parking taken by the increased number of visitors. This net shift of 7 parking spaces from the backyard to the front, including the removal of existing street parking spaces, will force the number of cars on the street to exceed the number of current spaces. It once again shows the disregard of the applicants for the needs of our existing residents. I'd also like to, if you have the plan there, the back wall of the house is going to be 23 meters away from the front lot line, with a covered porch that takes it to almost 26 meters back from the front lot line. I have a PDF of the plan here that I can put up on the screen if it would be easier. As you can see, this is the submitted plan. The wall extends about 4 meters past the back of my house with a further 2 meters covered porch. 17 meters long, but it starts 5.7 meters away from the front lot line, putting the back wall at 23 meters with an additional 2.44 meter covered porch, leading to an almost 26 meter covered structure to the back of the house. This is grossly out of proportion with the back line of the houses that currently exist on the street. These 3-story houses will tower over my yard. They'll obscure all the natural light from my second floor window and will dramatically decrease the softscaping on the street or on the lot, leading to an increase to flooding. So to surmise, the tests of the Committee of Adjustment, the variance must be minor. I don't see how increasing a floor space 70% over the allowable area, a reduction of a setback to 4 inches to the eaves of my house, and a net shift of 7 parking spaces from the backyard to the front can be considered a minor variance. Is it appropriate and desirable for the area? No. I think the fact 25 of us are here today, and all of us have stayed for 3 hours, despite the fact we have families at home, despite the fact we have other plans. All of us felt strongly enough that we're still here to make our voices heard. And finally, is it in keeping with the official plan? This area of the beach is a neighborhood. It's not an employment area, it's not an avenue, it's not a center, it's a neighborhood. It's one that wants to keep its unique character. The house involved has a unique personality that's not duplicated anywhere on the street. It's a very unique century home with its own personality. This development is, to put it bluntly, shoehorning a complete overdevelopment into a small lot that's currently occupied by a lovely, completely habitable home. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
You mentioned that the entire length for your second floor is from a window that...
In the common space. The bedrooms have their own windows. Yeah, no, it's not. We don't have one window. But the staircase up to the second floor is adjoining the north wall of my house, and all of the rooms come off on the west wall and the south side of the house.
Okay, and then the other question I had was with regard to parking.
Yes.
There are 4 parking spaces in the backyard now.
Yes, currently 42 Elmer has a double-wide driveway with a garage that provides all the parking.
3 driveways at the front.
Yes.
And I understood that some of that means that you're going to lose street parking.
It does indeed.
I understand that. What I don't understand is, of the 4 that are at the back, presumably the 3 at the front are replacing 3 of them. You seem to add the 4 and the 3 for 7.
Well, it's removing the area at the back where the 4 can be parked, replacing that with pure hardscaping of a house to dump rainfall.
And only putting 3 in its place, and in the process, they're removing the potential for some street parking.
They're removing the potential for street parking, yes. They're removing a very large driveway that currently accommodates all of the visitors to those 2 properties. And they're forcing all of this onto the street.
Got it. Thank you.
So how many driveways do they have, the existing?
They have 1 existing, and it's got a fire hydrant at the base of it. So it's currently not actually usable as street parking because the length of that driveway is also the offset required for parking from the fire hydrant. So...
If I could just jump in.
No, you can't.
No,
You'll have your turn, sir.
So yes, the current driveway is unusable street space because of the offset of the fire hydrant anyway. It's a nice driveway wide enough for 2 cars with a covered garage at the back and could easily accommodate 6 to 8 vehicles.
Those cars will end up on the street.
I know they'll end up on the street, and it will remove a street parking spot, which me and my wife both depend on.
Mr. Wilson, you also agree that the area between their curb cuts, because they're going to have 3 curb cuts, that the area in between them is too small to park a vehicle in?
It's 2 curb cuts at the existing curb cut for 1 driveway, and then a second large curb cut for the adjoined driveway for the 2 ones. To be honest, I didn't look at the exact math as to whether it leaves 1.5 cars of space and thus removes 2 spots, or whether it's perfectly aligned. I don't have that answer exactly for you.
Problem on your street?
It's a huge problem for us already.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
And I do actually have a rejection letter from a parking pad application from 52 Elmer, where they indicate there's currently 47 spots on the street and 45 permitted vehicles. We lost 1 street parking spot already, and we've had an additional vehicle come in. So there are currently 46 vehicles for 46 permitted spots, or sorry, 46 permitted vehicles for 46 spots. Yes, do you have the letter here, Bill? Okay, yes, absolutely. I'll come and get it and bring it around.
Thank you. Mr. Finlayson?
Okay, you can rebut when you finish.
Driveway.
My name is Paul Finlayson. Do you want me to wait a second here?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Paul Finlayson. I'm a resident at 48 Elmer Avenue. That's 2 houses north of the subject properties. So my focus today is simply on the negative impact that the development will have on the character of the street. We shared with you a picture of the existing house. And let me tell you that my role in this process was to go door to door and talk to people about their feelings about this. So on the screen, you'll see everywhere there's an X is somebody that opposes the development, which is significantly larger than those who were able to attend tonight. So essentially, those who answered the doors, we had a 98% support of the of not having the development in the form that's been presented from the builders. So 51 people signed the petition. 2% said yes, they supported the development. 98% said no. The neighbors' comments, when we went door to door, we said to them, you know, they're going to demolish and they're going to put up 3 homes at 40 and 42 Elmer. And the comment back to us, well, what address is that? And we simply said it's the homes with the turrets. And everybody knew what those homes were. You know, the character of a street is negatively impacted when all we do is take down these older homes, even though it's not a heritage homes, we get that. But they take down homes that are part of the character of the neighborhood, and they put up new homes. And you can't replace that character with a new home. You just can't do that.
Mr. Finlayson, did any one of your 98 people volunteer to buy the house and renovate it and keep it in shape?
The market was never...
Money to maintain those houses.
It does, and I concur. We all live in we all live in older homes, so I appreciate your comment there. I can tell you the homes were never listed for sale. They were sold quietly from a realtor to the developers here, so we never knew they were ever being sold. So that's my answer to that particular question.
Whether those homes have ever been considered for historical designation?
You know what? Somebody asked that question. My quick answer is no. I don't know the answer to that question. I would say that the landscape and green space of the subject property, they may make if you look at that picture, you can see how much green space is on that property. It's significant. So when you drive down Elmer Avenue, that really adds to the flavor of the neighborhood. And again, we talk about not respecting the zoning bylaws that are put in place for a reason. We talk about the official plan, which does support maintaining these types of homes, providing it makes sense. And I get the density argument and things of that nature. But I think as a whole, what we got from the neighbors was that these homes mean something. Outside of the zoning and the other issues which are measurable, these are a bit of the immeasurable issues that we think are important to the neighborhood.
I appreciate what you're saying about people like these houses, et cetera. But I think when we consider an application, we have to consider whether these new houses, proposed houses, fit within the character of the area. And I don't think it matters really what was there. We may all miss it, and it may not be the best thing to do, but we have to be concerned whether these proposed houses fit within the character of the street in terms of size and architecture, et cetera.
Okay, well, you know, I think in large part everybody is here because they think these things mean something to them. So we're here to tell you that it does. So the photos that were provided by the builder, as Michael said, don't show his home 4 inches away. So we don't think that's an accurate representation of the street or of what they're really planning to put in. I don't know where those trees came from, but they're certainly not there right now. And there's certainly no space for them in between the two houses to the north or the south. So that's it for me.
All right, thank you. Paul?
Colin.
Colin.
Colin Bhattacharjee. And I live at 50A Elmer Avenue with my wife and 2 children. We don't have a parking pad on our property, so we rely on street parking to park our vehicle. So I'm going to focus on the applicant's request that it be granted variances from the city's zoning bylaws in order to build 3 parking pads in front of the houses that it's proposing to build. So as you know, there are various zoning bylaws that prohibit front yard parking. I would respectfully request that you refuse to grant the applicant's request for variances to these zoning bylaws for the following reasons. To approve the variances sought by the applicant, you have to be satisfied that they meet the 4-part test set out in Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. I would submit that the applicant's request for variances to the zoning bylaws that prohibit front yard parking pads don't meet any part of this test. So first, you must be satisfied that the variances requested are minor. The Ontario Divisional Court has stated that an important factor to consider in assessing whether a variance is minor is the likely impact of the variance on other residents of the street.
Where do other people park? I understand there are not a lot of garages.
46th Street. So there's a mixture of houses. Some of them have parking pads, some don't. So people who have parking pads will park their car on their parking pad. If they have a second vehicle.
House?
Sorry?
In the front of the house?
Yes, at the front of the house. Yes. If they have a second vehicle, they have to park it on the street.
Yes.
So there is only permit parking on the west side of Elmer Avenue, which is where 40 and 42 Elmer are located. There's no permit parking on the other side of the street. So those of us who don't have parking pads, like my family, we have to park on the west side of the street where 40 and 42 Elmer are currently located. In terms of context, Elmer Avenue is a very... Right, it doesn't switch. So in terms of context, Elmer Avenue is a very busy residential street and attracts many visitors from outside the neighborhood who park on our street to visit the shops and restaurants on Queen Street East and the boardwalk where the beaches are. What this means is that the residents of Elmer Avenue have to compete for scarce street parking spots, not just with each other, but with the large number of visitors who come to the beaches. It's very difficult to find street parking on Elmer Avenue. So if the applicant is granted variances to the zoning bylaws and it proceeds to build 3 parking pads, this will result in the loss of valuable and scarce street parking, which will make the already difficult parking situation on Elmer Avenue much worse. It will make it much worse for families like ours who don't have parking pads and have to rely on street parking, and it will make it worse for other residents of Elmer Avenue who have parking pads but have a second vehicle they need to park on the street. So given that the requested variances would have such an adverse impact on the capacity of residents to find street parking spots, they clearly do not fall within the definition of a minor variance. The second part of the test requires you to consider whether the proposal is desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land, building, or structure. With respect to this factor, the Ontario Divisional Court has found that the issue you must consider is not whether the variance is desirable from the perspective of the applicant's plans, but rather whether it is desirable from a planning and public interest perspective. So clearly, building 3 parking pads that removes the already scarce street parking spots that exist on Elmer Avenue is not desirable from a planning perspective, and it's not in the public interest. So I would submit that the requested variances to build 3 front yard parking pads are not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land, building, or structure. The third part of the test requires you to consider whether the requested variances would maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws that prohibit front yard parking pads is to protect the street parking spots that exist. Once a street parking spot is removed because of the construction of front yard parking, it is gone forever.
What happens if he built two houses and they had driveways? That's two parking spots gone.
Yeah, so right.
No, not front yard parking. He has a garage in the back or whatever, but he takes up two parking spaces.
So the existing situation is that there is one driveway north of 42 Elmer Avenue.
We're not talking about the existing situation. We're talking about what might be permitted by the bylaw.
Right.
They had two houses with two driveways. They would be permitted to park behind their houses.
So you're saying if they were granted the right to build two driveways? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I think that they're entitled to build two. You said that front yard parking's prohibited, but not beyond the main front wall. And then they would be able to build two driveways, take up two parking spaces.
If I might, we have two items before us today.
Yes.
One is, should the land be severed? And
right.
We need you to differentiate the two. So the request is to take what are now two properties of different widths and combine them and turn them into three properties. That has certain ramifications, regardless of the zoning bylaw. You could leave the zoning bylaw aside for the moment and say, okay, what do you think about three properties where there are two? And what are the implications for your neighborhood about that decision? And then the second decision is, if you've got the three properties and the request here is to vary the bylaw, having already got three properties, there's two issues before us. This is very complicated. I think what the chairman's trying to get you to put your head around is, what if there was two instead of three? What if the zoning bylaw wasn't changed, but you still had three properties? Would you still have an objection? I'm reading through what you're saying and assuming yes, but your concerns are both with regard to bylaws and with regard to the provision of three lots.
Yes.
We have to vote on both today.
Yes, right.
And they are related in terms of, and when I always look at a severance, if you have an existing house, there's 41 applications, someone comes, I have a house, whether it's 40 feet, 50 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet, I want to do this, I want to stretch the bylaw, I want to have variances. When you also come to committee and ask for a severance, which I look at as a privilege rather than a right, and then you come in with houses that are too large for those new smaller lots, then you're sort of getting it, trying to get it at both ends.
Right.
If you get the privilege to split a lot into 20, 20, and 22, then maybe if you had a 50-foot lot, you get permission to go from 0.6 to 0.9. But if you're creating those lots, you're creating your own problem by trying to squeeze an extra lot in for obvious reasons.
Right.
Then I always look at it a higher standard. A higher standard than if you just came with, I have a lot, I want to build a house on it. Here he's asking for something further. And I believe, I always look the two are related. If he comes to do the three and he says, okay, I'm going to comply with the bylaw, I'm going to have a few little variances, but when you have both, and what Mr. Nipfel is saying is you have to give us that, it's a two-pronged test, and I say they're kind of related.
Two issues relative to parking that are in the zoning bylaws. If you now had three lots, and you said, okay, I won't ask for the parking variances, what you've almost predicted is that you're going to get what's called an integral garage, which means they're going to put a garage underneath this house, which is not going to solve your problem. It's not going to make it any better. In fact, it's going to make a higher building. So as Mr. Clark said, they are related, but please bear in mind, we need to know where the big issues are. Is it the three lots? Is it the three lots and the variances? Or is there any way of developing?
It is,
that would make
yeah,
sense to you?
it is the three, so it is the three lots.
That I think the issues are bigger than
parking.
Yeah, so it is the three lots. This is somewhat separate from the parking issues, but it does affect them. They're trying to squeeze three new houses onto a lot that currently has two properties. The effect of squeezing an additional house there.
They're not squeezing because the lot sizes are legitimate.
Right, but when you put a third house in there, it starts to push the outerlying houses towards where Mr. Wilson lives,
entitled to
where the
put
co-op
three.
is.
They're entitled to put houses on it.
They are, but-
because lot size, the lot frontage is permitted.
Right, but they have to seek variances from the bylaws
They seek variance
at certain
for other
setbacks.
reasons, not because the severance is wrong.
Right. In any case, my role here wasn't
I
to
think
like.
your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you.
All right.
This is the parking application. This is the existing driveway. We're not touching
You,
it.
could you put that on the overhead
Sure.
so that the
Yeah.
neighbors can see?
This is the existing driveway, and I went to great lengths to measure everything. The new driveway is shared up the middle and only removes one spot. That's it.
You could fit a car in between there?
The car's staying here, and these cars are staying here.
Where's the fire hydrant?
That's up here with this driveway.
Okay,
Right on
so
the edge here.
you
Doesn't-
couldn't
doesn't
park.
make-
maybe
car
can
stays.
park
No,
here,
the
but
fire
can't park
hydrant is
there
not there. I don't know where it
Okay.
is. He's talking about here somewhere. This car
Okay.
stays.
But
It's there
this,
now.
but
This is the
this,
existing.
but this is not a parking space because of the fire hydrant.
No, this is a driveway now.
No,
This
no,
is the
but it
car.
would, yes, but it wouldn't be a parking space because Mr. Finlayson, I think it was,
Driveway's
told
already
us.
there, so.
It's already
that-
there.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a parking space anyhow, even if it wasn't a driveway because of the fire hydrant.
No.
That's his argument. That's his argument.
That's what
No,
he
the
says.
driveway is here.
Right.
It's existing, it's gonna remain
No,
for
no,
the
but I'm
last
talking
house.
about on-street parking.
No, you can't park
Yeah,
there
you
now.
can't because of the
there's a
hydrant.
gap.
Because of fire hydrant.
And this one spot here, just so they aware, we go up the middle, and these spots are all remaining, it's one spot.
Is it big enough for two cars, or is
No,
it for
one
rounds?
car. It's exactly, you see the car lengths? It's one car. You can measure it. And
Just-
then, hold on, and then I just want to finish. Number 40, just so we're clear here, it's two separate houses, 40 and 42.
Yes.
I think they're missing this. Number 40, Joanne sells the house. She happened to buy the other house.
You need to go back there, sir.
Yep, anyways.
I just want to show where the fire hydrant is. It's right up here.
Right there, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's page, this is page here. This is the one, only using one parking spot. So what I wanted to say about the parking was, there's one driveway, we measured everything out. There's one driveway going in to share the two houses to the south, the middle and the south house. So there's one spot being lost on the street. But number 40, if the house was sold off, doesn't have a parking spot or a driveway. So they're entitled to get a parking pad on the road. The fact that she lets somebody use her driveway is not relevant. Number 40 would be parking on the road. So there's a zero loss of parking in reality, because number 40 is a house without a parking spot. So we're taking away one, but the two houses being created are both going to have their own parking spot on the front, just like the majority of houses on the street have a parking pad. And so I just like to reiterate that there's no loss of parking on this, even though they're saying there is no loss of parking. The backyard is going to be grassed over. The green space is going to remain. We're going to keep all the green space in the front. We're not taking down any trees. There's no issue with forestry. Everything is remaining. I want to keep it as green as possible.
What about the water? The neighbors are concerned about water running off.
As far as I built around the neighborhood, and as far as I'm concerned, we're not going that deep in the ground. We're going like 4 feet, so there's not going to be a huge issue with water.
Is there less soft landscaping?
Nope, except where the driveway's going, but it's permeable. We're going to keep all the front yard, all the trees, you know. Transportation approved it, and there, like I said, there's a zero loss of parking, because the two houses will have it. The one house currently didn't have any.
move on from
Yeah, and I'll wrap up. That's it. So that's basically wanted to clear up that misconception. There is parking. We meet the minimum lot frontages for the houses. I pulled them down as per the planner, said, please, no parking garages, because they didn't want to end up like those other houses with garages integral. So I said, fine, even though I wanted to do a garage, I said, no, let's keep it looking like the neighbors' houses. We kept it all, tried to get closer down the grade with a little porch, with a parking pad out front. And so we believe in working with the planner. We've achieved this. And that's about it. We feel the tests of the bylaw are all met, and that it fits what the city is trying to achieve, and then the houses really will work with the street.
Can I have one quick comment? I'm one of the owners, Frank Gabriel. Sorry, just to address Mr. Wilson's comment regarding his window. I understand his situation. It's a situation, I'm sure, that has come before the committee on numerous occasions. But when one considers the setback requirements, even if someone were to redevelop the property as is and maybe put on an addition, they could build their side wall to within the setback. So I appreciate where he's coming from in terms of natural light, but I think when you look at development within the city core, this is something that occurs on a regular basis. Thank you.
All right. You have anything further to say?
No. I know his window. I was just going to say, I know the window, and it's a north-facing window as well. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions?
Nope.
Okay. Ready for a motion?
Ready for a motion, Carl? Okay. You know, I've listened carefully to the applicant, to all the neighbors, and I appreciate you all coming out and taking time from your busy days and to go, 4 hours beyond the time this application was called for. And I think good presentation by the applicant as well. But as I stated, I think when you come in for severances as opposed to just coming in for variances, you have an added, requirement or you have to look at it a little more closely. And although the lots, which they often do in these situations, don't comply, and you're looking at creating 25-foot lots where larger lots are required, in this instance, not only is the applicant doing that, which if he came in with houses that more closely respected the variances in terms of side yards and overall FSI or GFA, which is what impacts the neighborhood, I don't believe it's within the pattern of development, and I would move refusal of both the consent and the variances applications. That's my motion.
I'm prepared to second both those motions. I will state that in my view, the applicant did try to accommodate some of the characteristics of the neighborhood, most particularly, this does not have individual garages, which I think would be a far worse solution, because the buildings would be bigger and you would still lose the parking that is a concern to the community. But I do believe that this is a case of there's too much being proposed on too little a piece of property in this particular context. And I agree with my colleague that the consents here, I believe, are not appropriate, and flowing from those, the variances that they predict are even more extensive. So I'm supporting the application.
I'm not supporting the application for approval. I think the lots are the size within the zoning bylaw. The variances are not particularly extensive. The houses look to me like they've do not disrupt, they're not against the character of the neighborhood. And I think the developer has, the applicant has done a good job in trying to keep them this minimum disruption. I think the neighbors are more concerned about the fact that this turreted house is going to be torn down than looking at the actual development itself. So for that reason, I'm going to be dissenting. So all in favor? All opposed? Your application is refused, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, everybody who wants to receive a copy of the decision should fill out a decision request card. Excuse me, you can't speak with the members? Yeah.
Piece of paper. Oh, sure. What do we have? Where's your paper?
And please include your email addresses so that if it's appealed, you'll get notified.
If you need it, I can. No, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you. Sorry. I thought you were going to ask a question. I appreciate it. Okay. Have a good evening. Have a good evening. Okay. Maybe come back with something, you know. Which is this one? Where did this show? Regents Park. Which one is this? Okay. What did you do on Regents Park? I don't know.
All right. Yeah. So, excuse me, could you all please leave quietly, because we have another application to be heard.
2 more to go.
2 more?
Don't we have the Shaw?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The
sure.
last,
All right, number 40, 91 Amsterdam Avenue.
I gotta go, I'm gonna have to go to the washroom for a second. I wanna start, I gotta go to the washroom.
Okay.
I'll wait for
We
the
have to
crowd.
take a quick break.
Okay, that's fine.
Saved me from being tarred and feathered by all those people by refusing the application.
And then we have Shaw. Shaw is, we have 91 Amsterdam and 1231 Shaw, right?
I'm 91 Amsterdam.
Okay.
Okay.
Probably faster. Is the neighbor still here on Shaw with opposition? Okay, so maybe we should do you, we can do you first. It'll just take 2 minutes. I was surprised that there was a, someone here with concerns on this one in any event. Yeah, it's just going to take a second.
My name is... Proceed yet.
Well, you could do it. Oh, yeah, only if there's no conflict. Right, okay. There's only one variance, right? Rear ground floor addition, or rear ground. We're going to do Shaw first because there's no objection anymore, and slam dunk.
So the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear ground floor addition, a rear ground floor deck, and rear basement walkout. We have before us material submitted by the applicant. Your name, sir?
My name is Anthony Monardo.
Okay, do we need, I don't think we need a presentation. What happened to the person objecting?
We spoke with him briefly outside. He had no objections with the actual addition. His objection was just the garden wall that's further back on the property, that they agreed to fix it. That my client and him agreed to fix it, so.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll move approval of the application with no conditions. A very simple ground floor addition and a ground floor deck and a rear basement walkout, so.
Happy to second the motion.
All right, all in favor?
Thank you.
Sorry you had to wait around. Hope you were entertained.
It was fun. It was
Hope
fun.
you enjoyed it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, number 40, 91 Amsterdam Avenue. This is a consent application and variances. We have before us materials submitted by the applicant, staff report from planning, and staff report from urban forestry, and opposition from 87 Amsterdam Avenue. Yes, your name?
My name is Michelle Charko, Charkow. I am a planner with Goldberg Group, a planning consulting firm, and I'm here on behalf of the owners. I actually have some housekeeping to do first, so if I may. In response to the comments that we received from planning staff and through the discussions that the applicant's owners had with the neighbors, we've actually made some revisions. And so as a result, we have eliminated variances and also reduced variances. So what I have here is a marked up public hearing notice for everyone.
The consent stay the same? And can you give us the size of properties in the area when you make the
I
presentation?
will, absolutely. I just wanted to hand this out first. It's just a blue one.
Okay, and you have a copy for the neighbors?
I do.
This way we don't have to.
So I have a package here.
No, there's a lot study in there, good.
Yes.
Awesome.
And there's photos of the neighborhood. And there's also a committee for adjustment decision analysis. We also have more specific lot frontage study just for Amsterdam. This is for the block between Victoria Park and
Well, while you're making your present, you have somebody here with you, right? When, for instance, I'm just picking this one out, number 6, variance, you've got 0.78 times the area of the lot. We need to know how many square meters that is as well.
Yes, I can.
Somebody actually figure those-
I have that number. I can give it to you right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 181.70. Oh, okay.
Because we need to actually have both the percentage and the number of
Okay.
square meters.
My apologies. So if you'd like, we can, should we go through the variance?
Perhaps we can deal with the consent first, if you can talk about the size of the lots in the area.
Absolutely. Oh,
Yes, but I'm the chairman, thank you. I'm not going to give the consent.
so with respect to the existing lot, oh, this is quite high for me.
15.24.
Yes, that's a 50-foot lot, and the depth is 30.48, so 100 feet depth. So the proposed severance seeks to sever the existing lot into two 7.62-meter lots, so that's 25 feet. So there's variances required for both lot frontage and for lot area. And as I've provided, what we can see on specifically the lot frontage width map, every lot that's in color is a lot that is deficient and under 12 meters, which is the requirement in this area. And so what I've highlighted here specifically is lots that have a width less than 8 meters in yellow. And what this shows adjacent to the subject site is the distribution of those lots. And if we take a look at the sheet that I provided with the Amsterdam frontage, what I can tell you is that there are a total of 32 lots on this particular block that goes from Glenburn to Victoria. Only 8 of those lots comply with the minimum frontage and area requirements. 24 lots do not. And of those 24, there are 10 lots with the exact same frontage of 7.62 meters and approximately the same area. This means that almost 1/3 of the existing lots, with respect to what is currently being proposed, already exists within the area. Planning staff have submitted a report, and I want to read what they state, specifically that the proposed lots would be narrower than existing lots on the south side of Amsterdam Avenue. It's not clear to me why staff are making the distinction between the north side of Amsterdam and the south side of Amsterdam. Both sides of the street have the same OP designation of neighborhoods. They have the same zoning, and there are no geographic or landscape features to distinguish the north side from the south side. In addition,
Similarly, the depth looks pretty similar, right?
it's a typical lotting
With
pattern.
some streets, you have the one side of the street is way longer, like on
Yeah.
Newton Street and down, you know.
They look to be
they look
about the
around the
same
same, so
30-foot depth. And so what I would like to make a point of is in this planning staff comments when they distinguish between the north and the south side, one, there is a lot on the south side of 7.62 meter frontage, and that lot is visible in the package that I sent out. It's lot 103 Amsterdam. Yes, and there's a photo of it on page 2, figure 12. It's the house on the left. So that is not a new build. That's been in existence for quite some time. And there are a couple other lots that are deficient, whether they be 7.62 or maybe a little bit larger, but they are still under the 12-meter requirement that exists.
Got a couple at 9.14, 75 and 77.
It's a mix. There's a blend.
Yeah. So what are the total of?
So what I would like to say, though, with respect to planning staff comments, again, I'm not sure why they're distinguishing between the north and south side, but they do make reference here to OPA 320. And I was here earlier today on another file for 85 Bedford, where I made the deferral. And in that report for 85 Bedford, planning staff also discuss OPA 320. But what they state is this. OPA 320 defines the geographic neighborhood to include both the geographic area, which is what I've shown within the study area on that lot frontage with map, and properties which face the same street as the development site in the same block and the same block opposite the development site. So I'm not sure why planning staff are saying it's okay to have these narrower lots on one side of the street, but not on the other side. The proposed lot frontages are in keeping with what currently exists in the area, and this is shown based on the lotting fabric that we can see. I'd also like to show in the package that I provided, it's page 5, it's an aerial view of the area. What this aerial view shows is the lotting pattern and how those buildings are structured. So some are a little bit longer and some are a little bit shallower. It's important to note that on here, two severances are missing, and I'm just going to put this on the screen here. I want to point them out. So the severance that occurred here at 88 is missing. There are two new buildings that have been constructed. This is immediately across the street, and I've got photos of those. They're also in the package. And then here, to the southeast kitty corner, there's also been a severance at 98 Galbraith. So they are occurring in the area.
What are the size of the severed lots?
7.62.
Both locations?
Yeah. They're 7.62. And actually, if I can just point out here again, the subject site, so we can see the size of that dwelling. So there are new dwellings that are happening, and the option is one large dwelling on the lot with a 17-meter depth, or maybe two smaller lots, which we have existing here on the north side. And just to point out some of those dwellings, if we go to my last page, there's a Committee of Adjustment Decision Analysis. This decision analysis was done before the variances were reduced, so some of these are no longer relevant. But what I do want to point out when we're looking at this is the two columns for lot area and lot frontage, and we can see 76 Amsterdam, 88 Amsterdam, and then going down to Galbraith, we can see 72, 77, 98. Unfortunately, this data is not comprehensive of all decisions that have been approved. It only goes back 10 years. But we can see based on the lot frontage data map that there have been potentially some other severances. I just don't have the data for them, but they do have lot widths of 7.62 on the north side.
And you have reduced from 3-story to 2-story.
Yes.
And
Would you like me to go through the variances?
resulting reduction in the GFA, which is,
Yes.
makes it fit more with the neighborhood, I guess.
So if I may quickly, we had 10 variances in total previously. We now have 6. 2 of those variances are for the lot frontage and the lot area. The remaining 4 are for the dwellings. And so I'm going to use this as the time to go through them. So variances 1 and 2 stay the same. The third variance, we've reduced lot coverage from 41% to 40%. Variance 4. Sorry, should I continue?
Yeah, we need it in square meters.
Oh.
From 94.08 to be slightly less, I guess. Probably 96.
No, that would be for GFA. That's the number for lot coverage. Coverage is just 93. 93.21, and this one is 181.75. Sorry about that. So the 40%, this is 93.21 meters square. With respect to variance 4 for height, we've now reduced this height to 8.48 meters, and that number is very specific because the maximum permitted height under the former bylaw is 8.5, so we now comply with that. Variance 5 has been eliminated. Variance 6, we've reduced the FSI from the previously proposed 0.89 to 0.78. This is now 181.75 meters square. So that's more than 20 square meters has been reduced.
81.
0.75. The 7th variance has been eliminated. No balconies are being proposed at all, and this is after consultation with the neighbor, and that would be the neighbor to the east. Variance 8. So the west side yard setback has been increased to 0.92, and the east side yard setback has been increased to 0.75. Variance 9 has been eliminated. We now comply. And variance 1 under the former bylaw has also been eliminated because we are 2 centimeters below. And the variances are the same for Part B, except for the side yards have just been flipped. So with respect to the minor variances that are being requested, as we can see from the decision analysis chart that I provided, that these are within the range of what has already previously been proposed on specifically this block, which speaks to OPA 320. There is a variety of housing mix and lotting pattern, and we can see that. The houses are all detached, and they vary between 1 to 2 stories in height. There are replacements happening. There are additions happening as well, and all of this coexists within this stable neighborhood. The OP speaks to neighborhoods being stable but not static, and what this application represents is a modest form of intensification, and it reflects development that has already occurred on the street. The type, the scale, and the size of the proposed dwellings are not out of character with the neighborhood. I'd like to go on further to.
I'm trying to keep up with you, but I'm also reading a lot of material. What has this done to the actual elevation height of the building?
So it's reduced it. So in the package that I actually have revised architectural plans, which I can provide. I just don't.
I'm concerned because I'm still sitting here with a very negative planning report. Now, clearly, they would still be opposed to the consent. But I'm trying to figure out whether your revisions to the variance would address some of their concerns. They're very concerned that you have three-story dwelling units. Are they still three-story?
No, that's been revised. I have revised architectural plans that I can provide.
They've taken that out. That's
Okay,
what
so
I'm
I just want to see.
So
Yeah.
Okay, she's cut her variances down. No.
they have not, no.
Because
It's generally the same. It's just we've removed the third story and reduced the FSI and the coverage a little bit. And the side yards, and that was in consultation with the neighbors. Sorry? Yes, both do. And those exist in the neighborhood, both old stock and new stock. So I have revised architectural plans. I can pass those out. I just wasn't sure if you guys wanted to see them all because it's a lot of paper.
Let us see the frontage, the drawing of the front of the houses.
You'd like to see the front? Sure.
Yeah, that generally makes sense. Yeah.
So
I want to register a concern. My concern is that you brought revisions here. I appreciate you're trying to revise in response to some issues and make them more palatable. I still have trouble with the consent. And what you've got now are completely revised architectural drawings from those that the planning department reviewed. I don't want to double guess the planning department, but this is a real negative report.
I understand that.
We've now eliminated the third floor and so. You have to,
I think.
I'm a planner. I would hate somebody to come to a meeting like this that I was not at, present drawings I've never seen, and assume that I would like them. I'm sorry, that's not professional in my view. I still am persuaded by the arguments put forward with the planning department. I'm concerned. I'm not prepared to accept the revisions here because the people that we rely upon for advice haven't seen them. And I think that kind of last minute stuff is not doing anybody any favors. So I'm stating that now because I think you've got an extremely comprehensive proposal. I'm very impressed with the material. I wish everybody would bring this amount of material. I wouldn't want you to see my comments to mean that I don't think this is a very good presentation. It's excellent. But I'm very concerned that what we're seeing
I understand.
has not been reviewed by the people that we rely upon for advice.
I understand, and if I could just make a rebuttal to that.
But could you tell us why you're bringing this forward so late?
It's because there was still discussions going on with the neighbors, and I was brought onto this project approximately last week when I received plans for a three-story dwelling, and I said, there's no way you're going to get that approved, especially with the negative planning report. I said I could support the severance based on what exists in the area, but they would need to make some revisions. They still had to talk to some of their neighbors and also show those plans. We do have a neighbor here in opposition, which
I'd like to hear from them and see what their opinion is on the changes that have been made. I think that would be a good thing.
In fairness, it isn't fair to shoot the messenger. I
Yeah.
appreciate you've
Yep.
really contributed to this project.
You know,
But I did just, I answered, sorry, one person's question, but not your question about why this wasn't sent to planning. The reason why I never sent it to planning, because we finalized the drawings today, but regardless of that, the other reason is planning staff are against the severance. And if the severance doesn't go forward, then the minor variances don't go forward as well. So if they're in opposition to that, then I'm not going to convince them by reducing things. That's why.
So can I just ask you, you seem to be befuddled as to why they objected to the size of the lots, because they're only dealing with your side of the street. They're not dealing with the entire street.
I'm not befuddled. I just don't know how that reflects OPA 320 and looking at both sides. And there are lots on our south side. There is one example of a 7.62, and it's an older lot. But there are other lots too that are smaller as well, and they all coexist, and they're there, and it's harmonious.
Yeah, but we've had applications where there's different bylaws on different sides of the street with different lot
but
sizes.
I agree in this neighborhood, and I agree with Ms. Chartko, is that there's no reason to keep it, because the lots are consistent on both sides of the street. In some neighborhoods, like.
And there's no
on
landscape
one
feature.
side, or there's a different bylaw in effect, but in this case, so I think you've done a good job of showing us both sides of the street, and we can see those numbers. But I'd like to see what these neighbors think of the change, and you'll have a chance to rebut.
I'm Robert Dixon. You've got a copy of my letter.
What's your address, sir?
And 87 Amsterdam, I'm sorry. I'm directly to the west of the property.
Right.
No,
What's your objection?
So myself and the neighbor to the east side, we objected, and several of the other neighbors, one of which had to leave. She had to go back to school, but she's a professor at Ryerson. Our concern was with the third story.
Right.
Didn't fit in with the neighborhood, and I have a copy of the staff report saying that they refused it. Now, I'm not sure his last name, Amir. He approached us and he came up with a completely new plan, if you will. And I'm with Mr. Knippel, Carl. I'm with that gentleman in the fact that he gave me a copy of it, but the numbers were small enough that I couldn't, in my limited capacity, I couldn't figure out if, with regard to the bylaws and so forth. So I'd prefer that the committee, not the committee, but yourselves and/or the bylaw people look at that and then get back to us. I don't object to the new plan, but as I said, I can't be positive on the numbers when I look at it in 1/100th scale.
Yeah.
That's my only concern.
That's the size of the house, and
I don't really object to severing in the two houses, because I'm with this lady back here, because on the north side, I look at three pairs of them.
yeah.
And if you read my letter, it says.
You're right. Every time a 50-footer comes up, you know why? Because to buy a 50-foot lot and build one house on it.
No, I'm fully aware of that. We have two of them behind us, as you'll see in the diagrams there. There is two 50-foot with monster homes. But if a developer wants to maximize his profit, they need to build the two homes and so forth. I don't object to that because I've got three pairs of them across the street. However, in my letter, it also says that each pair is larger than the previous pair.
Yeah, it's a moving target, I guess.
Right? And the 86 and 88 directly across the street from us, we were in this room with probably you three gentlemen. In March, that house was built, a fellow gentleman moved into it. He lives there 2 years. Then somebody in the planning department found out or realized it was larger and wider and everything else. So they put him on, so he has to come in. Now, you gave him the benefit of the doubt because he didn't know anything about it, how the building inspector, how the building inspector didn't catch it as it went along, how his lawyer didn't catch it, but that's irrelevant there.
Okay.
Anyways.
So if you're in the last application, we rejected it because
aside
from the severance, they're also going for a huge house. So here, Ms. Churtkow is now, I agree with the three-story was crazy. she's now come and said, okay, we're going to build something more modest. That's why I wanted to hear your opinion.
Yeah, no, he's built something more modest, which I find acceptable, basically acceptable if I look at it, but as I say, I don't have the exact measurements.
Yeah.
And perhaps it should go through, planning committee. She should be up here talking. Thank you.
We're the committee, so.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Charco, you want to respond, or you don't respond? Or?
Now, again, we were proposing a 3-story. It looks like a 2-story, but it's because it's a back split. So this is the difference. That's what it used to look like. And so now that's just been changed to be one of those more typical Toronto proposals where you have an integral garage, you go up half a flight into a foyer, and then you've just got 2 floors in the rear.
Ready for motion? Ms. Churko, first of all, thank you for providing us with a very good, albeit a last-minute change, but which we don't like, but I see that this is a real attempt to appease the neighborhood and come to something that it's more appropriate. So unlike our last application where both there was a severance and homes that kind of pushed the envelope, based on your changes, I believe your proposals are acceptable. They're no longer 3 stories. I believe there's enough 25-foot lots in the area to justify this. And as the neighbor says, there's likely to be more, just based on the economics. So having said that, my motion would be to approve the application for severance and approve each of the 2 variance applications as amended. I don't think I have to walk through them all. I believe, do we have any conditions here? Urban forestry? We have forestry condition, I believe, yes, on Part 1, urban forestry 2, Part 2, urban forestry 3. And that would be my motion. You can go back and tell Mr. Goldberg that you did a really good job of
Thank you.
presenting this with all, all the information that it's basically a lot studied we don't get from the city. So that's my motion.
We have a seconder.
I'm unable to support the motion. I also, however, want to compliment you on the presentation. If we had this level of information on all of our applications, life would be so much simpler.
That's what I try to do when I come here.
And I also appreciate why you didn't bring the matters to planning, because they weren't going to support the consent, which is where I'm at. This is not the first time that planning has in fact drawn a distinction down the middle of the road. The approach that they seem to take is that the units on one side of the road actually create a kind of consistent neighborhood character, and they don't want to disrupt that. So the fact that there's a difference on the other side of the road from this side, I can understand why they've made that distinction. And it's on that basis that they're not supporting the consent. So on that basis, I'm unable to support the consent, and as a result, would not support the variances. But in so doing, I do want to compliment you on a really first-class presentation. The information you provided, I wish I was providing you with a decision that you liked better than what I am, but I really appreciate the information you gave us.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm able, I assume, to second the motion.
Yes, you are.
I agree with Mr. Neufeld. You did an excellent job. But it wasn't just the presentation here, it was salvaging the application last week when you got it and reducing it to 2 stories and reducing the other things. Because Mr. Dixon would be here opposing the 3-story job.
I know, that's what I advise the clients.
And we, like I said before, we refused an application, well, we had a problem with an application where the bylaw was different on opposite sides of the street, and it became a question. So it's always the question, what's the neighborhood? Is the neighborhood one side of the street, or is it both sides of the street, or is it beyond the actual street itself? Well, I don't think you divide a street down the middle and say this is one neighborhood and the other side is another neighborhood. So I'm seconding the motion to approve the application. All in favor?
And that's obviously with all the engineering
Yes.
conditions.
Yes.
Dealing with
Approved?
sense. It's approved.
Thank you.
Approved.
And adjourned.
I told Michael that you and he saved